The House will come back to order. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move for a call of the House.
A call of the House has been requested. Looks like the motion is properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close and lock the doors? And Mr. Schiebel, turn on the chimes. Members, push your buttons to indicate your presence. And Mr. Schiebel, also please call the names of those who are absent. And will the sergeants please locate those members who are missing?
Representative Baisley, Benavidez, Caraveo, Catlin, Representative Doherty, here, Duran, Geithner, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Gray is on the wall, Herod, Holtorf, Judah, Larson, Representative Luck, Representative Lynch, Rep. McCluskey, hello, Minority Leader McKean, Mullica, Ortiz on the wall, Pico, Larson, Pico, Roberts is on the wall, Sandridge, Representative Sirota, Soper, Tipper, Valdez A, Van Winkle, okay, Woodrow, Representative Woog, Rep. Gotcha. Holtorf is here. Geithner, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Representative Baisley, Caraveo, Minority Leader McKean, there he is, Representative Soper, Rep. Tipper, Valdez A,
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the call be raised.
It has been moved that the call be raised. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes actually have it, and the call is raised. Majority Leader Escar. Oh, sorry, let's do committee reports.
Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 43 is amended, 172, 201 is amended, 219, 230 is amended, 234 is amended, 237 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Education. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 197 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Finance. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1418 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 220 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of third reading of bills.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of third reading of bills. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 183 on third reading, final passage. Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 238.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 238. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 238.
Take a deep breath.
Senate Bill 238 by Senators Hansen and Rankin, also Representatives Weissman and Neville, concerning reductions to real property taxation for only the 2023 and 2024 property tax year and in connection therewith, reducing the assessment rates for certain classes of non-residential property and all residential property and the amount of actual value to which the rate is applied for all residential and real property, commercial property for 2023, reducing the assessment rates for all multifamily residential real property to a set amount for 2024, reducing the assessment rate for all residential real property other than multifamily residential real property for 2024 by an amount determined by the property tax administrator to cumulatively with the other provisions of the bill reduce statewide property tax revenue for 2023 and 2024 by a specified amount, reduce the assessment rates for real and personal property that is classified as agriculture or renewable energy production property for 2024 and requiring the state to reimburse local governments excluding school districts in 2024 for 2023 reductions in their property tax revenue resulting from the bill.
Whew.
Nice job, Representative Shebel. Representative Shebel, Mr. Shebel. Majority Leader Isker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 238 on third reading, final passage.
Representative Weissman. And
Thank
Representative
you,
Neville.
Mr. Speaker. I think Mr. Shebel might be faster than the computer now. I need to ask for permission to offer a third reading amendment.
It's a proper sound is a hiss. It is a hiss. That's a proper motion. Representative Weissman.
I think we're getting it up on the screen here. So members, in the Senate, there was an adjustment made to the backfill ratio for certain kinds of special districts, fire districts, libraries, single-purpose districts that do important things. It was observed yesterday that there is one kind of district. It's not actually very numerous in Colorado, but it's important. It's called a health service district. Most of these are in the rural parts of our state. They're already backfilled at the higher percent. There happen to be just a handful of them in one of our bigger counties that's in a different sort of tier in the bill. That county's name rhymes with Larimer, so a couple of folks in the front row here might be interested. What this amendment would do, if we get permission to offer it, is just to add a health service district to this existing list of districts that, per the Senate amendment, are going to get a little bit of a higher rate of backfill so they can keep doing what they're set up to do. We hope that you would support.
Question before us is to offer permission for a third reading amendment to Senate Bill 238. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Assistant Majority Leader votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Geiner is excused. Representative Harrod's excused. Representative Soper's excused. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 5 excused, permission is granted to offer a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 238. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you for permission. I move L10 as a third reading amendment to Senate Bill 38 and ask for your support.
The question before us is the motion before us is the adoption of L10 to Senate Bill 238. See no further discussion, Mr. Shebel. Please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote? Representative, Assistant
Yes.
Assistant Majority Leader votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Soper is here. And Representative Ortiz was a yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 3 excused, L10 is adopted to Senate Bill 238. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 238 as amended on third reading, final passage.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Representative Larson.
Thank you, members. I needed to come down here. There's obviously a lot of backstory to this particular bill. And if you'll give me a little indulgence, I just want to lay out some background here, why this is such an important bill that's before us right now. So, the people of Colorado are facing an enormous property tax increase right now if nothing goes forward. Because of some policy decisions that were made on the ballot recently, some installations that people had to prevent wild increases in residential property tax rates went away. And it happened to coincide with one of the most market distorted periods for property tax in the state. It's resulting in a massive increase. So in the year 2023, next year, if we do nothing, there will be $12.6 billion in property tax collected across the state. That is a $1.1 or $1.2 billion increase over this year. So that is a $1.2 billion property tax increase for the state's businesses and the state's property owners, homeowners, families. 2024, if nothing happens, a $1.5 billion increase over what we currently have. And this is important, members, because there's been a lot of misinformation and mischaracterization about some things that are going on here, saying that this is a cut, saying that people are trying to take revenues away from local districts and that we're endangering the ability of fire districts and schools to carry on. What we're talking about is a $2.7 billion increase on the people of Colorado on their property taxes alone. And remember, members, that property taxes are not, these are not realized financial gains. Unless you have sold your property, that's $2.7 billion of not additional money in the economy that has to come out of it and get paid to government. I'm going to make this a little more real because there's also been some mischaracterization that this is a class issue, that this benefits the wealthy and all that. We're going to talk about Reunion Commerce City, where the average household is $430,000 of assessed value right now. They're paying $6,000 a year in property tax on the average household this year. If nothing happens, they will pay $400 more. $400 out of families in Commerce City's disposable income in 1 year. For people that are trying to characterize this as some kind of, cash grab by the wealthy, shame on them. Go to Commerce City and ask them what $400 a year means to them. If this bill doesn't pass in 2024, and if nothing is done, I correct myself. If this bill passes and nothing else happens in 2024, 2 years from now, that same family living in the average house in Commerce City will pay $7,980. That is an increase of $1,900 to a family in the average house in Commerce City. If we do nothing in a decade, They will pay $12,700 on the average house. I'm saying all of this to illustrate the very dire situation that we are in here. And the way that this building has treated this conversation is repugnant, and I guarantee you, if you go outside of this and talk to the people that live in your districts, they will tell you about the pain that they are feeling in their pockets about property tax increase. Much less the small businesses that we just honored a few hours ago in this chamber. Talk to them, because the increases that they face are 5 times what I just spoke about at the residential rate. We have a dire property tax problem in this state. Now, this bill that's before us today, if it passes, there will still be $700 million of additional revenue for local governments and all of the people that are supposedly going to shut up shop. They'll have $700 million more than they have today. And that's if this bill passes. They're going to have $2 billion more in tax revenue alone over the next 2 years if this bill passes. $2 billion increased revenue, just taxes alone. Because of what some people in this building decided was necessary, that they couldn't get by with $2 billion of additional revenue from what they have today. Under this bill, they'll have $2.4 billion. So when you hear people talk about how this is a huge hit to local revenue, ask, did the cost of providing government services go up by $2.4 billion from last year? Did it? I'd love to have somebody come down here and cogently argue why $2.4 billion is a massive, catastrophic cut. Conversely, I would go ask some of your homeowners and ask them if taking $2,000 out of their pocket in 2024, when they didn't necessarily get a wage increase to help pay for that, ask them what $2,000 means to them. Because I'll bet you there are some stories about how catastrophic that is for them. And that is what we're talking about here. Now, members, I voted against this bill in committee. I voted against this bill in the Appropriations Committee because I think that $2 billion of increase to local government revenues is more than enough to account for what they need. I voted against this because I think taking $240 million of taxpayer refunds that they would have otherwise been entitled to and repackaging it as some kind of gift from the legislature is disingenuous and totally unnecessary. I voted against this bill in appropriations because I think staying true to your word is something that should be valued in this building and in this government. And I voted against this bill in appropriations because $500 million is not $700 million. But members, I'm going to vote yes on this bill now, because $500 million is not enough, but it is better than nothing. And the situation that people are facing on the ground, as I laid out earlier, these numbers you should all be paying attention to. And this interim, I encourage you to talk to people not inside this building who are not members of, people who have lobbying firms, people who have supposed think tanks or policy wonks, but talk to real people in the street and ask them what they are feeling. Because I guarantee you, we're going to pass this, they're going to get $500 million of tax relief, which means they're still going to see hundreds of dollars coming out of their pocket this year.
90 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But ask them. And when I have those conversations, I'm going to be able to look them square in the eye and say, you know what, I fought for more. And I had a deal for more. But I couldn't deliver it. But you know what, at least I got you this. So members, I will vote yes on the floor today. I will vote your conscience. But I would just like to say to this government that we ought to value keeping your word.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 238 on third reading and final passage as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Assistant Majority Leader votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote? Oh no, Representative Gray, the order got all screwed up on me. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Representative, Representative Harrod votes yes. With 62 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 238 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Judah Ortiz, co-sponsor. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order. Sorry. These calendars are confusing these days. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 183. What? It's the first one on the third reading calendar. I'm just gonna do like a ton of them, so it wasn't just the one. We figured it out. You followed us.
Seeing no objection, except I have a slight one, we will proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 183. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 183.
Senate Bill 183 by Senators Winter and Gardner, also Representatives Duran and Weissman, concerning programs that provide services to crime victims.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to just try to do a few of these third reading amendments or third readings until we get into special orders. I move Senate Bill 183 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 183 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Assistant Majority Leader votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Harrod votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 183 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Caraveo, Roberts, Assistant Majority Leader, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 208.
Senate Bill 208 by Senators Winter and Simpson, also Representatives Lynch and Roberts, concerning just compensation for the condemnation of property encumbered by a conservation easement in gross.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 208 on third reading, final passage.
Question, Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you. If you don't mind for the body, identifying yourself by the name tag that you're wearing. Mike Lynch, your aide to Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm preparing for my summer job.
Maybe I'll take a page out of your book.
Mr. Speaker, I will say that in all honesty, this is my first time to be down in the well on a third reading, but I would like permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Do you mind framing it in a motion? Representative Lynch, you want to just move it? Say, I move for permission to offer a third reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for permission to have a third reading amendment.
That is properly moved. Do you want to talk about why or display the amendment? Totally up to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a completely technical amendment where we literally are changing a couple of words from the last amendment that we did on second readings. And this will keep us from having to have any sort of a conference committee, and I would urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the motion to grant permission for a third reading amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to grant permission for a third reading amendment to Senate Bill 208. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Assistant Majority Leader votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Herod votes yes. Please close machine. With 60 aye votes, 3 no votes, and 2 excused, permission is granted to offer a third reading amendment. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move Amendment L006 to Senate Bill 208.
It has been properly moved and displayed. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L006 to Senate Bill 208. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Assistant Majority Leader votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Herod votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 2 excused, L006 is adopted to Senate Bill 208. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 208 as amended on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 208 on third reading and final passage as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Assistant Majority Leader votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Herod votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 208 is adopted as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 223.
Senate Bill 223 by Senator Hendrickson, also Representatives Lindsay and Snyder, concerning the requirement that businesses licensed to sell motor vehicles have a principal place of business.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 223 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 223 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Assistant Majority Leader votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Herod votes yes. We're gonna close the machine. All right, close the machine. With 62 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 223 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Yes. Here, here. Here, here. Nothing's better. Please close the machine. Minister Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 165.
Senate Bill 165 by Senator Bridges, also Representatives Lindsay and Geithner, concerning the creation of the Colorado Career Advisor Training Program and in connection therewith, making appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 165 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 165 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Assistant Majority Leader votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Herod votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 aye votes, 16 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 165 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Judah, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 27.
Senate Bill 27 by Senators Smallwood and Rodriguez, also Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Larson, concerning changes to the prescription drug monitoring program pursuant to the March 2021 audit report issued by the Office of the State Auditor.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 27 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 27 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Assistant Majority Leader votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Herod, how do you vote? Representative Herod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Herod votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 27 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 27. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over Senate Bill 114 until later today.
Where do you
That
want to
one's
put
not
it?
here.
You want to put it somewhere?
The end of the third reading calendar.
All right. Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 27 will be laid over till the end of the third reading calendar. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 114.
Senate Bill 113 by Senators Hansen and Buckner, also Representatives Tipper and Bacon, concerning the use of personal identifying data and in connection therewith, creating a task force for the consideration of facial recognition services, restricting the use of facial recognition services by law enforcement agencies, temporarily prohibiting state and local government agencies and schools from executing new contracts for facial recognition services, and making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 113 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 113 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the sheet of members. Please proceed to vote. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Assistant Majority Leader votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Herod votes yes. Please close the machine. With 49 aye votes, 14 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 113 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Judah, co-sponsor. Representative Soper? Who? Assistant Majority Leader, co-sponsor? Great. And Representative Soper raises his hand, so Representative Soper. Just joking. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 196 on third reading.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 196. Which is on the top of page 6. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 196.
Senate Bill 196 by Senators Gonzalez and Lee, also Representatives Bacon and Benavidez, concerning supporting the health needs of persons who may be involved with the criminal justice system and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 196 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 196 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the sheet of members. Please proceed to vote. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Assistant Majority Leader votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Herod votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 196 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Judah, co-sponsor. Assistant Majority Leader, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Pastor. Majority Leader Escar.
Yeah, you noticed that too? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Have I told you how much I'm going to miss you?
That's nice. I appreciate that. I'm going to miss you too. You feel bad because I'm just up here fading. I'm just fading in front of the entire state of Colorado because I can't do this as fast as you're making me do it. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll let you take a rest from having to do the duties. I move the following bills be made special orders today at 2:48 PM. Senate Bill 229, Senate Bill 43, Senate Bill 215, Senate Bill 201, Senate Bill 172, Senate Bill 226, Senate Bill 237, Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 187, Senate Bill 191, Senate Bill 230, Senate Bill 209, Senate Bill 234, Senate Bill 216, Senate Bill 235, Senate Bill 207, Senate Bill 23, Senate Bill 222, Senate Bill 1417.
Seeing no objection, the bills laid out by the Majority Leader will be made special orders today at 2:48 p.m. Representative Bacon. Seeing no objection, members, you have heard the motion. Representative Bacon will take the chair.
On? Is it on? All right, the committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there's a request for the reading of a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader. The court rule is relaxed for 4 seconds. Never mind. The court rule is relaxed. Oh, okay. Sorry. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 229.
Senate Bill 229 by Senators Story and Hawkes Lewis, also Representatives Burnett and Gray, concerning the conditions under which a public trustee shall release a deed of trust.
Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 229.
To the bill.
I move L001 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, give us a moment. L001 has been moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just a technical amendment to clarify some language. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L001? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L001. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. The amendment passes. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Burnett,
under current law, a public trustee must release a deed of trust if they are provided with the evidence of original canceled debt. There are two forms to release a deed of trust. One that qualified holders like banks use that is without producing an original evidence of debt, and the other is for non-qualified holders like individuals in trusts that they must produce the original evidence of debt. If these non-qualified holders lose the original evidence of debt, there's two very expensive options. They either need to go to court or get a lost instrument bond, which would be very expensive. Without this release of trust, a lien remains on the borrower's property. With the increased frequency of natural disasters, especially fires like the Marshall Fire in our district, many of these non-qualified holders lose the original evidence of debt and are faced with paying thousands of dollars of for a lost instrument bond. What this bill simply does is provide a third option to obtain a release of trust without producing evidence of the paid debt. The holder agrees to indemnify and defend the public trustee against any claim for damages resulting from the release of trust and files the request electronically via the county's recording system. Losing one's home as a natural disaster is one of the most devastating things people will ever experience. This bill will help remove one of those devastating surprises that people may face when they lose their home. I ask for the adoption of SB 229 as amended.
Members, if we could keep it down a little bit. Thank you. We just got started. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would appreciate your support in this bill. You know, having seen in myself and Rep. Burnett's district the most destructive wildfire in Colorado history by way of homes, as you get to know the folks as they try to build back, it's not just one thing. It's not just the incident that happened. It's 100 little things afterwards that make it hard to get you back to where you were, whether it's being underinsured, whether it's having potential environmental hazards. And the process of you just wanting to get back to your normal life, it starts looking farther and farther away all the time. And we have a lot of laws this session that have been working towards helping those people, whether it's getting insurance money out faster or getting better guidance from local fire departments on what they can and can't do. But this is just another big step in that way. If you had the deed to your home inside your home and it went up in flames with everything else, you're looking at costly legal bills to just prove to people that even though you've been parking in that garage for 20 years, your house is your house. And this helps streamline that process and makes it easier for homeowners to get back to where they were before, if not a lot better. So we'd ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 229. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. The bill passes. Again, members, I'm going to ask that we bring it down. Bring it down low. Bring it down low. Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 43.
Senate Bill 43 by Senators Cook and Gonzalez, also Representatives Lynch and Duran, concerning enhancing restitution services for victims and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 43 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report. Representative Lynch.
In the committee report, or in the Appropriations Committee report, we appropriated some money, and I'm happy to say there was half as much as it originally started, but it's still good. We appropriated some money.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Senate Bill 43 has court-ordered restitution has been a maddening issue for victims. So victim advocates have routinely told victims the depressing truth. You should not expect to collect anything. This bill does basically three things. The bill provides a list of allowable expenses for which restitution will be paid. The bill directs the Department of Corrections to intercept government windfall payments and distribute them to the Victims' Compensation Fund. And the bill establishes the Office of Restitution Services to provide critical assistance and information. I ask for a yes vote on Senate Bill 43.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a good bill that deals with doing the right thing for victims in this state, and so many times we've seen that victims are kind of overlooked in the process of the criminal justice system. So I, Madam Chair, would encourage it. Aye vote.
I so agree. In fact, If there's no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The bill passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 215.
Senate Bill 215 by Senators Hansen and Zenzinger, also Representatives Harrod and McCluskey, concerning the creation of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act cash fund to be used for non-federal match funding requirements for infrastructure projects eligible to receive federal funding under the Federal Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Thank you. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with someone as hip as you.
I so appreciate that. Thank you. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 215 and the committee report from Appropriations.
To the committee report.
Members, in Appropriations, we reduced the fiscal note for this legislation by $1.25 million. Those dollars are being used in a different bill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report passes. To the bill. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, Senate Bill 215 provides state matching dollars for infrastructure projects across the state. We have long needed investments in infrastructure around transportation, broadband, water, power, and also provide these dollars for local matching support. The match will be used with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that was passed at the federal level. It is a great way for us to leverage federal dollars for much-needed Colorado projects. I encourage an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? That's encouraging. Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 215. All of y'all that are all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no. The bill passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 201.
Senate Bill 201 by Senators Lee and Gardner, also Representatives Weissman and Carver, concerning independent oversight of matters concerning judicial discipline and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 201, the Judiciary Report and the Appropriations Report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
In the Appropriations Committee, we actually struck the Judiciary Committee report. In Judiciary, we had adopted an amendment to create an advisory panel to support or ride along with the work of the interim committee in the bill. There are both some timing issues, some cost driver issues, and some other issues with that. So in Appropriations, we settled on a different approach, which is simply to set forth some heightened direction to the interim committee to hear from certain key interested parties in this issue space. There actually wasn't and did not need to be an adjustment to the appropriations clause. So that's the appropriations report. We ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The report passes. To the Judiciary Committee report. Representative Weissman? Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The appropriations report, having struck the judiciary report, I'm not sure there's anything to say here.
Give me a quick moment. Okay, let's move to the bill. Representative Weissman.
All right, thank you. Before we jump into the bill, I just want to move a technical cleanup. So I move L25 to the re-engrossed 201 and ask for it to be displayed.
It's a proper motion. Give us a moment to get it displayed. L25 is displayed. Please proceed.
All right, thank you. So there's really two things going on here. One is we're striking a duplicative instance of the indefinite article, and then we're fixing some internal cross-references. That's all. No substantive change. We ask for your support.
Thank you on behalf of grammar teachers everywhere. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The amendment passes. To the bill. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is really the start of a process to do a comprehensive look at how we handle complaints against the judicial branch and to ensure that that process is thorough, even-handed, has due process, complaints are timely and thoroughly investigated, and that we have an independent structure within the Commission of Judicial Discipline to carry out those tasks. This bill does establish a funding mechanism that is independent from the judicial branch. That's an important first step. It also establishes an interim committee to take the time during the interim with stakeholders to look at the whole range of issues involved in the judicial discipline and how we ensure integrity and public trust in that process. Ask for an aye vote.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a great deal to add there. We deliberately chose to structure a bipartisan, bicameral interim committee because the issues we're talking about here, frankly, are bigger than party. That is a deliberate choice, and we sort of borrowed on an interim structure from last year for that. I want to underscore the importance of independent funding. This is general fund for some core work that should be going on to substitute for funds that have been used up to this point that are actually under the control of the judicial branch. That is something they have strongly agreed with, that funding should be independent, and we codify and clarify what have been some existing functions in the Commission and the Office of Judicial Discipline. As Rep. Carver noted, this is a first step. There will be a rigorous process this summer and I'm sure into next legislative session and possibly beyond. We ask for your support on Senate Bill 201.
Thank you. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I'm opposed the bill in committee, and I just wanted to explain my opposition. This bill comes to us in two parts. The first part makes changes currently, right away, once this bill passes, to the Commission on Judicial Discipline. The second part sets out a committee and a task force panel, sub-panel, in order to give feedback on a number of questions that are set out in the bill to look at, including looking at what should be the best structure, looking at what goes on in other states, other areas. And I completely support the second part of it, to look at that. But before that committee has even looked at it, we are already making changes, and we're putting forward money to do that. Some of that is increasing the staff in the Judicial Commission by, and I don't have the bill in front of me, at least 4 additional staff, and then also giving some money for independent investigations of $400,000. And my real concern is twofold on the first part. It's the money, the additional staff, because so far the Commission in its 55 years has done not a lot as far as looking into these things, because there's 2 types of complaints that come forward to them. Some come up through employees in the judicial department or in the judicial districts. The other part of it is through people that might not be happy with what a judge determined in their case. And those, I think, are proper before this, as are the others. One of the things, this Judicial Commission entered into a contract for $400,000 without having any money in hand. And I am absolutely opposed to getting money this year to pay for a debt they incurred last year. And I just think that's a bad way of doing business, and I understand everything that happened involved with it. I just don't think it's appropriate that we commit funds before we have them in hand, and that investigation was done last year, and it shouldn't be paid with the funds from this year, and that's why I'm opposing the bill.
there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 201. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The bill passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 172 until later today.
Thank you. The bill will be laid over until later today. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 226 until after Senate Bill 191.
The bill will be laid over until after Senate Bill 191.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sheba, will you please read the title of Senate Bill 237?
Senate Bill 237 by Senators Fenberg and Holbert, also Representatives Kennedy and Larson, concerning measures to promote increased transparency of funds used in ballot measure campaigns and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 22-237.
To the bill.
All right.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, we are pleased to bring you this bipartisan bill. So, in the last couple of election cycles, there has been some uncertainty in the field. A lot of these C4 organizations that are operating, there's really unclear rules about what is and isn't a major purpose, what they can and can't do with certain funding. And Representative Kennedy and I, along with Senators Holbert and Fenberg, I believe, decided that it is best to just lay down the rules of the game, give clear guidelines to what are the appropriate thresholds, what is allowable, what is not allowable, and just bring more clarity so that we don't have these groups operating, not knowing what the potential outcome of their actions would be, whether they would face investigation by the Secretary of State or not. Just giving everybody clarity and consistency in the law. So that's what we did. It has been unanimous up until this point, and I'm going to knock on wood. Hopefully we can keep that going here.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have too much to add other than to say that this is a basic transparency bill. This bill is designed to make sure that when a C3 or C4 is essentially operating like an issue committee, they have to file like an issue committee and disclose their donors. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 230. Okay. Representative Williams.
I apologize, Madam Chair. I thought there was a report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Please proceed. Sorry.
Members, I'm going to go ahead and apologize for this in advance, but can you please have the bill read at length?
The bill will be read at length.
Second Regular Session 73rd General Assembly State of Colorado re-engrossed. This version includes all amendments adopted in the House of Introduction LLSNO. 22 to 1032.02 Pierce Lively X 2059 Senate Bill 22 to 237. Senate Committees House Committees State, Veterans, and Military Affairs Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning measures to promote increased transparency of 102 funds used in ballot measure campaigns, and, in 103 connection therewith, making an appropriation. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill expands the definition of earmark for purposes of the Fair Campaign Practices Act to include contributions or expenditures greater than $1,000 to support or oppose a specified ballot issue or ballot question. Further, the bill modifies the process to determine whether in Senate third reading unamended May 5, 2022. Senate amended second reading May 4, 2022. Senate sponsorship Fenberg and Holbert, Bridges, Buckner, Danielson, Donovan, Fields, Ginal, Gonzalez, Hansen, Hinrichsen, Jaquez Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Coker, Lee, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Scott, Simpson, Sonnenberg, Story, Winter, Woodward, Zenzinger. House sponsorship Kennedy and Larson. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. Organization is an issue committee to include an examination of the organization's pattern of conduct based upon whether the organization, during the combined period of the entire proceeding in current calendar years, made either contributions to one or more Colorado issue committees or direct ballot issue or ballot question expenditures, in either support of or opposition to one or more ballot issues or ballot questions, that exceeded 30% of the total expenditures by the organization for any purpose and in any location during the entire proceeding and current calendar years. During the combined period of the entire proceeding and current calendar years, made either contributions to a single Colorado issue committee or direct ballot issue or ballot question expenditures, in either support of or opposition to a single ballot issue or ballot question, that exceeded 20% of the total expenditures by the organization for any purpose and in any location, or acted as an issue committee's funding intermediary by making contributions to an issue committee from funds earmarked for the issue committee. Further, the bill defines direct ballot issue or ballot question expenditure as the spending of over $5,000 in a calendar year in either support of or opposition to any single ballot issue or ballot question by a person who does not otherwise meet the requirements of an issue committee. Any person who makes a direct ballot issue or ballot question expenditure must report to the Secretary of State and must disclose their name in certain communications about a ballot issue or ballot question. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 1-45-103, amend 3, 7.5, and 12b2, and add 7.2 as follows. 4. 1-45-103. Definitions, repeal. As used in this Article 45, unless 5. The context otherwise requires. 6. 7.2, direct ballot issue or ballot question expenditure. 7 means direct spending in support of or opposition to any single 8. Ballot issue or ballot question by a person who does not 9. Otherwise meet the requirements of an issue committee. 10. Contributions to an issue committee are not direct ballot issue. -2 237. 1. Or ballot question expenditures. 2. 7.5. Earmark means a designation, instruction, or encumbrance. 3. That directs the transmission and use by the recipient of all or part of a donation to a third party for the purpose of making one or more 5 independent expenditures or electioneering communications in excess of $1,000. 7. A. Independent expenditures greater than $1,008 to support or oppose a specified candidate. 9. B. Electioneering communications greater than $10,000. Or 11. C. Contributions or expenditures greater than $12,000 to support or oppose a specified ballot issue or 13. Ballot question. 14. 12b. For purposes of Section 2, 10a(i) of Article 18a of 15 the state constitution, major purpose means support of or opposition to 16. A ballot issue or ballot question that is reflected by 17. 2. An organization's demonstrated pattern of conduct based upon 18. Its IT. 19. A. Annual expenditures in support of or opposition to a ballot. 20. Issue or ballot question, or 21. B. Production or funding, or both, of written or broadcast 22 communications, or both, in support of or opposition to a ballot issue or 23. Ballot question. 24. C. During the combined period of the current calendar 25 year and the preceding 2 calendar years, making either 26 contributions to one or more statewide Colorado issue 27 committees or direct ballot issue or ballot question. -3, 237. 1. Expenditures, in either support of or opposition to one or more 2 statewide Colorado ballot issues or ballot questions, that 3 exceeded 30% of the total dollar amount of all funds spent by the organization for any purpose and in any location. 5. During the entire proceeding and current calendar years. 6. D. During the combined period of the current calendar 7 year and the preceding 2 calendar years, making either 8 contributions to a single statewide Colorado issue committee. Or 9. Direct ballot issue or ballot question expenditures, in either 10 support of or opposition to a single statewide Colorado ballot 11 issue or ballot question, that exceeded 20% of the 12 total dollar amount of all funds spent by the organization for 13. Any purpose and in any location. Or 14. E. Acting as an issue committee's funding intermediary by 15. Making contributions to an issue committee from Fund 16 earmarked for the issue committee. 17. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 1-45-108, add 18(1)(a)(6) as follows. 19(1-45-108). Disclosure definitions repeal. 1(a)(6) Any 20 person, after expending $5,000 in aggregate in a 21 calendar year on direct ballot issue or ballot question 22 expenditures, shall, for each additional expenditure of $123,000 or more, report to the Secretary of State in 24 accordance with the disclosure required by this section. The 25 amount of the expenditure, the purpose for which the 26 expenditure was made, the date of the expenditure, name and 27 address of the payee, and the ballot question or ballot issue. Dash 4, 237. 1 supported or opposed. Such a report must be filed with the 2 Secretary of State no later than 48 hours after the 3 direct ballot issue or ballot question expenditure was made. 4 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 1-45-108.3, add 4, 5 as follows, 61-45-108.3. Disclaimer statement, committees electioneering 7 communications, direct ballot issue or ballot question expenditures. 8. 4. Any person who makes a direct ballot issue or ballot 9 question expenditure shall, pursuant to Section 1-45-107.5, 5, 10 state their name in any communication that is broadcast, 11 printed, mailed, or delivered, placed on a website, streaming 12 media service, or online forum for a fee, or that is otherwise 13 distributed to persons who are eligible to vote on the ballot 14 issue or ballot question and is produced or funded either in 15 whole or in part by the person who made the direct ballot issue 16 or ballot question expenditure. 17 Section 4. Appropriation. 1A. For the 2021 to 22 state fiscal 18 year, $30,000 is appropriated to the Department of State for use by the 19 Information Technology Division. This appropriation is from the 20 Department of State Cash Fund created in Section 24-21-104, 3B, CRS. 21 To implement this act, the Department may use this appropriation for 22 Information Technology Personal Services. 23B. Any money appropriated in this subsection, 1A, not expended 24 prior to July 1st, 2022 is further appropriated to the Department for the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year for the same purpose. 26. 2. For the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year, $14,309 is appropriated to 27 the Department of State for use by the Election Division. This appropriation. Dash 5, 237. 1 is from the Department of State Cash Fund created in Section 24-21-1042, 3B, CRS, and is based on an assumption that the division will require 3 an additional 0.3 FTE. To implement this act, the department may use this for appropriation for personal services. 5 Section 5. Effective date applicability. This act takes effect 6 upon passage, except that Section 2 of this act takes effect September 1st, 2022. 8 Section 6. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds, 9 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 10 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. Dash 6, 237.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 237. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 007.
Senate Bill 007 by Senators Story and Lee, also Representatives Cutter and Snyder, concerning outreach to the public related to wildfire risk mitigation practices and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Thank you. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a real honor to serve with you.
You have no idea how much of an honor it is to serve with you, my friend.
Thank you. And with that, I would like to move the James Bond bill. And we move Senate Bill 7 and the Appropriations Committee report.
Also known as a license to thrill, to the Appropriations report, Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the Appropriations Committee report, we just changed the source of funding, I mean the type of funding we're getting. It's now going to be one-time funding that we accepted and we're happy with, so we would ask for a yes vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it is an honor for me as well to serve with you.
You are my home girl for life. To the bill.
Thank you. So, members, this was a wildfire interim committee bill, and we all know the importance of information and advocacy. I think people want to do the right thing in terms of mitigating and preparing for wildfire, but they don't often know what that is. And so, I come from a communications background, and it's really important for me. I really understand how important it is to provide information and education to folks so they can be brought along in the process. Wildfire mitigation and preparation is up to all of us now. It's a team sport, and if you don't know, you can't do anything about it. So this bill really just provides extra funding for the Colorado State Forest Service does a wildfire wildfire awareness month, and this just provides funding for them to do a really great job with some paid media rather than just relying on earned media, so we can raise awareness about the risk and what you can do for that. And I ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got on this bill with Representative Cutter because, we went through a fire in 2012, the Waldo Canyon fire, 2013 Black Forest fire. Immediate few years after, we had huge interest and efforts, and those have waned now. Here, we're 10 years out from those fires. So we want to make this an ongoing and sustainable effort to get homeowners and others to really take it seriously and engage in the wildfire mitigation process.
Thank you, Representative Luck. Representative Luck.
Oh,
sorry.
I was like, wait, what?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm sorry to my colleagues, but like my colleague from El Paso County, I move to have this bill read at length.
The bill will be read at length.
Second regular session, 73rd General Assembly, State of Colorado, re-engrossed. This version includes all amendments adopted in the House of Introduction LLSNO. 22 to 177.01 Breda Darling X 2241 Senate Bill 22-007. Senate Committees, House Committees, Local Government Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning outreach to the public relating to wildfire risk. 102 mitigation practices, and, in connection therewith, 103 making an appropriation. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. Wildfire Matters Review Committee. The bill requires the Colorado State Forest Service to convene a working group that includes the Division of Fire Prevention and Control in the Department of Public Safety, DFPC, and the United States Forest Service, USFS, and that may include other local, state, or federal partners. Senate third reading unamended March 25, 2022. Senate amended second reading March 24, 2022. Senate sponsorship Story and Lee, Ginal, Buckner, Danielson, Fenberg, Gonzalez, Jaquez Lewis, Moreno. House sponsorship Cutter and Snyder. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. And entities engaged in wildfire risk mitigation in the Wildland-Urban Interface, WUI. The working group shall consider how best to conduct Enhanced Wildfire Awareness Month outreach campaigns in 2023 and 2024, as well as other outreach efforts that inform and motivate residents in the WUI to engage in more wildfire risk mitigation. The working group's considerations also include how best to distribute educational resources and information and which methods of outreach are most effective in reaching the targeted audience. After considering feedback from the working group, and subject to available appropriations, the Forest Service shall implement an Enhanced Wildfire Awareness Month outreach campaign in conjunction with the DFPC and the USFS in 2023 and 2024, as well as other outreach efforts in the 2022-23 and 2023-24 state fiscal years. In implementing an Enhanced Wildfire Awareness Month outreach campaign and other outreach efforts, the Forest Service may, subject to available appropriations, develop or contract for the development or placement of marketing and educational materials, including videos, direct mail, social media, print media, television and radio spots, and billboards. Conduct or contract for educational events targeted to residents in the WUI. Retain consultants, as necessary, to implement all or part of an outreach campaign, as well as other outreach efforts. Make enhancements to the Forest Service's web-based clearinghouse for technical assistance and funding resources and coordinate with working group partners and other entities to provide links to web-based educational resources and information. And secure necessary staff to implement the outreach efforts. The bill requires the state forester to report to the Wildfire Matters Review Committee during the 2023 and 2024 legislative interims concerning the outreach efforts implemented pursuant to the bill. including the amount and use of money appropriated for outreach efforts, and the impact of those efforts in increasing awareness of wildfire risk mitigation in the WUI. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes 2331-313, add 3(h) and 9.5 as follows. For 2331-313, Healthy Forests, Vibrant Communities, Funds. -2007. 1. Created Outreach Working Group, Definitions, Legislative 2 Declaration, Repeal. 3. Definitions. As used in this section, unless the 3 context otherwise requires. 4(h) Wildland-urban interface means an area where 5 structures or other human development meet or intermingle. 6. With wildland vegetation. 7. 9.5 Wildfire Risk Mitigation Public Outreach and Educational 8 Campaign Legislative Declaration. I. The General Assembly 9 hereby finds and declares that 10(a) Wildfires increasingly pose a threat to homes in 11 communities in Colorado. As more people move into the wildland 12 areas of our state, and long-term weather and climate trends 13 including drought and warmer temperatures, as well as the 14 buildup of wildland fuels, further increase wildfire risk. 15(b) In 2020, Colorado experienced the 3 largest 16 wildfires in its history, with the fires burning over 617,000 acres, causing significant displacement, devastating 18 communities, degrading water and air quality, and ultimately 19 resulting in the loss of human life and hundreds of millions of $20 in property loss and damage. 21. C. Local, state, and federal agencies and entities. 22. Continue to address the short and long-term social, economic, 23. and environmental impacts of these fires. 24. D. With more than half of all Coloradans living in the 25 wildland-urban interface, there is an urgent need for wildfire. 26. Prevention and preparedness at both the community and 27. Individual homeowner and property owner levels. -3007. 1E. Coordinated education concerning how, where, and 2. why wildfires burn, as well as collaborative efforts to increase 3. survivability of homes and property, is paramount to CO existing 4. in a wildfire environment, and 5. F. While homeowners and property owners in Colorado 6 bear the ultimate responsibility to prepare their homes and 7 property for wildfire, many still do not understand this 8 responsibility, the risk they face living in the wildland-urban 9 interface, or the necessary steps to reduce their wildfire risk. 10.2. Therefore, the General Assembly declares that it is 11 vital to the health and safety of Colorado's citizens, 12 communities, and forests for local, state, and federal agencies. 13 in Colorado, in partnership with organizations engaged in 14 wildfire risk mitigation in the state, to enhance outreach. 15 efforts to residents in the wildland-urban interface to educate. 16 and motivate those residents to engage in effective wildfire risk. 17 mitigation and wildfire preparedness activities. 18(b) I. The Forest Service shall convene a working group. 19 of local, state, and federal partners engaged in wildfire risk. 20 mitigation, referred to in this subsection. 9.5 as the Working 21 Group. TO enhance outreach efforts. TO residents in the 22 wildland-urban interface concerning effective wildfire risk. 23 mitigation and TO coordinate the financial and other resources. 24 that may be available for such work. State and federal. 25 partners include the Division of Fire Prevention and Control in 26 the Department of Public Safety and the United States Forest. 27 Forest Service may invite other partners to join the -4007 1 working group and seek input from entities engaged in wildfire. 2 risk mitigation in the wildland-urban interface. 3.2 The working group shall 4(a) prior to the annual Wildfire Awareness Month 5 outreach campaigns in 2023 and 2024, consider how best to 6 conduct an enhanced outreach campaign for the public that 7 educates and motivates residents in the wildland-urban 8 interface to engage in more wildfire risk mitigation. 9(b) consider how best to distribute educational 10 resources and information to residents in the wildland-urban 11 interface, including the Forest Service's publication, the Home 12 Ignition Zone or a successor publication, and whether other 13 educational and marketing tools could be developed to educate 14 residents and motivate increased wildfire risk mitigation. 15(c) consider which local, statewide, or regional 16 outreach efforts, including direct mail, web-based material, 17 telephone outreach, social media, print media, television, and 18 radio spots, billboards, and community events, are most 19 effective in increasing awareness among the targeted residents. 20 in the wildland-urban interface of the importance of wildfire. 21 risk mitigation and how to prepare for wildfires. 22(d) consider how best to coordinate efforts by working 23 group partners and other entities engaged in wildfire risk 24 mitigation to disseminate web-based educational resources and 25 information concerning effective wildfire risk mitigation and 26 wildfire preparedness activities through links to the Forest 27 Services web-based clearinghouse for technical assistance and -5007. 1 to web-based resources of other working group partners and 2 entities engaged in wildfire risk mitigation. 3E. Consider how best to leverage existing state, local, foreign federal resources and expertise to implement the enhanced 5 outreach efforts considered by the working group. And 6F. Consider what funding or additional resources would 7 be necessary for the Forest Service and other partners to build 8 upon the Enhanced Wildfire Awareness Month Outreach 9 campaign, as well as other potential outreach efforts in 10 subsequent years. 11 C. After considering feedback from the working group, 12 and subject to available appropriations, the Forest Service, 13 I, shall implement an enhanced wildfire awareness 14-month outreach campaign in conjunction with the Division of Fire 15 Prevention and Control in the Department of Public Safety and 16, the United States Forest Service in 2023 and 2024, and, subject to 17 available appropriations, may implement enhanced wildfire 18 Awareness Month outreach campaigns in subsequent years, and 19, 2, may implement other outreach efforts during the 2020-22-23 and 2023-24 state fiscal years and subsequent state 21 fiscal years that are expected to increase awareness of wildfire 22 risk mitigation by residents in the wildland-urban interface. 23, D, I, TO implement this subsection. 9.5, the Forest 24 Service, subject to available appropriations, may, 25, A, develop or contract for the development or 26 placement of marketing and educational materials, including 27 videos, direct mail, social media, print media, television and -6007. 1 radio spots and billboards. 2, B, conduct or contract for educational events targeted 3 to residents in the wildland-urban interface. 4. C. Retain consultants, as necessary, to implement all or 5 part of an outreach campaign, as well as other outreach 6 efforts. 7. D. Make enhancements to the Forest Service's web-based 8 clearinghouse for technical assistance and funding resources 9 created pursuant to subsection 9 of this section, as necessary. 10 to better implement outreach efforts described in this 11 subsection 9.5, and coordinate with working group partners 12 and other entities engaged in wildfire risk mitigation to provide 13 links to web-based educational resources and information, and 14, E, secure necessary staff to implement the outreach 15 efforts described in this subsection 9.5. 16, the second, consistent with the outreach plan, the General 17 Assembly may appropriate money to the Division of Fire 18 Prevention and Control in the Department of Public Safety. 19E, I. During the 2023 and 2024 legislative interims, the 20 state forester shall submit a report to the Wildfire Matters 21 Review Committee created in section February 3, 1602 concerning 22 outreach efforts implemented pursuant to this subsection 9.5. 23, 2. The report must include 24, A. A description of the outreach efforts, 25, B. The amount and use of money appropriated to 26 implement this subsection 9.5. 27, SE, data and information received by the Forest Service. -7007. 1 or its partners relating to the impact of the outreach efforts in 2 increasing awareness of wildfire risk mitigation by residents in 3 the wildland-urban interface, and 4, D, proposed future outreach efforts, including any 5 additional funding or other resources needed to implement 6 those outreach efforts. 7 Section 2. Appropriation. For the 2022-23 state fiscal year, $600,473 is appropriated to the Healthy Forests and Vibrant Communities 9 Fund created in Section 2331-313, 10, CRS. This appropriation is from 10 the General Fund. The Department of Higher Education is responsible for 11 the accounting related to this appropriation. 12 Section 3. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds, 13 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 14 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. -8007.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 007. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 187.
Senate Bill 187 by Senator Danielson, also Representatives Cutter and Lindsay, concerning state assistance to programs that assist in attempting to locate persons who wander and in connection therewith, restructuring a grant program that assists local governments or their designees in locating persons with medical conditions such as Alzheimer's disease and related dementias, autism, brain injury, or developmental, cognitive, neurological, or chromosomal disorders that may cause them to wander, and making an appropriation.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 22-187 and the appropriations report.
I do not believe there's an appropriation report, so to the bill.
Sorry, just the bill.
Representative
Madam
Lindsay.
Chair. Thank you.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you. Alzheimer's disease causes people to lose their ability to recognize familiar places and faces. It's very common for a person living with dementia to wander or become lost. Our bill expands on a grant program administered by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation to give resources to municipalities and localities to help find people who are wandering.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 187. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The bill passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 191.
Senate Bill 191 by Senators Bridges and Priola, also Representatives Titone and Burnett, concerning the procurement of information technology resources.
Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 191.
To the bill.
This is a bipartisan bill supported by the Joint Technology Committee. Currently, the Office of Information Technology is oftentimes not consulted at the middle or near the end of a procurement, or sometimes not even consulted at all. This issue was one of the most critical issues of the IT audit findings of inadequate collaboration between OIT and the agencies. This lack of collaboration can contribute to the $465 million tech debt, and cybersecurity risks and liabilities increase when OIT is not involved or aware of these procurements. So what the bill does is it simply clarifies the state agencies need approval from OIT in order to initiate an IT procurement, and allows for a continuous appropriation of the Technology Risk Prevention and Response Fund. So, in conclusion, it's a common-sense bipartisan bill to ensure the state is being as cost-effective and as secure as possible in procuring and maintaining our state IT systems. I ask for an aye vote on SB 191.
Is there any further discussion? See. I do believe that might be Representative Williams. Please proceed.
You would not be mistaken, Madam Chair. With all due respect to Representative, the sponsor, please have the bill read at length.
The bill will be read at length.
Second regular session, 73rd General Assembly, State of Colorado, re-engrossed. This version includes all amendments adopted in the House of Introduction LLSNO. 22 to 706.01 Nicole Myers, X 4326 Senate Bill 22 to 191. Senate Committees, House Committees, Business, Labor, and Technology Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning the procurement of information technology. 102 resources. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. Joint Technology Committee. Current law states that the Office of Information Technology, Office, may initiate the procurement of information technology, IT, resources for state agencies and participate in other activities related to IT procurement on behalf of a state agency. The bill requires the office to initiate the procurement of IT resources and requires the office to participate in other IT procurement-related activities. Senate third reading unamended April 27, 2022. Senate amended second reading April 26, 2022. Senate sponsorship Bridges and Priola, Coker, Rankin, Winter, Woodward. House sponsorship Titton and Burnett. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. On behalf of a state agency, except that a state agency may initiate solicitations and contracts for IT resources with prior approval of the office. The bill specifies that the money in the existing technology risk Prevention and Response Fund is continuously appropriated to the office for the purposes of the fund. The bill allows the office to contribute money to the fund from the operations and maintenance fees associated with the billing practices of the office. The bill requires any money appropriated from the general fund to the office or a state agency for the procurement of IT resources or projects that is unexpended or unencumbered at the end of a fiscal year as a result of savings achieved in connection with such procurement to be transferred to the fund. For every appropriation in the Information Technology Capital section and the Operating Agency Budget section of the Annual General Appropriation Act for the 2023 to 24 state fiscal year and each state fiscal year thereafter, the bill requires the General Assembly to set aside additional funding for annual depreciation lease equivalent payments. In addition, the bill specifies that a contract for the licensing of software applications that are designed to run on generally available desktop or server hardware cannot limit a governmental body's ability to install or run the software on the hardware of the governmental body's choosing. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes 2437.5-105, amend. 3. 6. Introductory portion as follows. 42437.5-105. Office roles, responsibilities, state search. 5. Interface rules, legislative declaration, definitions. 6. Technology. 6. Purchasing for enterprises. The office shall initiate the 7. Procurement of information technology resources for state agencies and 8. Enter into agreements or contracts on behalf of a state agency, multiple 9 agencies, or the office, or be a party to procurement contracts that are 10. Initiated by state agencies. State agency-initiated contracts must be done. 11. In consultation with a state agency may initiate solicitations and 12. Contracts for information technology resources only with -2 191. 1. Prior approval of the procurement official for the office, and must 2. Include provisions allowing the office to enforce technology and security 3 standards or conduct due diligence or audits of the contractors. If the 4 state agency does not receive written approval or disapproval 5 from the procurement official for the office within 36 business days after submitting the procurement request to the 7 office for review, the state agency may assume that it has 8 received the prior approval of the office, as required by this 9 subsection 6, and is authorized to initiate the procurement or 10 solicitation process. In connection with the procurement of 11 information technology resources, the office shall, 12 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes 2437.5-120, amend 13, 2, 4A, and 4C, 3, introductory portion, and add 4D, and 6, as 14 follows, 15 2437.5-120. Technology Risk Prevention and Response Fund. 16. Creation, definitions. 2. The Technology Risk Prevention and Response. 17. Fund is hereby created in the State Treasury. The fund consists of money 18 that the General Assembly may appropriate or transfer to the fund, money 19 contributed to the fund by the office pursuant to subsection 24D of this section, and money transferred to the fund 21 pursuant to subsection 6 of this section. 22(4)(a), up to 50% of the total balance of the fund at the 23 beginning of each fiscal year is continuously appropriated to the office. 24. The total fund balance shall not exceed $50 million. 25(c), the office shall use the money in the fund for one-time costs 26 associated with 27(3), preventing risk from information technology debt, that is -3 191. 1(d), the office may contribute money to the fund from the 2 operations and maintenance fees associated with the billing 3 practices of the office. 4, 6(a), notwithstanding any provision of law to the 5 contrary, for the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year and for each state 6 fiscal year thereafter, any money appropriated from the 7 general fund to the office or a state agency for the 8 procurement of information technology resources or projects 9 that is unexpended or unencumbered at the end of the fiscal 10-year as a result of savings achieved in connection with such 11 procurement, shall not revert to the general fund. 12(b), on July 1st, 2023, and on July 1st of each year thereafter. 13. The State Treasurer shall transfer from the General Fund to the 14 Technology Risk Prevention and Response Fund an amount equal 15 to the amount of unexpended and unencumbered money 16 described in subsection 6(a) of this section. 17. 18. Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 24-102-208 as 19 follows, 2024-102-208. Software application contracts, generally 21 available hardware, no limitation. A contract for the licensing of 22 software applications that are designed to run on generally 23 available desktop or server hardware shall not limit a 24 governmental body's ability to install or run the software on 25 the hardware of the governmental body's choosing. Section 26 applies to any contract or addendum for the licensing of 27 software applications on or after the effective date of this. Dash 4, 191. 1 Section 2 Section 4. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds. 3 Determines and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate. For preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. Dash 5, 191.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 191 is a JTC bill. We voted for this unanimously to present this bill, and it gets a little bit more savings for the state of Colorado. We like to call the Joint Technology Committee the Committee on Saving the State of Colorado Money on IT. And that's what this bill does. It helps to streamline procurement and get more savings. And then that savings will go into this fund for technology response. Very important, because that technology response fund will also save us money when we have cyber attacks and things that need to be fixed real quick. Vote yes on the bill. Thanks.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 191. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 226.
Senate Bill 226 by Senators Hawkes, Lewis, and Rankin, also Representative Mullica, concerning measures to support the healthcare workforce and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move. Sorry, give me 1 second. I move Senate Bill 226 and the appropriations and just the Health and Insurance and Committee report.
To the Health and Insurance Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Health and Insurance Committee, we made some changes to make sure that this money was going to the locations that we needed. We also do have an amendment that I would like to offer, Amendment L011, and ask that it be properly displayed.
L011 has been moved and properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is just some additional language. Obviously, this bill is trying to make sure that we get more healthcare workers in the workforce, make sure that we're trying to touch all the places that we want to get those healthcare workers in, expand some of that language for some medical school education. I would ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L11. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The amendment passes. To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a yes on the committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Health and Insurance Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, go ahead, Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we've been talking a lot the last couple days around our healthcare workforce and trying to make sure that we get more healthcare workers in the workforce. We do know that the data shows us that we are going to be 10,000 nurses short over the next 5 years, 52,000 auxiliary staff. What this bill does is it uses some of that ERDF funds to really build up that workforce, to make sure that we are building capacity, to make sure that some of these healthcare workers can come through, make sure that we're opening a pipeline by covering their that CNA, medical assistant, EMT, other types of entry-level training to get these individuals in to fill some of those auxiliary positions, but to also start careers, real careers that you could take care of your family, real careers where you can buy a house, real careers that are going to take care of the people of Colorado. We also make sure that we have some funding in here for school nurses, some funding for mental health care, and this is about making sure Colorado can be at a level where they can receive care. We can have enough healthcare workers in there. We talked about this being the other side of that coin. We obviously worked on a bill around workforce protection. This is about workforce development. This is that sister bill to it. It's also about making sure that we save people money on healthcare. If we can make sure that people have access to healthcare, adequate access, we can do a lot. We did get some language at the last minute around some some burdensome regulations from the Board of Health that they felt like fit under this and would actually help repeal some of that burden and save some money. And so with that, Madam Chair, I move Amendment L008.
Thank you. Amendment L008 has been moved and properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I said, this is a recommendation from the Board of Health. Remove some of the burdensome processes that they have in place for some of the medical professionals that are essentially duplicative. I would ask, and they believe that it could take that burden away and save some money. I would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L008. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The amendment passes. To the bill, Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a great bill. We've really been able to do some historical things here the last couple of days with these bills. Big kudos again with the other bill that we spoke about yesterday. We've brought a lot of broad stakeholders to the table, including the Colorado Hospital Association, the Colorado Medical Society, the Colorado Nurses Association, to really build these policies that are going to be transformational for our state, for our healthcare workforce. I'm extremely proud to be bringing those, and I ask for a yes vote.
Does anybody have any further discussion? Anybody? Does anybody have any further discussion? Oh, Representative Williams.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I did hear this bill in committee, and I just want to say that I love healthcare and I love Representative Mullica, and I would love to have this bill read at length, please.
The bill will be read at length.
Second Regular Session 73rd General Assembly State of Colorado re-engrossed. This version includes all amendments adopted in the House of Introduction LLSNO. 22 to 929.01 Jacob Boss X 2173 Senate Bill 22 to 226. Senate Committees House Committees Health and Human Services Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning measures to support the healthcare workforce. 102 and, in connection therewith, making an appropriation. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill creates the Healthcare Workforce Resilience and Retention Program, using existing initiatives to ensure that Colorado's healthcare workforce is adequately supported in order to meet the healthcare demands of Coloradans and to support the resilience, well-being, and retention of healthcare workers. The program is Senate third reading unamended May 3, 2022. Senate amended second reading May 2, 2022. Senate sponsorship Jaquez Lewis and Rankin, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Donovan, Fenberg, Fields, Ginal, Gonzalez, Hansen, Hinrichsen, Coker, Moreno, Pedersen, Rodriguez, Simpson, Story. House sponsorship Mullica. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. Authorized to seek and expend gifts, grants, and donations to support the program. The program is exempt from the procurement code. The bill appropriates $2 million from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund for the program. The bill creates the Practice-Based Health Education Grant Program, to increase practice-based training opportunities necessary for health profession students enrolled in accredited Colorado schools to complete degree requirements and become licensed to practice. The Primary Care Office in the Department of Public Health and Environment administers the grant program and shall conduct a stakeholder engagement process to determine key operational components of the grant program policies and procedures. The bill appropriates $20 million from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund for the grant program. The bill directs the State Board of Community Colleges and Occupational Education, Board, to administer the in-demand short-term healthcare credentials program in order to support the expansion of available healthcare professionals. The bill appropriates $26 million from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund for these programs. The board shall allocate funds to community colleges, area technical colleges, local district colleges, and community not-for-profit organizations that deliver hybrid programming that leverages place-based supports in partnership with online accredited university programs through reimbursement based on students enrolled in eligible programs for fiscal years 2022 to 23 to 2025 to 26 to provide assistance for tuition, fees, and course materials for eligible programs. Support alignment with existing efforts, such as apprenticeship and work-based learning, for students to earn eligible program credentials that lead into healthcare. Careers such as nursing, and if unexpended resources exist or if the program use is less than anticipated, to expand eligible programs in allied health based on in-demand credential needs or include high school equivalency support and attainment for students without a high school degree who participate in the program. The bill requires the Primary Care Office and the Governor's Office of Information Technology to work through the Government Data Advisory Board to determine data sharing agreements that integrate data collected by the state under existing authorities that may inform the analysis of need, allocation of resources, and evaluation of performance of state-administered or state-financed health workforce planning or development initiatives. Under current law, a nurse who holds a volunteer nurse license -226 cannot get paid for nursing tasks. The bill removes this limitation. The bill directs the Nurse Physician Advisory Task Force for Colorado Healthcare to make recommendations on alignment of healthcare licensing with federal statutory minimums, identification of unnecessary regulatory burdens or barriers, regulatory reforms that support healthcare licensees to work at their full scope of practice, and feasibility of temporary candidate licenses for students nearing the completion of an accredited healthcare program. The bill makes the following changes and additions to the school nurse grant program. Repeals the requirement of a 5-year grant cycle. Requires that the grant supplement, not supplant, funding for school nurse positions existing in the local education provider's most recent fiscal year prior to applying for a grant. Directs the Department of Public Health and Environment to annually award grants, and appropriates $3 million to the Department of Public Health and Environment for the grant program from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund. The bill appropriates $10 million from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund to the Department of Public Health and Environment. The department shall use this appropriation for recruitment and re-engagement efforts of workers in the healthcare profession with current or expired licenses and staffing. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly 3. Finds and declares that 4A. All Coloradans owe a significant debt of gratitude to our 5. Healthcare, public health, emergency medical services, behavioral health. 6. And direct care workforce who displayed perseverance, dedication. 7. Resilience and bravery through the COVID-19 pandemic. 8B. As Colorado emerges from the COVID-19 pandemic and R-3 226. 1. Demographics continue to shift over the coming decades. Strategic 2 investments and initiatives will be necessary in order to develop our 3 healthcare workforce so that all Coloradans have equitable access to care for when needed. And 5C. In order to meet this challenge, we will need collaborative 6 partnerships across healthcare providers, school systems, institutes of 7 higher education, and all levels of government that build on existing 8 efforts and capitalize on emerging opportunities. 9.2. Therefore, the General Assembly declares that it is necessary to 10 intentionally recruit, support, and retain skilled talent in Colorado's 11 healthcare, public health, emergency medical services, behavioral health 12 and direct care workforce, and the General Assembly further declares that 13 supporting Colorado's healthcare workforce is a critical government 14 service. 15 Section 2. In Colorado revised statutes, add Part 14 to Article 1620.5 of Title 25 as follows. 17 Part 14. 18 Healthcare Workforce 19 Resilience and Retention Program 2025-20.5-1401. Definitions. As used in this Part 14, unless the 21 context otherwise requires. 22. 1. Community partners means healthcare providers, 23 healthcare provider trade associations, and 24 healthcare-focused nonprofit organizations. 25. 2. Peer support means programs and services that 26 match a person with lived or occupational experience to an 27 individual with a similar lived or occupational experience. -4. 226. 1. 3. PRA clinical means non-emergency programs or 2 services that do not require a formal referral from a primary 3 care provider. 425-20.5-1402. Healthcare Workforce Resilience and Retention 5 Program Implementation Duties. 1. Subject to available 6 appropriations, the Department shall implement the Healthcare 7 Workforce Resilience and Retention Program, referred to in this 8th section as the program, using existing initiatives to ensure 9 that Colorado's healthcare workforce is supported in order to 10 meet the healthcare demands of Coloradans. 11. 2. The program is intended to support the resilience, 12. Well-being, and retention of healthcare workers. Activities May 13th include 14A. Providing technical assistance, guidance, and funding 15 support to community partners specific to the development of 16 programs and services aimed at retaining healthcare workers, 17 such as best practices and strategies, 18I. That promote healthy work cultures, 19.2. That promote the adoption of internal employee, 20 assistance programs, 21.3. That promote external third-party support, and 22 resilience programs, and 23.4. For greater partnerships between care providers, and 24 facility and system executive leadership, 25.b. Collaborative partnerships with community partners, 26 such as the development, implementation, and evaluation of, 27I. Peer support programs and services. -5, 226. 1, 2, PRA clinical in-person and telehealth services, 2, 3, training programs, and 3, 4, recovery and resilience coaching for staff, and 4, leadership, 5, SC, planning, research, and evaluation that supports the 6, resilience, well-being, and retention of healthcare workers. 7, 3, the department may use gifts, grants, or donations to 8, support the program or matching funds from healthcare 9 employers. 1025-20.5-1403. Healthcare Workforce Resilience and Retention 11 Cash Fund. 1. The Healthcare Workforce Resilience and 12 Retention Cash Fund, referred to in this section as the fund, is 13 created in the State Treasury. The General Assembly shall 14 appropriate $2 million to the fund from the Economic 15 Recovery and Relief Cash Fund, created in Section 24-75-228. The 16 fund consists of gifts, grants, and donations, and any other 17 money that the General Assembly may appropriate or transfer 18 to the fund. 19.2. The State Treasurer shall credit all interest and 20 income derived from the deposit and investment of money in the 21 fund to the fund. 22.3. Any unexpended and unencumbered money in the fund 23 remaining in the fund at the end of any fiscal year remains in the 24 fund and is not transferred to the general fund or any other 25 fund. 26.4. Money in the fund is continuously appropriated to the 27 department for the purposes described in Section 25-20.5-1402. -6 to 26. 125-20.5-1404. Exemption from the Procurement Code. 2. Notwithstanding any other law to the contrary, the Program 3 and the expenditure of money from the fund are not subject to for the provisions of the Procurement Code, Articles 101 to 112 of 5 Title 24. 6. Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 25-1.5-404, amend 7(1)(f) and add 1(h) and 1(i) as follows. 825-1.5-404. Primary Care Office Powers and Duties Rules. 9.1. The Primary Care Office has, at a minimum, the following powers and 10 duties. 11(f) to seek and accept public or private gifts, grants, or donations. 12 to apply to the costs incurred in fulfilling the duties specified in this 13 section and otherwise administering the programs within the office. And 14(h) to develop and administer the practice-based health 15 education grant program as described in Section 25-1.5-407 and 16(i) with the Governor's Office of Information Technology. 17 to work through the Government Data Advisory Board, created. 18 in Section 2437.5-702 to determine data sharing agreements. 19 that integrate data collected by the state under existing 20 authorities that may inform the analysis of need, allocation of 21 resources, and evaluation of performance of state-administered 22 or state-financed health workforce planning or development 23 initiatives. 24 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 25-1.5-407 as 25 follows. 26 25-1.5-407. Practice-based health education grant program. 27 creation, powers, and duties. 1. Subject to available. -7 to 26. 1. Appropriations. The department shall implement the 2 practice-based health education grant program, referred to in 3 this section as the grant program, to increase practice-based for training opportunities necessary for health profession students 5 enrolled in accredited Colorado schools to complete Degree 6 requirements and become licensed to practice. 7.2a. The grant program shall support the expansion of 8 practice-based training by providing grants to organizations 9 that increase clinical practice-based training capacity for 10 health profession students. Organizations that receive grants may 11th apply grant funding to costs associated with student 12 experience coordination, clinical instructors, or preceptors, or 13 any other reasonable costs directly associated with the 14 expansion of practice-based training for health profession 15 students in the organization. 16b, the primary care office shall consider the ability of 17 the organizations applying for a grant to provide financial or 18 in-kind matching support when the office determines grant 19 awardees, but the office shall avoid disadvantaging small, 20 rural, and nonprofit applicants. 21.3. The primary care office, referred to in this section as 22 the office, shall administer the grant program. 23.4. In the development of the grant program, the Office 24 shall conduct a stakeholder engagement process. TO recommend. 25.A. Grant program eligibility criteria. 26.B. Standards. TO measure applicant capacity. TO expand 27 practice-based training based upon previous years. -8. 226. 1c. A means to evaluate applicant strategies for reaching 2 expected target practice-based training expansion goals. 3d. Ways to promote evidence-based technology enhanced for clinical learning opportunities in organizations awarded a 5 grant. Its opportunities must include clinical simulation lab 6 investments in at least 1 grant award. 7e. Ways to evaluate applicant principles that are aligned. 8 with implementing lasting organizational culture change in 9 internal plans that support staff wellness, retention, and 10 training, such as 11i. Expanded employee assistance or wellness programs. 12.2. Commitment to establishing and maintaining staffing. 13 committees tasked with operational input and review of 14 workplace practices, and 15.3. Strategies for sustaining increased preceptor and 16 practice-based training capacity. 17f. A statement of principles aligned with equity, 18 inclusion, and diversity goals, especially as they relate to 19 health professional workforce training and development, and 20g. Metrics and reporting responsibilities for grantees. 21.5. The General Assembly shall appropriate $22 million from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash 23 Fund created in Section 24-75-228 to the Department to implement 20 for the grant program. Any unexpended money remaining at the END 25 of the 2022-23 state fiscal year from this appropriation. 26a. Does not revert to the General Fund or any other 27 fund. -9. 226. 1b. May be used by the department in the 2023-24 or 2024-25 state fiscal years without further appropriation, and 3c. Must not be used for any other purpose other than the 4 purposes set forth in this section. 5.6. As used in this section, preceptor means a 6 healthcare professional who is registered, certified, or 7 licensed, as appropriate, pursuant to Title 12 and who assumes 8 the responsibility of teaching, supervising, and evaluating a 9 students seeking a credential in a healthcare profession 10 discipline as part of the student's clinical training in 11 education. 12 Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 23-3.3-1008 as 13 follows. 1423-3.3-1008. Support for in-demand short-term healthcare 15 credentials, report definitions, repeal. 1. Subject to available 16 appropriations, the State Board for Community Colleges and 17 Occupational Education, in coordination with its career and 18 Technical Education role and mission as Colorado State. 19 Administrator of the Federal Carl D. Perkins Career and 20 Technical Education Improvement Act of 1998, 20 USC SEC. 21 2301 ET Seek, as amended, shall administer the in-demand 22 short-term healthcare credentials program or Care Forward 23 Colorado, referred to in this section as the program, in Order 24 to support the expansion of available healthcare professionals. 25. 2. The State Board for Community Colleges and 26 Occupational Education shall allocate money to Community 27 colleges, area technical colleges, local district colleges, and -10-26. 1. Community not-for-profit organizations that deliver hybrid 2 programming that leverages place-based supports in partnership. 3. With local district colleges, community colleges, and area for technical colleges through reimbursement based on students. 5. Enrolled in eligible programs for fiscal years 2022-23 to 2025-26. 7a. Provide assistance for tuition, fees, and Course 8 materials for eligible programs. 9b. Support alignment with existing efforts, such as 10 apprenticeship and work-based learning, for students to earn 11 eligible program credentials that lead into healthcare careers. 12 such as nursing, and 13c. If unexpended resources exist or if the program use IS 14 less than anticipated, TO expand eligible programs in Allied 15 Health based on in-demand credential needs or include high 16 school equivalency support and attainment for students 17 without a high school degree who participate in the program. 18.3. In allocating the money pursuant to subsection 2 of 19. This section. The first priority is for students enrolled in eligible 20 allied health programs with nursing aid programs, and the 21 second priority is for students enrolled in an emergency medical 22 technician program. 23. 4. The program begins no later than the 2022 to 23 academic 24 year. 25. 5. Depending on the credential pathway, students 26 participating in the program must complete a free application 27 for federal student aid or Colorado application for the college. 11 to 26. 1 Opportunity Fund and State Financial Aid, and submit in 2 application for the College Opportunity Scholarship Initiative 3 Fund. Subject to available appropriations, the program 4 resources must cover remaining tuition, fees, books, and 5 material costs. 6. As used in this section, unless the context otherwise 7 requires, eligible programs means in-demand credentials in 8 allied healthcare less than 1 year in duration through 9 career and technical education programs, including Certified 10 Nursing Assistant, Emergency Medical Technician, Phlebotomy 11 Technician, and Pharmacy Technician. 12. 7a. For the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year, the General 13 Assembly shall appropriate to the Department for allocation by 14 the Board $26 million from the Economic 15 Recovery and Relief Cash Fund created in Section 24-75-228 for 16 the eligible programs, of which $25,000 may 17th be used for purposes of marketing the program and 18% may be used for administration pursuant to this section. 19. Any unexpended money remaining at the end of the 2022 to 23 state 20 fiscal year from this appropriation. 21. Does not revert to the general fund or any other fund. 22. 2. May be used by the board in the 2023 to 24 or 2024 to 25-23 state fiscal years without further appropriation. And 24. 3. Must not be used for any other purpose other than 25 the purposes set forth in this section. 26b. In addition to the appropriation in this section and 27 subject to available appropriations, the board may seek gifts. 12 to 26. 1. Grants and donations for the program. 2. 8. Beginning January 1st, 2023, the department shall 3. Include a summarized report regarding the program in the 4 departments' annual presentation to the committees of 5 reference pursuant to Section 2-7-203. Notwithstanding Section 624-1-136, 11a. The reporting requirement in this subsection 7-8 continues indefinitely. 8-9. This section is repealed, effective September 1st, 2027. 9. Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 12-255-115, amend 10-3, as follows. 11-12-255-115. Volunteer nurse licensure. 3. A nurse who holds 12 a volunteer nursing license shall not accept compensation for nursing 13 tasks that are performed while in possession of the license. A volunteer 14 nursing license shall permit the nurse to engage in volunteer nursing tasks 15 within the scope of the nurse's license. 16. Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 123105, amend 17-5I and add 5K, 5L, 5M, and 5N as follows. 18-123105. Nurse Physician Advisory Task Force for Colorado. 19. Healthcare, Creation, Duties, Definition, Repeal. 5. The NPATCH 20 shall prioritize consideration of and make recommendations on the 21 following topics. 22. Physician standards, process, and metrics to ensure appropriate 23 consultation, collaboration, and referral regarding advanced practice 24 registered nurse prescriptive authority, and 25. K. Alignment of healthcare licensing with federal 26 statutory minimums. 27. Identification of unnecessary regulatory burdens or 13 to 26. 1. Barriers. 2. Regulatory reforms that support healthcare 3. Licensees TO work at their full scope of practice. And 4. Feasibility of temporary candidate licenses for 5 students nearing the completion of an accredited healthcare 6 program. At a minimum, they must consider reimbursement, 7. Liability, and health and safety issues in their analysis. 8. Section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-75-112, amend 9-1-D-V, as follows. 1024-75-112. Annual General Appropriation Act, Head Note 11 Definitions, General Provisions, Footnotes. 1. As used in the Annual 12 General Appropriation Act, the following definitions and general provisions 13 shall apply for the head note terms preceding and specifying the purpose 14 of certain line items of appropriation. 15. D.V. The number of FTE specified in a particular item of 16 appropriation is the number utilized to calculate the amount appropriated. 17. And necessary to fund any combination of part-time positions or full-time. 18 positions equal to such number for the fiscal year to which the annual 19 General Appropriation Act pertains in accordance with the definition 20 contained in subparagraphs I and 2 of this paragraph D, subsections 21, 1D2 and 1D3 of this section, and is not a limitation on the 22 number of FTE that may be employed. No department shall make a 23 material change in the number of FTE specified in a particular item of 24 appropriation prior to notifying the Joint Budget Committee in writing of 25 such change. This subsection, 1D4, does not apply to 26 Department of Personnel and Administration State Trainee 27 positions. Dash 14 to 26. 1 Section 9. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 25-1.5-406, amend 2, 3, 4, A, 5, E, and 6, and add 9 and 10 as follows. 325-1.5-406. School Nurse Grant Program, Creation, Eligibility for Award of Grants, Rules, Report, Legislative Declaration, Definitions. 5.3. There is created in the department the School Nurse Grant Program to 6 award grants on a 5-year grant cycle to local education providers to 7 increase the number of school nurses in Colorado public schools. The 8 grant program shall be IS administered by the Primary Care Office in the 9 department. The State Board may promulgate rules, as necessary, to 10 implement the grant program. 11.4a, except as provided in subsection 4b of this section, a 12 local education provider awarded a grant pursuant to this section shall use 13 the grant money to hire a school nurse or nurses in the selected school or 14 schools. The grant shall supplement, not supplant, a local education. 15 providers funding for school nurse positions and student health care. 16 services existing prior to May 29, 2019, existing in the local 17 education providers most recent fiscal year prior to the year of 18 the application to the grant program. 19.5. In applying for a grant, in addition to complying with the 20 application process and requirements established by the department or 21 state board rule, a local education provider seeking a grant shall include 22 the following information in the grant application. 23e. The amount of money necessary to attract and retain a school 24 nurse in the school or schools of the local education provider for the 25 5-year grant cycle and whether the local education provider intends to. 26 supplement a grant with any additional money to hire the school nurse 27 position or positions, and dash 15 to 26. 1.6a. Subject to available appropriations, the State Board shall to award up to $3 million annually in grants. Each grant has an 3 initial term of 1 year and shall be renewed annually for an additional 4 years as long as a school nurse is retained in the grant-funded 5 position and the local education provider continues to use the grant 6 money for authorized purposes. Department shall annually award 7 grants in the grant program. The State Board Department may fund 8 more than 1 school nurse position per grant recipient. The amount of 9 the grant must cover up to the cost of hiring a school nurse position or 10 positions in the local education provider's selected school or schools. 11b. Subject to available appropriations, at the end of the initial 12 5-year grant cycle and each subsequent 5-year grant cycle, the 13 department shall solicit and review grant applications, and the State Board 14 shall award new grants. 15c. The department shall review grant program applications and 16. Make recommendations to the State Board concerning the award of grants. 17. In awarding grants, the State Board may establish by rule additional 18 selection criteria but shall give preference to an applicant that 19i is a small rural school district or rural school district, or 22 is eligible to receive money under Title I, Part A of the Federal 21 Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. Sector 630122 ET-SEQ. 23.9. The General Assembly shall appropriate $3,024 from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund 25 created in Section 24-75-228 to the Department for the program. 26.10. The Department and any person who receives money 27 from the Department shall comply with the compliance. 16-26. 1. Reporting, record keeping, and program evaluation. 2. Requirements established by the Office of State Planning, and 3. Budgeting and the State Controller in accordance with Section 424-75-226. 5. Section 10. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 25-1.5-102, add 6, 1e, as follows, 725-1.5-102. Epidemic and communicable diseases powers and 8 duties of Department rules definitions. 1. The Department has, in addition to all other powers and duties imposed upon it by law, the 10 powers and duties provided in this section as follows. 11e. for fiscal year 2022 to 23. The General Assembly shall 12 appropriate $10 million from the Economic Recovery and 13 Relief Cash Fund created in Section 24-75-228 to the Department. 14. The Department shall use this appropriation for recruitment and 15 re-engagement efforts of workers in the healthcare profession. 16. With current or expired licenses and staffing. 17. Section 11. Appropriation. 1. For the 2022 to 23 state fiscal 18 year, $35 million is appropriated to the Department of Public Health and 19. Environment. This appropriation is from the Economic Recovery and Relief 20 Cash Fund created in Section 24-75-228, 2A, CRS, and is of money the 21 state received from the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund. To 22 implement this act, the Department may use this appropriation as follows. 23A, $2 million for use by the Office of Emergency Preparedness. 24 and response for the appropriation to the healthcare workforce and 25 Resilience and Retention Cash Fund. 26B, $10 million for use by Disease Control and Public Health. 27 response for immunization operating expenses, and -17 to 26. 1 is C, $23 million for use by the Prevention Services Division for the 2 Primary Care Office. 2 for the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year, $26 million is appropriated to the Department of Higher Education. This appropriation is from the 5 Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund created in Section 24-75-2286, 2A, CRS, and is of money the state received from the Coronavirus 7 State Fiscal Recovery Fund. To implement this act, the Department may use 8 this appropriation for the State Board for Community Colleges and 9 Occupational Education State System Community Colleges. 10. Section 12. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds, 11 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 12 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. -18 to 26.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate. Okay. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll speak very briefly. This money basically comes from the ARPA funds, and I've stood up and talked about not taking those funds. The reason being that's about $1 billion that are going to jump, and it's all printed money. It's all federal funds that just gets dumped into the economy, and this is going to be adding to the inflationary impact that we have. The inflation right now on a month-to-month basis is already hitting 14%. The producer price index month-to-month is even higher. This is just going to add to the problem, and I recommend a no vote. At some point, we have to stop taking the money and throwing it at everything just because it's a good idea. Not arguing whether this is a good idea or not. It's just the money is going to cause our problems, the economic problems that we all face, to be that much worse, and I recommend a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 226. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, Madam Majority Leader. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title. Sorry. Sorry about that. 230.
Senate Bill 230 by Senators Fenberg and Moreno, also Representative Esgar, concerning the expansion of county employees' rights to collective bargaining and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
To the appropriations report, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 230, the Appropriations Committee report, and the State Affairs Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
In the Appropriations Committee, we appropriated the funds necessary for CDLE to help cover the costs of the elections. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. To the State and Veterans Affairs report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the State Veteran Affairs Committee, we actually had to put a technical amendment into the bill. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the State Affairs report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, it's exciting to bring this bill forward to you. collective bargaining simply enables workers to come together and have the opportunity to be recognized by and negotiate with their employer over key elements of their employment. This can include caseloads, safety protocols, wages, benefits, bereavements, sick leave, and other aspects of employment. The major components of this policy are a path to recognition, determination of bargaining unit, protections for organizing, union and employer negotiating in good faith, and a process set up for an actual impasse. This bill does not force any employer to accept a contract. It does not agree to whether, it does not accept a contract. It explicitly reserves final budget and fiscal matters to the employer in this bill. Here's what this bill and collective bargaining do not do. It does not automatically create unions or a unionized workforce in our counties. The workers must first choose to organize and take the steps that I talked about above to be recognized to negotiate an actual contract. This does not ever compel an employer to spend money it does not have or even change its budget. This does not dictate an employer to the structure of its departments, agencies, job classifications, job duties and responsibilities, or other management prerogatives. In fact, management rights are explicitly protected in this bill to include the rights to determine and carry out any mission, initiative, task force, agenda, policy, or program of any department, division, office, or other subdivision of a public employer. Public service workers deserve a voice on the job. These tens of thousands of unsung essential employees in Colorado deserve the right to negotiate for fair and safe workplaces and quality public services. This bill will grant nearly 38,000 county employees the right to organize and represent themselves in a union, giving public service workers the freedom to choose whether they would like to form a union rather than having politicians choose for them. Right now, current law, county employees can go ahead and move forward and ask to form a union. However, our elected politicians, our county commissioners, have to give permission. This bill changes that. With the right to negotiate for better working conditions through a union, county employees and their employers can actually collaborate to create more stable workplaces, reduce turnover, which we've heard a lot about, and save taxpayers millions in the process. Let's make no mistake, in committee we heard a lot about counties. Counties for, counties against. What that represented was actually the elected officials of those counties, where they stood on this bill. This bill is about the workers, the people who work in the county, 38,000 employees. Make no mistake, there is a power dynamic the way the law exists right now. If an employee and their counterparts want to form a union now, they have to ask permission of the elected officials to do so. I'm just going to share a few stories of why this is important. A former El Paso County employee who was in the Child Protection Service for 4 years. She saw workers were punished when they voiced their concerns about policies that they felt were detrimental to the services that they provided. Workers in her department were getting frustrated and left, which left them very short-staffed, which increased the workload, not made it better. In Pueblo County, workers have to share and take on more caseload, specifically the units that can't retain the workers. A woman has coworkers that are working 12-hour days, 5 days a week, and don't get compensated for that extra work. In Adams County, where they have collective bargaining, a woman writes, her office played a key role in preventing and investigating crimes against children, a job I know I don't want. If there are concerns of abuse or neglect of a child in Adams County, she is there to investigate and assist that family. They collaborate with schools, mental health professionals, medical providers, child advocacy centers, state and federal law enforcement, and DAs to keep kids safe in their communities. Workers in her office have been out in the field working during COVID the entire time. They didn't get to work from home. They were working during COVID in people's homes the entire time.
She said that since they recently formed a recognized union, they were finally making progress on the long-standing issues driving those staff shortages. They now have a vital seat at the table to ensure they receive the resources and staffing levels they need to give every single case the attention it deserves. One more story from a woman out of Adams County as well, who works in child welfare. As a frontline child welfare employee, she is out in the field every day making sure the kids of Adams County are safe. Before they had a seat at the table, they had no way to work with management on addressing the needs without worry of retaliation. As an example, they were historically expected to use their personal phones for work purposes. And while this may not sound like that big of a deal, when we have our own personal phone numbers circulating throughout the community that can expose them to harassment, stalking, and threats, these threats make it harder for them to do their jobs and can get in the way of the work and children they serve. When they got collective bargaining rights, they were able to go to management, walk through the safety risk that comes with them using their own personal phones in the field. They worked with them to develop solutions together, and they got separate phones just for work. This may not sound like a big deal, members. Before they had collective bargaining, they were afraid that if they went to management and complained about having to use their personal phones, they would be retaliated against or told to just keep doing the work. Again, when you say it should be a county-by-county choice, what I'm hearing is that it should be a county commissioner's choice. I agree it should be a county-by-county choice, and by that I mean the county employees in each county should have the choice of whether or not to form a union the same way private sector employees can do now. Conversations came up about the stakeholder process. Make no mistake, this bill has been 2 years in the making, stakeholdering the entire time. In fact, there was a number of concessions brought forward into the introduced bill based off of that stakeholder process. We had robust conversations with organizations that represent the different county commissioners across the state of Colorado. There are 64 counties in Colorado, 193 commissioners. When we worked with CCI, they represent 62 of the 64 counties. We worked with CCAT, who represents 26 of the 64 counties, including 3.7 million Coloradans. These organizations, remind you here, represent elected official voices in this building where the laws are being made. But who's representing the workers' voices? That's what this bill intends to do. We made major concessions on this bill to make this easier to implement for counties before it was even introduced. When it went to the Senate, there were several amendments that we put on that we talked about with CCI, we talked about with Republican and Democrat lawmakers, and came together in agreement to make this bill easier to implement, to make sure we were doing everything we could to protect the counties, but at the same time still standing up for the workers in those counties. We hear a lot about the cost of implementation, and I got to tell you, this has been one of the most frustrating parts of the stakeholder process. I want to know the actual numbers. I want to know why you think this is going to cost exactly what it does. I keep getting back, well, this is according to a study out of California. This is according to a study out of New York. There's very different costs that have been put out there. Douglas County, who represents 350,000 people, say 50 million. While El Paso County, who's double that in population, 720,000, say only 6 million. Pueblo is 168,000 folks. They tell me it's going to cost them 3 million to implement this. Mind you, they have collective bargaining. Their actual HR department, right now, budget is 1.25 million. So you tell me how adding in a place where there's already collective bargaining, passing this law is going to double their HR. Montrose, 42,000, smaller even. They claim 19 million. These numbers are all over the board, and they're based off of studies. I wanted to tap down and find out what the actual costs were. CDLE covers the cost of the election. There's no administrative cost on the county for that piece. Once these workers come together and say, we want to do this, they have to form an election. CDLE puts together that election. If a bargaining unit then comes together, that's when they start having conversations with the county. Until negotiations actually start taking place on a contract, there is absolutely no cost to a county. I want to remind you all as well, this bill does not mandate that this happens on January 1 in 64 counties across the state. If employees in these counties, if there's going to be employees in the state and counties where they're not going to want this. But if they choose to come together and form these units, they will start the process then and have those conversations then. That process is not overnight. Ask anyone who's ever tried to form a collective bargaining unit. It takes time, it takes effort. This is not going to be a bombshell dropped on the counties of Colorado in a year. There's been a lot of conversation. I hope we have a robust debate of actual conversations about what's in this bill, what is not in this bill, what we've changed in this bill to make it a better bill. And I hope we can do so in a respectful manner, not just for those of us sitting in this room tonight, but for the workers who live in our counties, the workers who truly do want the right. That's all this bill does, is gives them that right to collectively bargain. I'd ask for a yes vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Madam Chair, thank you very much, and thank you, Representative Eskar. We often have a politeness of saying thank you for bringing this bill. I think we all have been waiting to see this bill. We've heard a lot about it. We've heard a lot about what this right means. And because of that, because of the amount of anticipation for what this bill would do, what this bill means, a lot of negotiations have occurred. I would like to say that I think you have listened to and reached out to people to hear what they have to say. And inevitably, in something this big, I don't think that the ends have met. I don't think that we are where this would be okay, partly because of an initial premise. I was asked the other day, what do I think about collective bargaining? And I sent back a response, and I said, I think that individual employees should be able to negotiate their wages and their work conditions in what suits them and their employer best. And if that's a starting premise on one side, and the other premise is that this should be a collective negotiation of what might serve a group better, then likely the ends will not meet, because the ends are never really going to come together there. If what you want is an individual's right to determine what's best for them and their family, then that's where you are. But really, this is a continuation of a discussion we've had for a really long time. And that is, when it comes down to government, and when it comes down to government provision of essential services, do we want to step a foot across that line into collective bargaining and the ability for employees to say, we didn't get what we want, and so we're not going to do that work? Government has a role. None of us likely disagree. Reagan would have said that government is there to protect us. In Colorado, sometimes that's from a spring snowstorm, snowplow drivers. Sometimes that's the folks who are out to make sure that farmers can get down the roads that they need to get to fields they either need to plow or combine. It means that we need to be able to make sure that when we pick up that phone on our worst day and dial a number, somebody shows up to help. And that means that government occupies a different space than other types of collective agreements. It occupies a different space than a normal worker and employer relationship. And I think that's where a lot of the pause here comes, is that when there's that different relationship, what we're really saying is there's a different need that the people who actually employ those folks, because it's not the county commissioners, it's the citizens of this state. The citizens of this state pay their taxes, and some of those taxes they pay, they know go to the essential services that their county or their city provides. And I guess that's kind of where I come into this conversation when I look at what it means to consider something truly this seismic to our way of doing business as governments. And I look at where we are from where we heard this bill started. This bill initially included higher education. This bill initially included cities. This bill now only includes counties. And if I'm going to stand here and be an honest negotiator, I will wonder why, and I know that there was a lot of pressure to say, no, these groups shouldn't be in there. I think, number one, that's sort of an unfair place to be, that counties and county governments are the only consideration of this bill. It's not that I want it expanded, it's that it's not fair to counties to be the only head on this chopping block. And I would say, too, that the challenge that I think that we ought to look at is, okay, what have been some of the alarming concerns? We know where organized labor started, child labor, work rules that needed to be enforced. Where have we seen that? We heard that employees had to use personal cell phones at work, albeit a problem, but does it rise to the level of needing to have a collective bargaining agreement to figure that out? Often I think that what we miss is the ability to tackle a problem at its lowest possible level. And that's my fear, is that this bill no longer allows the solution of a problem at the lowest possible level. What this bill will do is say, now to solve that problem, you've got to go through a whole network, a whole maze of how you're going to get to the answer that you need. And that will include cost, that will include time, and that will include the potential lack of services to the people who pay the bill. So I'm interested to hear the debate. I'm interested to hear the discussion. I'm a no on this bill. I will probably be a no on this bill, but what I really will be is someone who says that I think this is a wrong approach. And that means I want to hear what goes on. I want to hear what amendments are accepted and what kind of ideas we can get to, because that's sort of my sign of how much do we think that there's a solution in here somewhere, and then how much is it going to tax the people of this state at a time when I think you heard in other bills, if this adds cost at all, we might want to think very, very carefully at a time of record inflation, at a time of a record number of positions unfilled. And we are now talking about the very essential services that our society asks for. So as of now, I'd say this is a no vote. And Madam Sponsor, I will be interested to hear just how this conversation goes.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the conversation and the questions, Minority Leader McKean. The question of why the county workers. Counties are actually an extension of the state, So we felt comfortable putting county workers in here. Why not higher ed? They're also an extension of the state. There was a split with higher education workers if they wanted to be in this bill or they didn't want to be in this bill. That was the conflict we had with higher education. County employees were the ones who were pushing this forward. County employees came to us and asked us for this. That's why it's counties. That's county employees. That's the answer. When it comes to budgets or taxpayer dollars, the reality is, if you look at jurisdictions like Adams County, Pueblo County, Trinidad, Las Animas County, and Commerce City, most of whom have had collective bargaining for years, provide robust services and balance their budgets. There's no evidence that collective bargaining for Colorado state employees, which has existed for over 10 years, for Colorado County employees, has had any negative impact on services. In fact, many believe the effect has been positive because there's a reduced cost of turnover. We all know how expensive turnover can be. Here in the state, we've dealt with it. I think the amount of time I spent on the Joint Budget Committee hearing about staffing issues, that's one of the main reasons we drove forward and ran the bill that we passed to give state employees collective bargaining, was a way to make sure we could reduce costs here in Colorado when it comes to turnover. Any business, any organization will tell you turnover costs are expensive. If we find a way to be able to make sure that employees feel like they have a seat at the table, they have a conversation, they're allowed to have the conversations to make their workplaces better and safer, they are more likely to stick around versus living in fear of speaking up out of retaliation or even being able to be terminated. So there's actually evidence that proves this is cost saving for some areas. And again, I want to remind you that this only happens if employees in that county not only choose to do this, but have enough folks to win an election to move forward to make these bargaining units.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and Madam Majority Leader, thank you for that. You know, this is truly my concern, because we didn't just mention higher ed, there was a split there. In counties, we know there's a split, but also for municipalities. And the challenge, I think, is that we hear it frequently from our side, because I think we think less government is better, and we hear, well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And you're saying that county employees came to you. I'm very, very familiar and very intimate with the operations of Larimer County, and have had multiple years of interactions with them in a non-supervisory role. And I've never, not once, heard we ought to organize and I'm not getting my answered and I'm not able to complain. And I think that I offer that as just the random person on the street, because I think that this is such a drastic change. Then, at least in my opinion, this should be something we're all like, how are we going to solve this problem? Is this the right solution, or is that the right solution? I have yet to hear that this is a problem. And so we all operate in different circles, and I understand that and I get that. But what I get concerned with is if the desire is there to have some solution to a problem, one, solve it at the lowest possible level, and two, solve it in a way that does not become a blanket for the state and truly a handoff of a huge amount of power away from the citizens into a realm of collective bargaining, unions, everything else, where I think you start to separate the ability to make the best decisions from the people who are most affected.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there's not an issue at a county level, odds are county employees aren't going to want to even go through the work and the process it takes to collectively bargain. Like we do many different bills in this building, there's good actors and bad actors for any problem we're trying to solve. There are folks who live in counties who have actual issues happening where they have seen retaliation on other employees who speak up. They have seen folks actually get fired for being the squeaky wheel. There are counties where this happens. This bill is to protect those workers and any other worker who feels like they would like to put this together to be able to freely have a seat at the table, to be able to freely add to the conversations to make their workplaces safer, and to make sure that they have that ability. This is a right. We are giving a right. I will remind you, right now, just to tamp down the conversation about the problem, employees now can collectively bargain in the counties. However, only with permission from the county commissioners. That's where the power dynamic is an issue. This bill says, no, you have that right to collectively bargain, regardless of who's elected at that certain time in your county's history, what their opinion is about collective bargaining. You have that right to collectively bargain and negotiate with whoever may be the county commissioners at the time. I also want to remind folks that through the iteration of putting this bill into place,
the way it was introduced and the way it had come back to us now from the Senate, the way it's been amended, any contract negotiation that's happening between these collective bargaining units and the county commissioners get the final say. That doesn't happen very often. We wanted to make sure the county commissioners knew what was in their budgets, knew what they could do, and we wrote the bill to make sure that that happens. So bad actors, good actors, problems, not problems, that's not for us to decide if there's a problem going on in a county. I'm not a county employee. I don't work in the hardest jobs in the state. Well, maybe not today, but I don't do the absolute hard work, the emotionally draining work I've seen my friends go through who work in child welfare every single day. I've seen the struggles that they have when it comes to talking to their supervisors about yet another unexpected night of overtime. I've seen this. We're working to make sure that these workers can have that voice to come forward if there is a problem without fear of retaliation or being fired. So we're not searching for a problem. There's problems. May not be in your county, and if that's the case, great for your county. They can continue on business as usual. Nobody is forcing them to do this.
Mr. Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think what I'd like to do is just respond a little bit first and then lay a little bit of a foundation. And when I say respond, I know that it was mentioned that I'm from El Paso. I think everybody in here knows that, but for the millions, I'm sure, that are watching on TV that may not be aware. But there was some highlighted testimony from an El Paso employee, and I have no doubt, I wasn't in committee for testimony, that was testimony that was offered. I am hearing conflicting reports as to whether or not that was a current employee or if that was a past employee, but I'm not going to, place emphasis on that right now. If you look at the size of El Paso, I think approximately 730,000 population employees, you're looking at roughly 2,800 employees. We can round it to 3,000 for simple math. I don't think that you would be hard-pressed in any organization to find someone that is not completely satisfied. I think that is a fair point that I think we could all very easily concede to. I would argue in this body of 65, there's at least one of us that is not quite satisfied. And so I want to put that out there for perspective. If you look at a little bit of dress, and I want to respond a little bit to what El Paso is doing there. In fact, they initiated a salary study even prior to this legislation being introduced. I will tell you, having worked for the city of Colorado Springs previously, and so I have some familiarity with local government. In fact, we have a former city council member from Colorado Springs here too that can probably speak to the intimate nature of what's going on in El Paso incredibly well. And that is that there has been ongoing discussions about meeting the economy in terms of government employment versus economy or the market, the open marketplace for employment, or private marketplace, I'm sorry. And so these are ongoing conversations in El Paso and have been a better part of conversations in El Paso since at least 2014 that I'm aware of. And there have been endeavors to improve, I think every organization is out there always looking at their most critical resource, and that is their employees. Any organization that does not value their employees, if you're a nonprofit, your volunteers, is not going to survive long. I think that's not lost on anybody in this chamber. So El Paso County specifically has embarked upon a salary study, and they're working their way through that. I will tell you specifically, one department has, really done amazing things, and that's the Department of Public Works. They give literally to their employees the opportunity to pursue their commercial driver's license for free because there's all sorts of vehicles that need to be operated within Department of Public Works. As you can imagine, you've got snowplows, you've got backhoes, you've got all sorts of equipment, and there is a necessity to have that kind of a license. That's just one example in one department of El Paso, to the extent that El Paso is looking to take care of employees because they recognize the value in that CDL. They've come alongside employees, specifically in that one department, who may have never attained a high school graduation diploma or or certificate and work to ensure that they have that. And that employee has that now. So before we start talking about turnover and how turnover is somehow an issue that needs to be addressed and potentially 230 can be this bill that's going to address turnover, I think it's important to understand the intimacy of what organizations across this state, both private and public, do to ensure that employees, their most critical part of any operation, is taken care of. So now I'd like to change a little bit to just some of the foundational information that I'm aware of. In Colorado, and this is for the millions I'm sure that are listening in, we have Colorado Counties Incorporated. Colorado Counties Incorporated is an organization that represents 62 counties. We have 64, but there are 2 counties that are not a part of it, Denver and Broomfield. They have been aware of this legislation. They've been making assessments as, this legislation in theory was coming forward, and now certainly while we have the legislation here, and they have a fiscal narrative that they have compiled. They broke down costs specifically as it pertains to 230, and specifically with amendments, which you've heard mentioned here already. And I'll go through a little bit of this with you. 4 areas that they believe there will be costs associated with this policy, which is Senate Bill 230. Staffing and admin costs. I think that's a very fair area and lens through which CCI is looking. Mediation, fact-finding costs. Salary benefit costs. And operational costs. All of our counties are certainly looking through it. In fact, I have a report here from El Paso, and I know that other members on this floor from other counties, they have reports from their counties as well, and I'm sure that we will hear about that during the course of this debate. What I will highlight for you, and I'm sure I'll come back to this a couple times, is that all counties across Colorado are clearly not equal. And this fiscal narrative identifies that. In fact, it believes that there are 10 counties that are considered large or urban. It is believed that there are 25 counties that are medium-sized and 27 counties that are small. If you add that up, 27, 25, and 10, you do indeed get to 62. So we've broken the cost down into 4 sectors. We're looking at it from the impact in terms of size of county into 3 sizes, small, medium, and large. And the fiscal narrative goes on to point out that even in some counties, because collective bargaining does exist in some counties right now, that is indeed true. And if we are going to call out El Paso, well, then I for sure am going to call out Pueblo. Pueblo has collective bargaining right now. Pueblo County estimates, and this is directly from it, that Senate Bill 230 will cost their county $15 million to implement the requirements of this legislation. And they already have collective bargaining. Well, why would that be? Well, because salary isn't a part of that, but salary of their current collective bargaining, but salary is a piece of 230. $15 million, and this is for one county that already has collective bargaining, and they estimate $15 million. If we go back to the lens through which I was looking, or which I was talking, and that is whether it's size or whether that's the 4 areas of where costs are kind of broken down. If this legislation is adopted, there's preparation that every county would probably need to go into even before a collective bargaining unit is ever formed. From El Paso, they believe that their cost is going to be absolutely no less, and this is a conservative estimate, of $6.1 million. That's just when this is, if 230 is implemented, $6.1 million. $6.1 million in El Paso County, yeah, that's a lot of money. And it has impacts in terms of what services that may render. And I'll come back later. I have a piece of paper on my desk that talks about the number of potholes, that talks about the number of law enforcement, that talks about the impact of what $6 million really even means to just El Paso County. Staffing needs basically break down into two categories: legal and paralegal, or legal, paralegal, and human resources / benefits management. Smaller counties may be able to hire some regional help, but still believe that at least one full-time employee total would be necessary in their county. In other words, half a FTE for a lawyer, half FTE for human resources. Potential cost to these counties, or to those counties, 62 counties, $30,700,000. That's just for legal, paralegal, and human resources benefit management. $30 million to all of our counties total. Mediation and fact-finding costs. I mentioned this as one of the lenses. If county employees vote to unionize and an agreement cannot be reached, the county and the union split the cost, non-binding arbitration. They estimate potential cost to the counties $3,400,000. That's in addition to the $30,700,000. If we want to look at salaries and benefit impacts of collective bargaining implementation, that range, on the high side, $166 million. That's in addition to the $30 million and in addition to the $3 million. Operational costs. Potential costs to counties on the conservative side, $100 million, on the high side, $200 million. You combine these costs together, and the potential fiscal impact for the residents of this state in their counties combined is $400 million. And we just heard from this very fiscal report that Pueblo already does collective bargaining, and they anticipate to implement $15 million. Inflation's at 8.5%. We're concerned about turnover. I've already laid the premise that organizations across this state are doing things to ensure that they are able to recruit and retain. They are. From CDL licenses to helping folks pursue high school diplomas or certificates. There is a lot of outside of the box thinking in terms of making this happen, on top of doing studies to figure out, hey, what do they need to do? We don't need 230 to fix turnover. Now, if you want to talk about rural counties, the small counties, because this report talks about the small counties, I have plenty of members here who will talk about the impact of small counties. I don't know how many people in this chamber know that we have small counties that rely on fax machines in 2022. We have counties that are trying to share internet between their jail and their county offices. That is hard times. And I get it, we're going to hear, well, that's only if a collective bargaining unit forms. That's a big risk for counties. And nothing, we already have collective bargaining in counties in this state. On the heels of COVID, and I will concede, I think in the beginning of this session that we had both sides of this, we had the Democrats and Republicans all in agreement that they were going to be looking for ways that they could look at affordability, because we all recognize, I do believe this, in this chamber, that we are all concerned about the affordability here in Colorado for the people of Colorado. And then we have 230 with upwards of $400 million impact. I mean, there's a lot more I think that we're going to see in this debate as we go forward. Certainly there are some amendments that I think that would go a long way in offering some assurances to counties that are necessary for us to present and necessary for us to debate. But I want to lay that level of foundation, because I think it's important that we here in this body understand, and that those listening through that camera and on this audio understand the impacts too. I appreciate your time. I am a no vote. I've looked at this and I've been looking at it for the better part of 2 or 3 weeks. I am a no. I urge no. And I hope through the course of this debate, a majority of us get to a no.
Representative Bockenfeld, and then I'll have Representative Amablego, and then we'll go to Pelton, and I think that's Representative Ransom behind the beautiful bouquet of flowers. Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
Likewise, Representative.
Very respectfully, I'd like to ask the bill sponsor a question. For the purpose of protecting the integrity of this institution, I think it's important early on in this debate to ask the bill sponsor if she cares to comment on an article published by the Colorado Sun in July of 2021 in regards to a letter sent from the AFL-CIO to the labor leaders.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and respectfully, if you had the article, I haven't read the article. I apologize. That's the honest answer. You want me to answer honestly? I haven't read the article. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Representative Pelton.
Do you have it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Bockenfeld and myself are both former county commissioners. We've dealt with the employees, the department heads. We never once, I never once, had an employee come to me that we could not sit down, discuss what their concerns were, come to an agreement, and move forward as a team. This bill does away with that mutual respect and family-like atmosphere that counties have. We did have some tough times as county commissioners. One of the toughest one is we are, as county commissioners, the ones that are put in charge of the fiduciary responsibility of that county. The workers, the employees, don't know the bottom line. They don't know what discretionary spending the county has, what services will have to be give up if all of a sudden through a collective bargaining agreement, wages have to be increased. There's very little bit of a county's budget that actually can be used for these purposes. So at the end of the day, what you have is services that have to be cut, employee positions that have to be cut, which means then the services are hurt because there's not enough people to administer them. In Cheyenne County, our county is small enough, the county commissioners were the HR department, which meant we heard everything that was of concern to our employees. County employees in the counties I know get paid very well. In Cheyenne County, their benefit package is just almost identical in value to what they get paid per month. When they get sick in Cheyenne County, our county employees do not have a copay. They do not have a deductible. They have a very good matched retirement system. They have a 40-hour work week. The road and bridge guys, most of them now year-round, 4-day work weeks, so they can go take care of their ranch. They can go get another job, help a farmer in their days off, you name it. It's a good way of life, and there's a lot of them that do it. In Cheyenne County, the county is the second largest employer. The counties are starting to really hurt with their budgets. I have a county right south of me, Kiowa County. In their last budget cycle, they had to make some tough decisions and cut back on their days at the courthouse. Do you think of the employees decided to do collective bargaining and came to the county and say, we demand more wages? Where is that county going to come up with that money? So at the end of the day, the county commissioners that I know when I was a county commissioner valued their employees, because without the employees, nothing happens in the county. And the county commissioners are the ones that know the financial stability of a county, the finances of a county, and not the workers. I am very much like Rep. Geithner. I am a no on this because of my experience as a county commissioner. Please consider that whenever you make your decision.
Representative Mobley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wanted to come up and talk today. I was on the committee that heard this bill. I think it was a lifetime ago, but maybe it was just yesterday. And what struck me listening to the testimony was, I wonder, why are we all here? What are we doing here? How did we come to be here? What promises did we make when we were running for office? And I'm going to guess that every single one of us from both sides of the aisle talked about the common man. We've heard a lot of talk about that just this week. And how we want to lift up the people who have little. We want to help working people in our state. We want to make sure they're doing well. And I'm just guessing all of us have that as part of our campaign pledge. But we don't want to give people a handout. We want them to have the freedom to advocate for themselves, to make their own decisions, to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. And we want to give them a hand up. So I wonder, how are we doing that? What are the things that we do in this chamber that help the little guy, the person who's working for minimum wage, the people who are out there every day doing the work that needs to be done to make our society function? And I would suggest that collective bargaining and unions have been one of the things that has been proven to help elevate working people, to help them get ahead, to help them have better benefits, to help them make more money, to help them have a better job and a better life so that they can take better care of their families. So we heard a lot of talk yesterday about how we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't let working people collectively bargain. But it struck me that every other organization in this building has somebody who they pay to speak for them. So every industry, the cement industry, they have a lobbyist. Every charity has a lobbyist. Oil and gas has a lobbyist. The environmental groups, they all have a lobbyist. And the counties have one of the most powerful lobby in the building. CCI, when they bring the hammer down, we all pay attention. They are really powerful. So I'm having a hard time squaring not wanting the people who are working at these counties to have a voice against us giving voice to all of the lobbies that are in this building, including the counties. And I think that if we want to lift up people, we should be thinking about the power of this bill and collective bargaining to do that. And I am a yes on this bill, and I hope you will be too.
Thank you. Representative Ransom. Oh, Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to respond a little bit to some comments that were just made. I didn't make a promise to lift up anyone. And it's not government's job to lift up anyone. It's our job to get out of the way. I believe in Colorado residents. They're going to lift themselves up with us getting out of the way and allowing them to create their own destiny. We are not here to lift up anyone. In fact, we're going to do the opposite with this bill. I urge a no vote.
Rep. Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you've heard me say up here before, folks, that one size does not fit all. And this bill really creates a one-size-fits-all situation throughout the 64 counties of Colorado, subjecting them all to the same types of rules that we're saying that they should be subject to. I'm going to read you just part of a letter that I received from my county commissioners, and I hope that you can tell through some of what they say how much our county employees are already valued, and that a union, well, I'll let the letter speak for itself. But please keep in mind, you've heard me sing the praises of Douglas County before. Just a few weeks ago, our commissioners were actually here on the floor with us. You may remember all the Douglas County reps being up here, and we introduced our commissioners. We were so glad that they took the time to come visit the People's House. But here is a letter. It's on Douglas County letterhead, and anyway, give me just a minute to get through some of the salient points that I want you all to hear. As the elected leaders representing Douglas County government, we work hard to take care of our more than 1,300 employees, providing among some of the best benefits and competitive salaries in the state, as well as a workplace environment that encourages and rewards creativity and ambition in service to our nearly 380,000 residents. That said, we are concerned that Senate Bill 230, which is, by the way, an unfunded mandate on counties, will apply a top-down collective bargaining obligation, specifically costing the taxpayers of Douglas County up to $50 million and negatively impacting the relationship we have with our employees and the services that we deliver to our communities. Now, folks, this is actually a really important point for you to listen to. Collective bargaining is not designed to improve public services. The service, and I'm here, parenthetical from me here, the services that our constituents expect us to provide, whether on a state level or a county level or a local level, the school districts, et cetera, collective bargaining is not designed to improve those services. And this bill, Senate Bill 230, does not even consider the impact to the services. As you know, county governments are already authorized to accept and recognize collective bargaining units. This bill makes it mandatory for some, but not all, local governments to accept unions at the county level, including Douglas County. County property tax revenues, which is the primary source of revenue in our budget that funds services to Douglas County, are finite in nature. We cannot generate more revenue without asking voters for a tax increase, nor would we want to. Collective bargaining will necessitate additional staff time, legal resources, human resources expertise, dispute resolution costs, and ultimately higher workforce costs. We are concerned that unionizing will create massive barricades between our employees and their supervisors, interfering with the healthy working environment we have today, where supervisors are the most trusted source in an employee's relationship with its employer. For these reasons and more, we believe collective bargaining is a local decision that should be left up to individual counties and their employees, not mandated by the state. This statewide collective bargaining mandate is nothing more than a solution looking for a problem. It is bad for our county. We respectfully ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 230. And it is signed respectfully, and I'll tell you my three county commissioners, Abe Layden, George Teal, and Laura Thomas, were all instrumental in putting this letter together. Now, this bill has been moving at Mach speed. I know that you know that there were some important amendments added in the Senate just earlier this week, and there is no longer the mandate piece, but the principle is still the same, folks. There will be collective bargaining, which by its very nature establishes a controversial relationship between the county, the supervisors, and then also the employees. It creates an atmosphere where people are at odds as opposed to working together. And I want to make sure that you all understand that that is what we are doing if we support Senate Bill 230 and put it into our state code. In addition, there are some jobs, some departments, some areas of our state government and county government that literally cannot and should not be subject to these types of laws, rules, or mandates by the state. With that, Madam Chair, I move Amendment L534, and I can't believe this is number L.534, and I ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L535 has been, this is 534, and you said that, I'm sorry. Let's start over. Amendment L534 has been moved and is displayed. Representative Ransom, tell us about the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment would do, and I know the language is a little bit fuzzy, so I want to make sure that you understand. It would opt out both the Department of Human Services and the sheriff's offices within the counties. And I'll tell you why. It's very important that both of those offices be opted out. Think about Department of Human Services, folks. That is the services. Those are the services that our constituents, the ones that are in a bad position in life, hopefully temporary, they need help. They need Medicaid. The Human Services brings out the different levels of service, help, TANF, SNAP programs, all the things that people going through a tough time in their life need to get services. So Department of Human Services is very important to not have this type of umbrella over them where they would be, again, having a controversial relationship with the county, whether it's the county commissioners or the county supervisors. It would put that system in jeopardy. And then the reason that sheriffs are excluded, I hope that that is just self-evident, that first of all, it's law enforcement. They are there for some very strong reasons, some very important times that they need to be taken care of quickly. People need to be, law enforcement, they need to be there all the time. They're on duty 24/7. During the pandemic, clearly both of these positions that I'm talking about were considered essential employees. That would again indicate that there would be a problem with them. I recognize that the strikes have been pulled out of the bill, but there are still going to be these adversarial relationships between these departments and then the commissioners that hire these folks. The final piece of the sheriff's office that I do want to make sure you understand is the commissioning piece. Those of you that understand, and I know a lot of you have heard a lot about home rule and also statutory counties. Sheriffs and statutory counties have the right to commission their deputies. That commissioning puts potential liability on the sheriff. The sheriff's commissioning allows him or her to employ deputies at will. Collective bargaining agreements done by the commissioners interferes with the sheriff's rights to hire and fire at will. So just like the DHS, the Department of Human Service employees, sheriff's commission deputies should be excluded from the bargaining units. Now, again, I understand that this amendment might be a little bit tricky because I'm lumping these two pieces together, but it really is for a very solid reason. But with that, Madam Chair, I will move L535 as a substitute amendment and ask that it be displayed. This just makes it really clear that it is just the sheriff's departments and the Department of Human Services that would not be subject to collective bargaining agreements. I ask for an aye vote.
Question for us, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm not using a baby as a prop. I just had the opportunity to hold one. This is my friend Levi. Levi, you want to say hello to the world? Say hi, Levi. Okay. Sorry, we will continue working. It's baby time. Okay. So Representative Ransom, thank you for bringing this amendment. I think it's worth the conversation. So the employees in the County Department of Human Services are actually some of the employees I've heard the most about the vacancies and what those vacancies actually do to their work-life situations. But not only that, the endangerment it's been putting their clients in. When they are overworked, understaffed, they're not getting the attention that they absolutely deserve. Their clients aren't getting the attention that they deserve. So I'd be concerned about exempting them when they're the ones that actually work in the field every single day and have ideas and suggestions of how to make everything function better for their clients. And as far as the sheriff's office is concerned, the sheriffs are actually conflicted. The organization itself is amend. I've had sheriffs reach out to me in favor of this, and in fact, the Fraternal Order of Police are in support of this bill. But I've also had sheriffs reach out and say they don't want it. So to just make a decision today to exempt them completely, I'd respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment and the prior.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for responding. I really do appreciate your feedback. With that, though, there's nothing preventing groups from having collective bargaining agreements now. It's not in our state code to definitely allow it, but there's nothing that prevents it either. So the sheriffs that are in favor of it could actually have these now within their counties should they want to. And while I am absolutely listening to your point about the Department of Human Service employees that may be overworked and feel like they can't attend to the people that are going to them for help. I guess the piece that really bothers me is that if these employees are busy negotiating and busy having the contracts and going to do the collective bargaining agreements, that we would be neglecting the people in Colorado that need services today, people that are looking to sign up for SNAP, for example. We keep hearing about folks that are hungry, that need services now. And if we are putting our county employees and just presuming that every county needs to have this put in statute before them, again, I think that we are absolutely losing a lot of what we need to have. We will be losing part of Colorado. Remember that we have a state that is supposed to be locally controlled. I know when my constituents come to me, they're always asking about what I can do for them or what I can accomplish for them. And, one of the really nice things about Colorado is we govern close to the people. And anytime the state comes in and passes something that is statewide and says that this is something that you have to do because we at the state think you should, those counties and those sheriff's departments are really losing some of the autonomy that our state was built on and that really keeps our state free to the point that it still maintains some freedoms at all. With that, I continue to urge a yes vote on L535, which is the amendment that's up now.
Any further discussion on the substitute amendment? Did you want to talk on the substitute, Representative Helftorf? Seeing none, the question for us is the adoption of L535. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. Substitute amendment 535 fails. Back to 534. Any further discussion? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I mentioned, this amendment is similar to the one that you just were given the opportunity to vote on, but this actually specifies what we're looking for within those two departments and why this amendment is being run. Again, I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment L534? Seeing none, the question for us is the adoption of Amendment L534. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. 534 fails. Back to the bill. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this bill, and I want to build on a little bit of the information that the minority leader talked about a little while ago, and I want to respond to some of the comments that I heard as well. So I was on the City Council of Colorado Springs. I think you all know that. And we had a very, very close working relationship with the county. We have an awful lot of overlap between the county and the city. Colorado Springs is a home rule municipality, so we're not going to come under this, but we're very, very interested in this. We have, our firefighters are unionized, but they do not have collective bargaining. Our police do have a Police Protective Association, a fraternal organization, but they are not unionized. Our utility workers have an employee organization, but they are not unionized. None of them, to respond to one of the comments made earlier, none of them work at minimum wage. We are not in the business of exploiting the worker. That's not what municipal government does. That's not what the county government does. The exploitation of the worker, you toss that nonsense off. I also want to respond to the point. CCI is adamantly opposed to this bill. CCI was stated that when they speak, we jump. Well, no, I haven't, quite a few times. I don't think any of us do. CML is also opposed to this bill. They kind of look at this and they're next. But in Colorado Springs is 3/4 of El Paso County population. And we have our services are integrated in many, many areas. We work together very, very closely. I said before, our firefighters are unionized, but they do not have collective bargaining rights. We do include all of those organizations very closely in our discussions. I've sat down with the local 5 people. I've sat down with the Police Protective Association, sat down with the employees advisory group many, many times, and they bring their concerns to us and they get action on it. It's been stated here that the county commissioners are the ones who will give them permission. Well, the people are the ones who elect the county commissioners. Don't forget that. That's a very crucial piece. If the citizens of the county want to allow collective bargaining or unionization, they can tell their county commissioners that's what they want. They can vote in a new county commissioner, and it'll happen. Here in Colorado Springs, our local 5 really wanted to have that collective bargaining right. Again, we've worked with them. We have them all the time. We work with them for their working conditions, their wages, their salaries, everything. We work very, very closely with them. I and civil letter council members at the time sat with them every time they called. We got down there and we listened to them. We didn't always agree, but 9 times out of 10, we did what they asked. I supported them. I never got their support, but I supported them. They came forward and asked for the collective bargaining right, and they ran the request, the petition. It was put on the ballot. So Colorado Springs, 3/4 of El Paso County, voted 80% no. We've repeatedly, many times, voted down unionization of city workers, voted down collective bargaining. Again, we're 3/4 of the county. And I guarantee you that to get an 80% vote on anything in Colorado Springs, you're getting a lot more than just one party. That is across the board. Colorado Springs is not 80% Republican. It may come as a shock to you. So to get an 80% vote, that was a bipartisan no. We're not going to allow collective bargaining in our city. Why? Because of what it opens the door to. Also why we take care of all of our workers in El Paso County, whether they work for the county government or they work for the municipal government. We don't need to have collective bargaining to force the issue. We are taking care of it. And no, again, we don't have any of them being exploited at minimum wage. That is just nonsense. So I ask for a no vote. This is not something we need to implement. It is up to the local communities, the local county officials, local municipal officials to take care of their employees. That is part of their job jar, and they do a good job of it. And I ask for a no vote.
Rep. Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I wanted to offer another perspective on this. So before being elected to the state legislature, I was a member of the Westminster City Council. And while we were there, our firefighters, also similar to what I've heard about Colorado Springs, also had a union, but they weren't recognized. And our city, we implemented collective bargaining in the city of Westminster, and I know there were a core group of people who were so worried about what that was going to mean for the city, that this would create, as another colleague of mine, I think from Douglas County mentioned, this is going to pit employee groups against one another, or it's going to create an adversarial relationship relative to management and employee groups. And what's really interesting about this is none of this came to pass. The city of Westminster implemented an interest-based bargaining type of system to come to form their collective bargaining agreement with the city of Westminster. And what is a big surprise, and it shouldn't have been a surprise, but I think it was surprising to people who suspected a much worse outcome, was how this brought our firefighters in and the newly unionized employees to be co-investors, co-stewards of the city and the city's resources. You know, we know that in government at all levels, we have tough decisions to make. Sometimes we have to cut budgets. We've seen that ourselves here at a state level in 2020. Sometimes resources need to be reallocated, and the best way to make those hard decisions is when you have buy-in at all levels of your organization. And there's no better way to do that than by having your workers have a seat at the table through their collective bargaining agreements, and let their voices be heard, let their good judgment be part of that dialogue. And they form the plan for how those cuts will be made. I know that as I learned more about collective bargaining in local government, there were stories upon stories about how many different departments would be willing to forego salary cuts because they understood what the budget meant. They understood what the city's finances were, and it wasn't adversarial. Under an old model without collective bargaining, many times you have a situation where management is cramming down a solution on employees, and the communication really just isn't there for people to understand why. What are the city's resources? What are the county's resources in this context? So I offer you that opportunity to think about this. Definitely, this is how it has played out in the city of Westminster. It has been positive, and there's an epilogue to this story, actually, which is really wonderful. Collective bargaining worked out so well for our firefighters that our city leadership and many of these same individuals were not in favor of our firefighters having collective bargaining rights earlier. They supported police officers having collective bargaining rights. So it was fun to go and testify to some of these same individuals who are serving in leadership and say how great it is that they're considering this now for our law enforcement officers. It's been something that's worked out very well. So I just hope that people don't rest on stereotypes and old ideas about, you know, maybe the 1930s when people weren't happy with the way some of these organizations worked. I don't know, but there's definitely an old-fashioned image of what collective bargaining is, and that's not what it is today. So I hope that's helpful, and I urge a yes vote on this bill.
Rep. Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to respond a little bit to that. You know, we did pretty much all the same things. We just didn't do it under collective bargaining. We had all the same sort of feedback, the coordination between all the different organizations, whether they're a union or not. Local 5 is unionized. We didn't give them collective bargaining rights. That was the vote of the people, but we did all of the same coordination, all of the same, we listened to you, did all of the same issues. You don't have to have collective bargaining to do that. You just have to have competent people running the show.
Representative Holtorf. He's been waiting for probably 30 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. It's been at least an hour, but who's counting? So I come representing 9 counties in southeast Colorado. And I really feel the counties and the county commissioners, they need to run their counties. They need to work out their labor and employment issues as they see fit as they run those counties. But I really, as a rural legislator, focus on rural and frontier counties. So I have an amendment here I'd like to offer. I'd like to move Amendment 559 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Thank you.
So what I'm asking for consideration here is that our Class C and Class D counties, those are the lower counties on the spectrum at this time, have an exemption from this. They're listed there in 13.6.201C for the Class C counties and 13.6.201D for the Class D counties. I really think that there's a lot of concern as we move forward with this. I really think rural Colorado just needs a break. We just need a break from this. If it works for the other bigger counties and in future time, this is something that needs to trickle down and it's the right thing, then that's probably where it'll end up. And I know some counties have this, and if they want to continue, then the county commissioners can vote it in. That's their right. They're elected by the people. They represent the people. Now, I want to talk a little bit about, and I won't take very long, because I know that some of you don't want to hear me talk for 2 hours, and I know I'm perfectly capable talking about rural Colorado, because I love rural Colorado so much. But I want folks to know that in my rural counties, if you work for the county, it's one of the largest employers in the county besides the school district. And if you work for the county, it's one of the best paid jobs in our rural and frontier counties. In our rural counties and frontier counties, the particular jobs that we're talking about have some of the best benefits, because a lot of our jobs don't come with many benefits in the agricultural communities. They're not those type of jobs. They may be seasonal. There's just different environments. So that's why I think this is a very good amendment, that just in this difficult time, in the difficult economy that we have, where we're trying to do so much, we're trying to do so much so fast in so many areas here at the state capitol. This session, let's give rural Colorado a break. And to the bill sponsor, I think this amendment would do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Representative McLaughlin.
Go ahead. Okay, I'll just go.
Yeah, Representative McLaughlin.
Yes, I'd like to offer a substitute amendment, L546, to Amendment 559.
And give us a second to get that displayed. All right, Representative, tell us about Amendment 546.
Yes, this does something very similar to what Representative Holtorf is looking for. This says that any county with a population of less than 5,000 people will be carved out of going with this bill.
Representative Holtorf.
And thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for this substitute amendment. And I think it's a good amendment. I think it helps my frontier counties that will probably have the biggest impact. But I'm concerned it doesn't go far enough. So I would like the amendment to go farther. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 546? Representative or Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we've had a lot of conversations and a lot of testimony around these rural, small counties and what this could do to them. I'm nervous about carving out any county employee's right to do this. I understand what we're trying to do, and this substitute amendment, I believe, actually gets to the root that we were talking about. Counties that actually still operate on fax machines, counties that may not even have internet. I was going to ask Representative McLaughlin possibly if she knew exactly how many counties this amendment would actually impact.
Representative McLaughlin.
Yes, this bill represents 14 counties. It'll be Custer, Ouray, Washington, Phillips, Castilla, Baca, Sedgwick, Cheyenne, Dolores, Kiowa, Jackson, Mineral, Hinsdale, and San Juan.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are actually some of the counties I've heard from. I think it would be fair to accept this amendment to the as a substitute amendment to Representative Holtorf's amendment. I'd ask for a yes vote on this substitute amendment.
Representative Valdez. D.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You heard a couple of those counties were in my district, but I think we should also increase it up to 10,000 people per official to make this amendment a little bit more stronger. That way, those counties in my district continue to look at this and say, absolutely. So with that, I would like to see this be a little bit bigger.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And respectfully, Representative Valdez, looking at the counties and the populations of the counties that I've been looking at and studying, if we were to go to the 10,000 population line, we're getting near well over a third to almost a half of the county employees in the state of Colorado, and I just don't think that that is fair when we're talking about giving county employees this actual right to collectively bargain, picking winners and losers because of an arbitrary number concerns me. The 5,000 population, really examining what that meant for those very small counties is why I'm okay to move forward and accept this substitute amendment at 5,000.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along the lines of what Representative Valdez just mentioned, I think this thing is too small as well. I'd add a couple more zeros behind those.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to have a substitute amendment. I move substitute amendment L 539 and ask that it be displayed.
And Representative, we actually have a substitute amendment on right now, and we can't do a substitute to substitute. Representative Pelton.
So my understanding is if this would pass, where mine is in the same spot in the bill, it could constitute a settled question.
Let's stand in a brief recess. I know this was an issue we were discussing. Thank you. Right, the committee will come back to order, and let me just orient the committee. So we have the whole turf amendment L559, which is still the underlying amendment. The substitute amendment L546 was moved by Representative McLaughlin, and then Representative Pelton moved a substitute to the substitute, which is not allowable under the rules. What is allowable is to move an amendment to the substitute. With that, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Chair Tipper. So I move Amendment L563 to the McLaughlin Amendment L546, and it is displayed. So all this would do is increase the amount from 5,000 to 50,000. This would serve the people that I represent very well, and so I appreciate your kind consideration of this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment 563 to substitute Amendment 546? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of 563 to 546. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. 546 is lost. Back to the substitute amendment. 563 is lost. Back to the substitute amendment 546. Any further discussion on Representative Luck?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because there is another amendment being drafted, I'm wondering if we could again stand in a brief recess, or if I should just fill the, I don't, he does. Oh, he'll talk. Okay, never mind.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll talk. I don't know if you'll like what I have to say.
Story of our lives, Representative Sandridge.
All right. So, these amendments like this one cut out certain counties. It'd be nice if we could run one to cut out this county or these counties and cut out my county too. I'm in El Paso County. I think if we run these amendments to cut out certain counties, maybe we could just run an amendment that just cuts them all out. And I think then a lot of people would be happy. But if we could, I may run an amendment. I do like this amendment, but I think it should cover all counties, not just a small group of counties. My county, Well County would be a great county to cut out. Maybe I'll run a similar amendment just to cut out my county and Well County and see if everybody likes that. So I don't think they would. But I think if we can maybe, I'll be in favor of this amendment. Maybe if we start here, then run an amendment to cut out more counties and cut out more counties. Maybe at the end, we'll be up to 64 counties, and then we can call it a night. I think that'd be good. Hopefully we'll be done. We won't cut out Pueblo. Let's cut out all counties except Pueblo. So we'll do that. So I'm sure I don't have anything substantive to say, so maybe the next person come up and say something that
Please, Representative, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're heading down the path of county by county, but really when I started thinking about what this meant, there are certain fixed costs when you decide that you're going to have different collective bargaining units, when you're going to have different people asking for different things. And because there are certain fixed costs, the smaller counties actually bear a greater burden in that, because the smaller counties, while they're negotiating for less people, they're still negotiating on the basis of those groups. So when you have so few employees and you still need 5 people doing this, then it's a burden, and it's a burden that really truly is differentially felt. I guess the question I always come up with is that when we have such a disparate state, and we have the Eastern Plains, and we have the Front Range, we have the high country, the Western Slope, and Southern Colorado, this is exactly why laws that say we're casting a wide net don't work. When we have Saguache, when we have Trinidad, when we have all of these other places where truly you're looking at number one, a tax base that doesn't grow easily. Number two, almost no way to control your budget to absorb costs. And when you can't absorb costs, what you really have to do is you have to look at the practicality of what you're trying to do. And to allow them to opt out says that we recognize that that would be an unbearable burden for your county. And that would be something that should not be imposed on you. This is a yes vote for this amendment.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll try this. I'm still a bit confused, but I move Amendment L564 and ask that it be displayed.
And Representative Pelton, is this an amendment to 546?
Substitute amendment to Amendment 546.
You have to amend. So I believe what you're moving is an amendment is, what is the number? I believe what you're moving is Amendment 564 to substitute Amendment 546. Is that correct?
Yep.
Thank you, Representative. All right, tell us about the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment does is exempts any counties from 35,000 down to 5,000.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just, for people's reference, if this amendment were to pass, that would mean only 16 of the 64 counties would have to implement this. For that reason, I ask for no vote.
Okay. Any further discussion on Amendment 564 to Amendment 546? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 564. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. 564 fails. Back to the substitute amendment 546. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move substitute amendment L565 to amendment 546. Ask that it be displayed.
Okay, and we'll construe that as moving amendment 565 to substitute amendment 546. Tell us about 565, Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment does is basically exempts frontier counties. The 5,000 doesn't quite cover all frontier counties, which is 6 people per square mile or less. What this does is from 7,500 population down to 5,000, and that would cover all frontier counties. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Any for Madam Majority Leader?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, going to 75 to 7,500 population actually still cuts out 1/3 of all the counties in Colorado. I think that's still too broad. I ask for no vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment 565 to 546? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 565. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. 565 fails. Any further discussion on the substitute amendment 546? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of substitute amendment 546 to amendment 559. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Substitute amendment 546 passes, which wipes out 555. Back to the bill. Any further discussion? Representative Rich, come on up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before we go on to other amendments, I just wanted to talk a moment of why Mesa County would be in opposition of this. And one of the things I want to ask the Madam Majority Leader, just in case I misunderstood. Pardon me? I'm listening. Okay. Just in case I misunderstood that you had not received any evidence of costs. Mesa County's budget manager actually put together implementation costs, which I thought I would go over with all of you. Now, Mesa County, of course, is never going to fit in any of these amendments that are going, but he has broken this out as implementation costs, compliance and impasse resolution costs, potential wage and benefit increases, and then, of course, has given a total cost. To implement collective bargaining, they would have to increase staffing. For human services, it would be 8 FTEs. The HR manager would have to be hired to support contract negotiations, arbitration, policy renew, develop and manage grievance and disciplinary procedures, and manage salaries and benefits. The employee relations specialist would facilitate employee education and internal communication about collective bargaining, support employee orientations and elections, develop and maintain employee data reports. There would be a benefits administrator, and this is not one that they really know what the cost would be there, because if there are multiple bargaining units, they would have to manage different benefit packages for different employees. Just so you know, there could be more than one bargaining package in your county. So that could get expensive. The county attorney would have to add an attorney for support contract negotiations, arbitration, policy renewal, development and manage grievance and disciplinary procedures, support contract management and coordinate outside legal services. They would need a paralegal to support management and policy and processes. A payroll technician, if there are multiple bargaining units, they would have to implement and manage different employee dues and salary benefit agreements. An administrative coordinator, if there are multiple bargaining units, they would have to support required reporting, notices, and internal communication, document management, scheduling. And then there would be miscellaneous contract services, and that would be legal and/or other contracted services to support review of current personnel rules, policies, and procedures, fees for product deployment, or technical support around data and document management. For compliance, that would be a productivity shift, and that would be a share of existing work time among elected officials, department heads, and senior leadership diverted to meet administrative requirements of the law and implement new policies and processes. Each 1% increment equals 2, and this paper wasn't long enough to read what that was, but they say it's 2%. Lost employee productivity would be around $375,000, share of existing work time among employees to meet the collective bargaining unit representatives and/or participate in elections. The percent of employees participating, whenever he puts this together, what he's figuring that would be 100%. And the percent of time spent, how he got to that figure is that each 0.1% increment equals 2 hours per year. The miscellaneous contract services would be $200,000, and that would be for legal and/or contracted services to support data collection, mediation, fact-finding. Potential wage and benefit increases. Mesa County has 1,122 staff. The number of employees eligible to become covered by collective bargaining agreements. This excludes department heads, elected officials, and senior leadership. And if the percent of employees, 100%, and the percent of wage salary increase was about 7%, the total increase of wage and benefits would be $5,252,799. That's the cost or percentage increase in salaries and benefits, assuming the current benefit package for all eligible employees. And just make note that the benefits may be subject to negotiation and thus increase independent of salaries. The implementation costs of this would be $1,140,509. All the costs would be $6,393,308. And this was a very conservative figure, just depending on how it all works. But the multiple bargaining units could bankrupt a county. One of the things I wanted to share with you, and I know that there have been some amendments since this was written, but this was written by Commissioner Cody Davis of Mesa County and Sue Hansen, who is a commissioner of Montrose County, and it was dated April 24th and published in the Grand Junction Daily Sentinel. And it goes like this: as your local elected officials, we both took an oath to look out for the best interests of our communities. A big part of that is encouraging the state legislature to consider the Western Slope perspective when considering upcoming and current bills. Our communities may be different, but as local elected officials, we generally find ourselves spending time on similar issues: affordable housing, land use, water, public safety, and roads. All of these challenges have kept both of us up at night since we've been elected. Right now, our sleepless nights are being caused by a bill that is being introduced in the waning hours of the legislative session to unionize county employees. This bill will negatively impact both of our communities, and we wanted to make constituents aware of these potential impacts. Plenty of ink has been used discussing Colorado's complicated fiscal knots. While we may have different ideas about how to untie these knots, we both agree that late-night legislating to unionize county employees is going to create even more financial struggles. This one-size-fits-all approach will unnecessarily complicate the nearly 9-month-long budget processes in our counties and will require additional staff to manage the process. In Mesa County, this legislation will have significant fiscal impact. If passed, is prologue, the likelihood of the state of Colorado actually attaching funding to a new mandate is pretty slim. Reference unfunded mandates that ultimately cost the taxpayers even more. It's getting expensive to do business, and without an added source of revenue, this may force both boards to make choices between reducing services and/or increasing taxes. I know in Mesa County, the constituents will not agree to a new county tax. This legislation will cost Mesa County upwards of $7 million annually. At what cost should we burden our community members? Fewer deputies, less road maintenance, longer waits at the DMV, fewer caseworkers with the Department of Human Services. This year, the legislature has passed bill after bill, effectively eroding the financial bottom line for counties across the state. In Montrose County, the Board of County Commissioners continue to be fiscally conservative, no bells, no whistles, and we're quite proud of that. We focus on the essentials: public safety, roads and bridges, public health, and human services, and we are concerned when something like this proposed bill comes along that will threaten funding for those core services. Forcing counties to comply with a collective bargaining approach takes away any local control we have with regard to managing our employees. In Montrose County, staff completes salary surveys each year, and we are consistently at or above market. We have a generous benefit package, which is key in employee attraction and retention. We take care of our employees. To be forced to participate in collective bargaining suggests the opposite, that they would need a union to negotiate for them. Nothing could be further from the truth. We've done the math, and this bill will force counties to make some really tough choices with regard to funding services. It is one thing if a county wishes to manage their employees with a collective bargaining approach, but let individual counties make that decision. What works in one county may not work for another, and we already know that Western Slope counties are different from the Front Range. Let each county make their own decision. Don't force our hand and pocketbooks with unfunded mandates. Growing up, both of us always had from our parents that nothing good ever happens after midnight. When it comes to the Colorado General Assembly, we tend to think that very few good things tend to happen in the final weeks of the legislative session. From where we sit, the collective bargaining legislation does not take into account the impact it will have on communities like ours. While someone decided behind closed doors that municipal employees, K-12 employees, and higher education employees should be exempted from this bill, county governments are still in the crosshairs, and we have not been meaningfully engaged at all during this process. This is not good government, and if this measure passes, taxpayers across Colorado should brace themselves for reduced services and increased taxes. This is signed Cody Davis, Macy County Commissioner, and Sue Hanson, Montrose County Commissioner. And with that, I continue to ask for a no vote.
Thank you. I'll go with Representative Carver next, and then Representative Burnett, and then Representative Pelton. Representative Carver, and then Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L567 and ask that it be displayed.
That amendment has been properly moved, is now before us to Amendment L567. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this speaks directly to the issue that Representative Rich raised in reading the letter from her county commissioners on the Western Slope. Let each county decide, and what this amendment would do is that the county would not be subject to these provisions unless by a majority vote the Board of the County Commissioners of the county chooses to opt in. We need to give a clear mechanism and path for local control, local decision-making, local accountability. Why? Because it is the county and the residents of the county that are going to bear the cost of unionization. It is the county and the residents of the county that are now facing the potential of work stoppages and other types of activities from this. In El Paso County, we are looking at initial administrative costs of $6 million. It is higher if we actually have unionization. How about we actually do a meaningful path to give local elected county commissioners a clear way to make this decision? They are accountable for the residents of their county, who can then look at the pros and cons of unionization and decide what makes sense for their county. And isn't it interesting, members, that you may see another amendment later on, but when this issue has come up in El Paso County, the voters have rejected it. For non-uniformed unionization in Denver, the voters rejected it. How about we let the folks that are going to pay the bills in that county have a say? Here, they would be having that say through their local elected school boards, and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I would ask for a no vote. The premise of this bill is to make sure that the power dynamics shift a bit. Let the employees decide if they want to collectively bargain, if they want to form these organizations to really stand up for each other and have these conversations in a meaningful way. This amendment, again, puts the power right back into the county commissioner's hands to decide if the employees can or cannot collectively bargain. I'd ask for no vote.
Thank you. Representative Burnett. And we're to Amendment L 567. Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've worked in the private sector my entire career. I've faced challenges that would have never happened if the employees in my company were able to collectively bargain. At one point, I worked for a company that had a great reputation, a highly desirable place to work. But even at great companies, stuff happens. One day, I got a new boss. On his first day on the job, he told me to find another job. In other words, he told me he was going to fire me. Now, up to that point, I had a well-documented, stellar performance record. Do you know what he told me when I asked him why he was going to fire me? Because I've never worked with someone like you before. What the heck did that mean? Was it because I was a woman? Because I was younger than my peers in the same positions? So I went to Human Resources to complain, and you know what they said? Oh, Bill, he's just an old-fashioned kind of guy. I got no help from Human Resources. That was an incredibly lonely feeling. I fought it on my own because at that point I had nothing to lose. I ended up keeping my job, but a few months later, that same boss gave me a 2% raise. Now, I had a hunch that I was underpaid compared to my peers, but I had no way to find out because this kind of information was secret. No one was advocating for me. I finally convinced my manager to compare my salary to my peers. 2 weeks later, I received a 20% raise. None of this would have happened if I'd been part of a collective bargaining unit.
And Representative Burnett, I think you're to the bill. We are on Amendment L 567. If you want to come back when we're on the bill, but we need you to speak to this amendment right now. Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L 567? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L 567. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Amendment L 067 is lost. We are back to the bill. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of along that same vein, my understanding of this bill, if it passes, will automatically have a county opt in, or will already be in, so they would need to opt out. So with that, I move Amendment L 540 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. Okay, that amendment is before us. Tell us about Amendment L 540, Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I maybe got a little ahead of myself earlier, but my understanding of this bill is if this passes, every county is in this bill. So to get out, the county commissioners would have to opt out, and this amendment would allow them to do that.
Thank you. Further discussion. Madam Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and respectfully, Representative Pelton, for the same reason of the previous amendment, I had asked for a no vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L 40. Yes, Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. It's a basic common sense one. The county commissioners are the ones elected by the people in that county. They're the ones responsible to those voters. They need to be able to make this decision. This is a common sense. This is how our structure of government is set up, and it allows them to make that call. They can or may not. They may choose to stay in, but it gives them the option. And I think this is where the authority lies, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L 540. Seeing none. Okay. Representative Luck. to Amendment L4540.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do rise in support of this amendment, and one of the reasons that I do is because the elections act as a check. And so if the county commissioners say, you know what, we are going to opt out of this and we are actually not going to permit this in our county, and the local electorate says, you know what, that's a wrong choice, and we have a concern about how you are treating the county employees, the next election will settle that question.
Okay. Any further discussion on Amendment L540? Yes. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a good moment to talk about the largest county in the district I represent. I always dislike the sound of my district. It is not. But I am speaking of Fremont County. And the three commissioners took the energy, the effort to write about their concerns to Governor Polis, no less, about this, the direction that the local government collective bargaining conversation has taken. And this amendment would address that. I want to take a couple of moments to give you a perspective of a county that is about in the 40,000 population, give or take, plus minus. We are very concerned about a mandated collective bargaining approach that applies only to county governments. It is our understanding that higher education and municipal governments have both been negotiated out of the proposed bill. Colorado statutes presently allow county governments to consent to collective bargaining units. Like every other employer in Colorado, county governments are struggling in a post-COVID world. As noted by Colorado Counties, Inc. in its earlier correspondence to you, again, this to the governor, county workforces are suffering from burnout and the stress of dealing with the pandemic. Fremont County struggles with finding qualified people to fill the many vacant positions that currently exist. Some have been vacant for months. Collective bargaining has never been a state mandate for county governments in Colorado. County budgets for smaller counties such as Fremont are squeezed as the county makes best efforts to deliver all the many required services to its citizens. Collective bargaining arrangements will almost certainly strain county budgets even further with salary increases, the need for additional and more extensive legal services, retirement contribution increases, increased burden on human resources personnel, and loss of flexibility regarding work assignments among county staff. In smaller counties, the elected officials directly manage their staff and run their offices. Newly elected officials often have no experience in government management and employment issues. The Colorado Constitution basically requires these officials to be over the age of 18 and residents of the county. This is not a situation that will change if collective bargaining is mandated, but will certainly expose counties to a greater risk and liability because the elected officials are not labor law experts, but will be expected to understand complicated concepts with little or no assistance. Many smaller counties lack a full-time county attorney, but would be expected to handle complex labor issues similar to those of the state of Colorado, but without the vast resources. That is a burden that medium and small counties are not prepared for or capable of handling. There's more to this, but I think they made their point on the first page. And I'll credit this to the commissioners. The commissioners are speaking to this issue, it's important. This is Kevin Grantham, Commissioner, Debbie Bell, Commissioner, Dwayne McFall, Commissioner. I'm grateful for a copy of this. Fundamentally, this should be a county issue. And I urge an aye vote on this.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L4540? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L540. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The amendment is lost. We are back to the bill. Yes, Representative Van Bibber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to speak for just a moment about Representative Hank's last comment. And he's certainly right. We have many things at play here. We have the what? Collective bargaining. We have the who? 37,000 county employees throughout the state of Colorado. And we have the how. And what I'd like to talk about for a moment, and this is directed to those 37,000 county employees out there in the state of Colorado. Now, it's already been brought up this evening that counties and employees can collectively bargain. There is nothing that prevents them from doing that in the first place. But what I would go is one step farther. Remind those 37,000 county employees that you don't need that either. I can think of, in the last year, employees in major companies, American companies, who have a global presence, who just got together without permission or without denial and decided to cooperate, get together, make a decision, take an action, and it brought their company to the table in an instant. And the outcome of that was immediate change they desired. All of this is theater, because in the United States of America, if people want to get together and make a decision, act upon that as employees in their workplace, they can do what I just explained and create the desired outcome immediately. It would behoove counties, in fact, if individuals decided to not show up, and I can't imagine any county choosing to fire 20, 30, 40, 50 people because they made a decision to come to work and make demands, or not come to work and make their demands or their concerns known. And at the end of the day, it would behoove our counties to come to the table to talk about those things and resolve that so that the constituents in that particular county had their needs met. So I just want to remind the 37,000 employees in the 64 counties, these are your options, and you don't need us at the state level telling you that that's what needs to be done.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Representative Burnett, and then Representative Sanders, you're in the queue. Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to talk about intimidation and also cost and efficiency. This is such a reasonable bill. It allows a conversation between those in a position of power and those on the front line. I liken it to a student and a teacher. We often talk about how intimidating it is to approach somebody in a position of power with a sensitive issue. No matter how good the relationship is with their boss, that boss is in a position of power, and it can be intimidating. I've been in many management positions. It's expensive to hire and train employees. I think this bill will save counties money by having higher employee retention rates. And finally, as one law enforcement official who testified in the committee said, those on the front line are subject matter experts. By having a less intimidating relationship where suggestions and ideas can be shared without fear of retribution, I think you get a better, more efficient, and more cost-effective organization. I'm in strong support of this bill.
Thank you. Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to take a few steps backwards to a theme that we heard earlier in this debate, where state representatives came up here. They offered amendments really to cut out their own counties and pretty much let the other counties hang. But so to continue in that theme, I move L291 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. Amendment L291 is before us. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what this amendment does is it cuts out El Paso County and leaves all the other 63 counties to take the bill, to interact with the bill, to accept the bill. See, El Paso County is the largest county in the state. We're a unique county. And when you're the largest county, you need, you're different than the other counties. You need to be treated in a different manner. This will cost, if this bill passed and included El Paso County, it cost us to start around $6 million for 1 year, then it will go straight up after that. We're already struggling with getting police, deputies, fire personnel. And what this bill could do is it'll take money out of our county's coffers, which means the groups that we pay or the county pays will suffer. This is an unfunded mandate. And when you have a county that is so big as ours and so many bills to pay, an unfunded mandate is a big deal, and it's a costly deal. Something that my county commissioners keep telling me over and over is no unfunded mandates. We cannot afford it. So this is something that I ask everyone. Take a look at the largest county, understand that we're unique, understand that we have massive bills to pay compared to other counties, and understand that the largest county, this could really hurt. So I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L291? Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I again ask for a no vote. I also just want to make sure that I understand the full constitutionality of naming just one very specific entity in a piece of legislation. So for that reason as well, I'd ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L291? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L291. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. We are back to the bill. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L543 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. That amendment is now before us to Amendment L543. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the issues that we heard from CCI, as well as individual counties, and I certainly heard this from my county, is that the current language in the bill on the no strike language needs further clarification. That currently in the bill, if you look at Section 6A, and it's on pages 34 and 35, it only talks about the union representative, the exclusive representative, being prohibited from being involved, threatening, facilitating, supporting, or causing a county employee to participate in a strike, work stoppage, work slowdown, group sick out, etc. That language is, the prohibition only applies to, in the bill, to the exclusive representative. And this amendment would clarify, my understanding from CCI is that the bill sponsors have represented this as not allowing these unionized employees to do a strike or work stoppage, and that was an issue that was addressed in the Senate. However, to be effective, which is what this amendment would do, it makes it clear that if you have a county employee. It may not be the exclusive representative of the union. But if you have a county employee who is threatening, facilitating, supporting, or causing or participating in a strike, a work stoppage, a work slowdown, a group sick out, that is prohibited. If they do that, they are going to be subject to discipline. The second sentence of this amendment addresses consequences for an exclusive representative who does this prohibited activity. That they will be subject to decertification, and if they engage in this illegal activity, and that they also may be subject to further sanctions or fines. Members, if this bill is serious about the principle of no strike, no work stoppage, no group sick out, as part of county employee unionization, then this is how you make that real. The current bill provides all sorts of loopholes for this activity just because the union rep is not the one identified as having doing it. This is what is needed to make that no strike provision real in the bill. Ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L543. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm going to ask for a no vote on this. Right now, any employee can ask for can move and do a sick out, can go and ask to strike and do what they want to do. They just may face consequences. When we drafted the language around strike prohibition, when we were asked to do that, we were also asked to make sure that this language is the same language that was in the Colorado Winds bill that passed, because that is now law. So instead of having two separate sets of rules for folks to work from, because the state employee bill passed into law with that prohibition, we drafted our bill specifically in the same way, so everybody's working under the exact same rules and laws across the county and across the state. For those reasons, I'd ask for a no vote on this.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, System Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my response to that would be, we wouldn't have this amendment if the counties didn't have the concern that needed to be addressed. CCI, counties, pick your county, they've all raised the concern that the bill as drafted still has ambiguity in it. And while I can concede that maybe there is some mirror language here that was in the winds, I would put on the record that according to the Attorney General's office, the Attorney General's office has already invested 8,400 hours in instituting that legislation. And they've already spent $1 million in instituting that legislation. So I would argue, why are we mirroring legislation that's racking up such a tally? The concern is real. The concern is that these things will happen and it will impact, I think the word that I've heard best that describes it, potentially interfere with the services that we offer to the citizens of each county. Now I want you to think of that. It's snowing, maybe there is something that's put together on the side and there isn't necessarily the leadership of the union that organized it. What happens to the roads when those snowplow truck drivers decide to take it upon themselves? This amendment tightens that up. Think about processing documentation necessary at the clerk's office. This amendment ensures that there won't be interference. This amendment wouldn't be before us if CCI, as well as counties who are opposed to this bill, didn't read the language as such. That's why this amendment is here. And so I rise in full support of 543. I couldn't remember the number because we're already up to 543 in terms of amendments drafted. I think we're beyond that. that's necessary that the counties are crying out for. If anything, I would say this is probably one of the bigger issues that I have heard over the last several days that needs to be addressed. And failure to adopt this leaves that concern lingering out there that will have to be dealt with. And the only people that will potentially impact the true side effect of that is going to be the citizens of the counties who can't get their roads plowed, who can't get their marriage license processed, an election that may be interfered with. Please support this amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm also concerned about this amendment because it could actually allow workers to be fired for simply exercising their First Amendment rights. And that's a concern to me. I'd ask for no vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? Yes, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I guess my response to that would be that we're getting this language direct from those with expertise in labor law. We're hearing this as one of the primary concerns of CCI. We're hearing this from individual counties. This is the language that those counties, including their lawyers, have said this is what we need if you want to make the no strike provision real. This is the language we need. And I don't believe it does impinge on First Amendment. You know, we've had labor law and restrictions on strikes for a long time. This is a pretty well-defined area of the law on what's First Amendment and what is prohibited activity as far as no strike. This language is good language that falls on the right side of that issue. It does not impinge on First Amendment. Ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Carver. Any further discussion on Amendment L543? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L543. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. Representative Sullivan to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I am pleased to be able to share with you an email that I got. It might be hard for you to believe, some of the emails that I get. They're all in caps. I've got these ones right now. These zombie boys from Brazil are marching across with firearms and that. And of course, I get the weekly picture of Joseph Stalin that, thanks to the representative from El Paso County, I get that every single week. So, but this one here came from Jason Priestley, who is the president of the Arapahoe County Fraternal Order of Police, Lodge 31. And he says, I'm contacting you today in regards to Senate Bill 22-230. I do want to stress the importance of this bill for us in law enforcement at the county level. Arapahoe FOP Lodge 31 fully supports this bill, and we do oppose any verbiage on removing sheriff's offices from the bill. I, along with my 500 lodge members, feel this bill is needed so that we can have a seat at the table and have a voice in regards to our pay, benefits, and retirement. It is important to all of us. So what this tells me, a no vote to this is against law enforcement in Arapahoe County, and I would ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 230.
Thank you, Representative Pelton. And Representative Bradford, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have been hearing all kinds of concerns circulating around this bill. This bill is going to drastically change some things in counties that have been going on for decades and decades. I think before we go to such a monumental change, that we would really be diligent in our duties to perform a study. So with that, I move L 544 and ask that it be displayed.
That amendment is before us to Amendment L544. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is monumental, this legislation. Being a county commissioner, it is going to severely disrupt their normal flow of business. I do not think that we should move forward with a bill this big without at least doing a study first. And I'm not one that likes to do studies. I like to identify the problem, let's move forward. But this is such huge legislation. I think this is prudent, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L544. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'd ask for a no vote on this. We have county employees who've needed this for a very long time. Putting this off yet again to study if they need this or not is going to get us right back where we are right now today. They deserve action. We deserve to move forward today.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes. Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we've had county employees that have wanted this for a very long time, we have 75% of CCI who is opposed. A majority of the counties are opposed to this bill before us. Please vote yes on this amendment.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L544? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L544. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's just do a little change, a little shift in the type of amendments that are coming down here, and take a look at this amendment. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move Amendment L542 and ask that it be displayed. You're welcome.
Thank you. That amendment is now before us to Amendment L542. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you will go into your bill on page 9, section 8.3.3.103, the county employees have the right to, and we want to add another part here. It'd be part F, and that would be refuse to participate in collective bargaining, become a member of a bargaining unit, or pay dues or make any other payments to an exclusive representative. In other words, this part would allow a county employee to opt out of being part of the bargaining group. Along with this, and in similar vein, if you turn to page 31, section 8-3.3-115 says that a county, its representatives, its agents, or anyone acting on behalf of the county shall not, and then we're going to add after line 10, I, discipline or discharge a county employee for refusal to participate in a bargaining unit or make payment to an exclusive representative or. In other words, a county employee has the right to opt out of being a part of the bargaining unit. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L542. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L542? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L542. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. We are back to the bill. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I got enough issues.
Yeah.
But thank you, though.
I am not one to give up, and so therefore, I offer an amendment for people, for county employees that should be exempted from this bill. I move Amendment 538 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. That amendment is before us to Amendment L538. Representative Bradfield.
All right, thank you very much. There are employees that work for the county that have essential jobs. And the people that work at the motor vehicle office and the clerk and recorders are one of those people that they need to be there. There needs to be somebody there to handle the workload, and they are considered essential employees, and as such should be exempted from these exclusive representation or unions. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion? Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And carving certain county employees in or out, I just fundamentally don't agree with. I think this is a bill that is for all 38,000 county employees across the state, and I'd ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L538. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The amendment is lost. We are back to the bill. Representative Bradfield.
Mr. Chair, as I said, I am not one to give up, so I would like to move Amendment 536. I ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. That amendment is before us to Amendment L536. Representative Bradfield.
Oh, thank you. This one would exempt election workers in the office of the clerk and recorder. Now, we know that June 28th is coming, and we know that November is coming, and those are a couple dates that we think it is very important that everybody be on board in the clerk and recorder's office that belong in the elections department, and ask that they be exempted from this collective bargaining unit. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion? Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, respectfully, Representative Bradfield, same reason. I don't want to carve in certain entities out of this. This bill is written specifically for all 38,000 county employees. I'd ask for a no vote.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. The desire not to carve out employees is sort of the argument that everybody deserves the same representation, but truly, it's really an argument that says that they're all the same. County clerk employees are not. And that's really, and we do have different divisions, but truly, when I've talked to my county clerk about some of the concerns that she has about this bill, one of them is that allowing a collective bargaining agreement for people who do such a vitally independent job is one that crosses a line, and crosses a line that's of concern. That what happens when, especially because we know that many unions, many groups that represent employees have a tremendous amount of political activity. Right? We know this. We're not saying anything that is not a known quantity. And so when there is a political engagement by the very people who represent those employees, how can we be absolutely sure that those employees do not have some impetus to interrupt the process that is going a direction they may not like, or simply put a finger on the scale? And I think this is an amendment that calls that out. That calls out the need to have an absolutely independent clerk and recording office that says, you know what, this is too important to have any other influence in that office, I urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Basenaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the comments on this amendment. You know, this issue came up in committee, and I want to just note something I think that gives some broader context to what we're talking about here, because it's not just these employees. I think it's really what I want to recognize as the vital services that our county employees provide to us at present, and I believe that will continue uninterrupted under this bill. This was a line from the CCI handout that I received that, honestly, I've received some feedback from some county employees in Larimer County that struggle with this statement, and it just says this: if county employees were to walk off the job during a labor dispute, it could very well threaten the health and safety of the public. And I agree with my colleague from Larimer County. Our election workers are absolutely vital. They go to bat for our democracy each and every election. Our public health and safety workers do the same. Our snowplow drivers do the same. Our child protection workers do the same. And where I struggle is the notion that in a time of crisis, these workers would just bail on us. That they would leave a child, or that they would leave the scene of a crime, or that they would let a house burn, or that they would leave roads in a dangerous condition, or that they would compromise an election. I struggle with that notion because I know our workers, and I know that's not who they are. This bill supports those rights as fundamental, but also recognizes the critical services and work that our county workers do on behalf of our communities each and every day. I do not believe I know a worker in Larimer County that would walk away from an election for political gain. I do not believe I know a child protection worker in Larimer County that would leave a child in a vulnerable state simply because they wanted a little bit more money in their paycheck. That is a very difficult argument for me to understand, because I know these workers and I know the pride they take in our community and in their job. I also know the conflict of interest piece is something that we navigate through each and every day. And yet somehow we're able to represent our communities here in this building in a way that is full of integrity, honesty, and transparency. I have professional affiliations. I have personal affiliations. I donate money. I donate my time. I give to this organization over that organization. And I come to this building and I represent each and every one of my constituents, no matter what their political affiliation is, because that's my job. I think the same is true of our election workers. They are adults. They are professionals. They know what it means when they step inside of that realm and have the sacred responsibility of conducting our elections in a way that falls in line with the principles of integrity and honesty and transparency that are fundamental to our democracy. Respectfully, I reject the conflict of interest argument. Our workers take too much pride in their work to peddle in that world. I reject the notion that workers would simply walk off the job at a time of crisis simply because they have the right to organize and advocate for themselves. And it's not just pay. We're talking about workplace safety. We're talking about the kind of culture that workers know they need in order to be effective in their jobs. Who better to tell us that story than the workers? If we want to bolster our electoral processes at the county level, if we want to increase public safety, if we want to make sure our communities are safe in time of crisis, then listen to the workers. They'll tell you what they need to do their jobs and do it well. I don't believe the conflict of interest argument. I respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment. I do not believe carve-outs respect or understand. I do not believe that carve-outs reflect the true nature of what's going on with this bill and the fundamental rights it seeks to ensure. Thank you.
Thank you. Minority Leader McKean.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. And to my honorable colleague, I don't disagree at all that you come to this building and that the workers that we both know do their job objectively, independently, and without conflict of interest. However, in this very chamber, and in fact from members who have only very recently departed this podium, we have heard that there have been concerns with the objectivity of people in county clerk's offices around this state. So to say there just isn't something to be concerned about, I've heard those comments from my colleagues here. And so if I'm to take those seriously at all, then I would say, okay, let's impose an impartial rule, and that would say that this is a different job, that this is a job, and that this is a job that has such an absolute necessity in this moment in time to be absolutely objective no matter what. You are correct. The employees we both know, I have trust in, and I know what they do, and I don't have a doubt. But I also don't know the employees in every single county. And what we hear up here is the bad county commissioners could make these decisions and those would be bad. We also have to say that there are other situations that we might want to say, this is a different work group. This is a different responsibility. Carve-outs make sense when you're trying to protect the integrity of a group. And this group is different than others. This is a yes vote.
Thank you. Representative Wiseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in opposition to... All right. Be right back.
Thank you. Representative Rich to the amendment. Amendment 536.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak to this for a moment because, again, when I was the county clerk, I can't tell you enough about how honorable the election staff was when I was the clerk. But we don't know that that will always be the case once you insert big labor into county government. Once they, you could very well lose if union bosses are allowed to gain monopoly control over government employees. This is where, as honorable as the staffs are, once you might lose those very honorable people and other people come in and they know that they're in a union and they can hold that over you and really create all kinds of chaos in an election. I don't know that that's a great idea. Like Leader McKean said, you know, we've already had some very questionable things go on, and that's the last thing that we need. So, Representative Bradford, thank you for bringing this this amendment, and I wholeheartedly support it, and I hope that you will consider supporting it as well.
Thank you. Representative Wiseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's try this again with a jacket. Okay. Couple of things that motivate me to speak against this amendment right now. Whether it's scoped this way in terms of election workers or scoped more broadly as we saw a minute ago, couple of problems here. There was a reference to the primary, which we know is coming up. Effective date of the bill is after that. So whatever else happens here, we are not touching the June 2022 primary. I think bigger than that, and look, we have had a debate on other bills around here about the, let's just say, the increasing politicization of elections. The folks that we're talking about here, frankly, nobody really used to know about, think about, talk about, and in a good way. That's probably the way that election workers wanted it. In fact, I'm almost certain that's the way that election workers wanted it. But now these are folks who, sadly, are in something of a crosshairs in a way that they weren't even a few years ago. And I think we make the mistake when we talk about collective bargaining. We think it's all about pay scales. That's part of it. It's about working conditions. It's about safety. I think now, with the climate that we find ourselves in, is precisely when this category of workers ought to have the rights that we're talking about here, frankly, for their own protection, their own safety. We need a professionalized class of folks who know the laws, who know the procedures, regardless of their party affiliation, who want to come to work and do these jobs and run elections and get voters registered and help voters participate to the fullest extent of the law. We don't have that if they continue to have to exist in a climate of threat. I think one way that election workers can manage the climate of threat that external forces are putting them in is by being able to join together and bargain collectively. So I think, contrary to some of what's been said here a few moments ago, carving out this class of workers at this moment in time is actually more wrong than it's ever been. I think the last and biggest point, though, is the most fundamental. We have said here, multiple people have said here, that these are folks doing important work. I very much agree. How anomalous, then, to say, on the one hand, that a class of folks, public employees, public servants, are doing important work, and then to say, oh, but you don't get the rights that we're going to give to others anyway. And then what's the limiting principle on that argument? We've talked about peace officers. Well, they do important work, so it's so important they don't get the rights. Human services workers, child welfare workers, adult protective services workers. Their work is important too. Is it important enough they don't get the rights? I think that's precisely backwards. I think that when we acknowledge that folks are doing important work in public service, that they should have the rights that we're talking about here. Back to the scope of county employees. Look, we have over 60 elected county clerks and recorders, all different parties, all different philosophies. Some of them support this. So let's not paint with too broad a brush. I oppose the amendment.
Thank you. Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you. I think we're in the trend here of identifying comments that are made that might not be exactly accurate, so I'll start with we're a republic, not a democracy. Just want to make sure that was on the record. I think the second piece is, we talk about that there is pride, that there is amongst our county employees, and I would agree. I believe that there is. I know several, and I've had the opportunity to talk with several, and they love their jobs. They love what they do. But if we're going to suggest that they need protection, are we insinuating that our county employees are out to hurt? Are we disparaging our county commissioners? Are we out to say that our county commissioners are that since the county employees need protection, they must need protection from someone, so they need protection from county commissioners? Is that what we're saying? Because I can make that argument. And I don't see that or know that to be the case. Please, if there is a county commissioner out here that on this side of the aisle thinks is vindictive, hurtful, or looking to penalize, let's have that discussion. While we're talking about, and the theme here that we have on this amendment is the importance of these individual departments, right? This one has to do with inside of election workers. The election season is about 6 weeks. I don't work in a clerk and recorder's office. I'm hearing that it's about 6 weeks. I think I know that to be the case. Someone can correct me. Maybe it's 7, maybe it's 8, maybe it's 5. So be it. But it's about 6 weeks, and it's a critical time in our republic. So the point that this is trying to make here, and the theme of these amendments that you're seeing, is the very critical nature of these roles and the concerns that counties have. Because remember, 75% of counties are opposed. Let's not forget that. That's the point we're trying to make here. And while I'm at it, I'll put a finer point on it. We talk about the role of those that may be there to protect a child and how they would never put a child at risk. Members, we just went through sick outs from teachers. So we know that employees do take it upon themselves to organize in such a capacity that does have an impact on the citizens that they are there to serve. And we can't just exclude one and say it's okay for them to do it, but then say, well, then they would never do that. But yet there's evidence to it. So I just wanted to highlight a couple of those. I rise in support of this amendment, and I appreciate my colleague for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Representative Wiseman, back to the amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we're speaking about the question whether to carve out election workers from the right to collectively bargain and organize, I just wanted to clarify. I don't have any reason to believe that any county commissioner of any party has created threat vis-a-vis their employees. I hope it's clear, and I'll make it more clear. I'm speaking to broader phenomena. This is a Reuters article dated less than 60 days ago. In a poll of nearly 600 election officials and workers, more than 75% said threats against administrators and staff have increased in recent years. 1 in 5 are thinking about quitting. That's what I'm talking about. That's why this class of individuals in particular should not be carved out at this moment in our history. That's why I oppose the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment 536? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L 536. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The amendment is lost. And we are back to the bill. Representative Bradfield, welcome back.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. You thought that we were back to the bill. However, I'd like to move Amendment 537. I would ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
That amendment is properly moving now before us. Amendment L 537. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would exempt a county employee that does not include the recording employees in the office of the county clerk and recorder. This would be those people in the county clerk and recorder's office that you need right now when you are in a crisis, you've lost your license, you need to get your child birth certificate recorded so that you can get other documents. These people must be there when the offices are open. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L 537. Yes, Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I rise in support of this amendment too. And specifically, as we continue this theme of how important each one of these departments and each one of these categories of county employees are, this one specifically, if you look at El Paso, if you look at any military community, you know, there is documentation. If a baby is born, there is a birth certificate. That birth certificate needs to be created and processed so that it can go into DEERS, which is what the military uses to make sure that if you are a service member, that you have your dependent status notarized. Imagine being in the process where you're about to deploy, you know you have a baby born. I've been there. I've been there, members. I deployed 6 days after my second son was born. It was crunch time to make sure that everything was in and everything was documented, and quickly. Because God forbid something had happened to me. Now all of a sudden my wife is there to pick up the pieces afterwards. So this, I would argue, directly benefits our veteran members, our military members, that are going through the process of trying to make sure that documentation is processed correctly. They can get it into DEERS, which is the military's HR system, so that they're ready to go. It's also an inspectable item, and I can have other veterans come down here and talk about that too. And if there's a delay, well, I wouldn't want a first sergeant or something coming down on me. But anyway, so I rise in support of this amendment. That's how critical this amendment can be, especially in the military communities where we need this paperwork process in a very timely manner to ensure that our military personnel who are being mobilized, who may be deploying or otherwise, have the documentation that they need in place in time to ensure that their families have the benefits that they are entitled to. And this is a critical piece of making sure that a troop is ready to deploy. I would urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on this amendment. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You had 6 whole days? Wow. better than a lot of us. When we
Representative Sullivan did not mean what he said to you, so he apologized.
I was referring to...
Please continue.
Thank you. This is a critical function as outlined. I was commenting that having a whole 6 days after a birth of a child to deploy, that's a luxury. But at any rate, it is very, very critical. It is vital that this be done right, and we don't need to have that kind of labor issues and union issues into this kind of a function, and I urge that I vote.
Thank you. Further discussion? Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'd ask for a no vote. Again, this is a carve-out of certain county employees, but also county clerks. There's county clerks across the state who actually want this for their employees. They want these protections so they feel like they can actually speak up and talk for themselves and find ways to make sure that they can collectively bargain. The other issue is I just want to make sure that we're not, this bill does not mean that workers will not be doing their jobs. If anything, they'll be doing their jobs in a more effective manner, in a better way, and actually possibly uplifting morale in these areas actually increases productivity. So the way we're talking about services won't happen if this bill happens it's just kind of taken me aback, because that's not at all what we've experienced happening where in areas where folks have been able to collectively bargain. So for that and many reasons, I just ask for a no vote for yet another carve out.
Thank you. Further discussion on this amendment? Yes, Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have actually heard from many county commissioner or county clerks on the Eastern Plains. Some of them in my district, some of them not. I also share the same concern. This amendment would help ease those concerns, so I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, when you're a county clerk, just probably everything that you do in your life, a county clerk is probably going to be touching that. Representative Geithner talked about some of the military issues, but you know, maybe you want to get married. And if there's disruption in the county clerk's office because of this union, you're not going to get married. And there's also the issue of race to record when there are closing documents. And if there's disruption due to a union, a union, there is going to be issues. This is not a big request. And I know that the leader, Escar, said that some county clerks support this, but there are some that do not. And so why punish all of them over this? This is why it should just be a county issue, and the state should stay out of this and stop meddling in this county issue.
Thank you. Representative Portorf to Amendment L 537.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do speak to the amendment. As a matter of fact, I have a letter that was sent to me by one of my county clerks in one of my 9 counties. Prowers County Clerk and Recorder, Jana Cohen, Lamar, Colorado. JCOEN@prowerscounty.net. And I have her phone number too. Just want to legitimize the letter. I just want to read it. It says, I am writing to respectfully urge you to support the County Clerk and Recorders Association amendments to Senate Bill 22-230 that will be introduced on the floor. Well, this is one of them. Specifically, these amendments exempt clerk and recorder, motor vehicle recording, elections, operations, and such. They are appropriate and especially critical because clerk operations hold the success or failure of nearly every other element of government in the balance. Now, as a military veteran, a longtime military member, I do want to talk about DEERS, the Defense Eligibility and Enrollment Recording System. You see, DEERS in military service, in all services that I know of, is the central repository for everything that requires eligibility. And it is so important, because if you're not, or your family members are not properly enrolled, and something bad happens, you may not get the benefits that you're entitled to under United States Code and Department of Defense policy. And I'm not going to go into that. I want to get back to this, Mr. Chair, because I think you're noticing that I'm straying. And I appreciate your leadership, sir. I want to read
You're
this.
reading my mind.
Thank you, sir. Specifically, hold on, I'm listening. Okay. Any slowdown or inefficiencies caused by the insertion of a special interest middleman in clerk operations could potentially undermine all of the government. Clerk and recorders are elected directly by the people and are in place to defend and work for the taxpayers and the citizens. They are among the most efficient operationally, and we hold the viability of local government in our hands in many ways. Our operations are statutorily driven, and the difference between success and failure is a delicate balance of workflow day-to-day, workflow that must be nimble and responsive in order to successfully serve a public that has to use our monopoly, being the county clerks and recorders, because they have no other choice, and for whom additional taxpayer costs can mean the difference between success and failure. More than any other area of government operations, our operations and election workers must be exempted. We tried that. It is so critical that there be no sense on the part of Colorado voters that their voices could be undermined by any interest groups that may have direct influence over election workers. And I don't want to say that or infer that that would be a union. I sincerely appreciate your respectful consideration as a fellow elected official. I urge you to support these clerk and recorder amendments as they're introduced. Jana Cohen, Prowers County Clerk, Lamar, Colorado. Thank you for your time. Now this is coming from my district. This is coming from one of my clerks. I'm not making this up. These are real people in real places in Colorado. So please consider these amendments and don't just write them off. So I am in support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L537? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L537 to Senate Bill 230. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. Back to the bill. System Minority Leader Geithner.
I move L411, and I ask that it be displayed.
That amendment is now before us to Amendment L411. System Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, we're continuing down the same theme, and these aren't carve-outs. This is the theme of recognizing the important role that each one of these categories of county employees play. And here's the coroner. Coroner's office is an incredibly sophisticated organization. And in some cases, families are looking for answers. So we've heard about potential impact on veterans. Let's talk about potential impact on the families of victims. Any delay in understanding what happened to their loved one is completely unacceptable. And knowing that we have a policy here before us in 230, that there could potentially be a delay because, again, our counties have come forward and 75% of them oppose, recognize the impact that the bill as drafted would have potentially on employees across the county. This mitigates that concern. When it comes to the people of the various counties, if there is some sort of instance where a loved one has been killed, they deserve the answers to understand what happened to their loved one without delay. I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L411. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L411. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The amendment is lost. Back to the bill. System Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L449 and I ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. That amendment has been properly moved and now before us to Amendment L449. System Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, this one is looking at the County Department of Human Services. There is, I would argue, no more important agency within our county government that deals with the most vulnerable population within each county. Where there's a case of abuse and neglect, Department of Human Services is involved. If there's an issue with the elderly for abuse and neglect, the Department of Human Services is involved. There is, I would argue in some cases, there's actually a shortage of some of these employees that are critical, that have the training necessary, and trying to find contract employees to fill that void in the event that there is a strike. I don't know that that's time that we can waste. Now, we did hear earlier from one of my colleagues from the other side of the aisle where they talked about how there was pride and that certainly if there was a child that was in need or whatnot, that there wouldn't be anything like this that would disrupt or interfere with the services provided. But I would argue, again, we do have teachers' unions and there are sick outs. That impacts kids too. So I think this is an important amendment as we look at the most vulnerable categories in each one of our counties. Our youth, our elderly potentially. There is a role. I mean, look at any one of the benefits that are out there that are federally mandated in federal programs, your SNAP programs, the processing of those. There's impacts, direct impacts in some of the most vulnerable communities across our counties. This amendment would attempt to fix it, and it addresses the concern that 75% of our counties share, and that is that they are opposed to 230. I would urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I'm going to ask for a no vote, but also specifically because some of the most heart-wrenching stories I've heard from county employees about the conditions that sometimes they have to deal with and work in and the decisions they have to make on a day-to-day basis for their clients based off of the mismanagement or intimidation they feel from their managers is some of the most egregious that I've heard across the state when I'm talking to county workers. So I don't think we need to be carving out any employees. I've made that perfectly clear with a number of amendments. I don't want to repeat myself again. But specifically, those that work in the human services do the work that I don't know any of us, well, some of us actually, in this room or online do this for a living. I don't know how you do it, and it's some of the hardest work I've ever heard about. I'd ask for no vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L449, the question before us is the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L449. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you. All opposed say no. The amendment is lost. Back to the bill. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
I just wanted to point out, I've been checking my email here, and there are people watching and listening to this, and a lot of those are clerk and recorders from my area that I represent. I want to share this one I just got. It says, "Hi, Perry, as a 19-year county employee, 8-year elected official directly serving citizens in your district, I'm writing you to respectfully urge you to support the Colorado County Clerks Association, the CCA, amendments to Senate Bill 22230 that will be introduced on the floor. And specifically, these amendments exempt clerk and recorder, motor vehicle recording, and elections operations. They are appropriate and especially critical because clerk operations hold the success or failure of nearly every other element of the government in balance. Any slowdown or inefficiencies caused by the insertion of a special interest middleman in clerk operations could potentially undermine all of government. Clerk and recorders are elected directly by the people and are in place to defend and work for our taxpayers. We are among the most efficient operationally, and we hold the viability of government in our hands in many ways. Our operations are statutorily driven, and the difference between success and utter failure is a delicate balance of workflow day to day. Workflow must be nimble and responsive in order to successfully serve a public that has to use our monopoly, they have no other choice, and for whom additional taxpayer costs can mean the difference between personal success and utter failure. More than any other area of operations, election workers must be exempted. It is so critical that there is no sense on the part of Colorado voters that their voices could be undermined by any special group that can wield direct influence over election workers. I sincerely appreciate your respectful consideration and my perspective as fellow elected official. I urge you to support the amendments which we've been running. So I much appreciate my clerk and recorder out of Rio Blanco County sending me that email. I'm also getting them from my sheriffs, as I think many people on this floor are getting those same emails. But I wanted to share that with you. So thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bockenfield and Representative Sanders in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move Amendment L552 and ask for it to be displayed.
That amendment has been properly moved, is now before us to Amendment L552. Representative Bockenfield.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Folks, as many of you know, I represent two counties in my district, Adams County and Arapahoe County. Collective bargaining agreement is a non-issue in Adams County. They already have a collective bargaining agreement. Arapahoe County does not. Arapahoe County has not taken an opposing position to this bill. They have taken an amended position. They asked that I run two amendments. This is the first of two amendments I will be running. We have I believe, 7 members in this chamber that represent Arapahoe County and parts of Arapahoe County. And the Board of County Commissioners on the First Amendment has requested the following. When we talk about concerted activities of an employee that is permissible, they want the definition to be expanded to where 2 or more employees act together to improve the terms and conditions of employment, except that the concerted activity does not include strikes, work stoppages, work slowdowns, group sick outs, or any other action that disrupts the day-to-day functioning of a county or subdivision of a county. That disrupts replaces language that it was in the original bill that says disrupts on a widespread basis. They want it converted to disrupts the day-to-day functioning of a county or subdivision of the county. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L552? Yes, Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, members, the language in this bill specifically around the the strike prohibition mirrors exactly what we put in the Colorado Winds bill, which is now state law. We want to make sure that the bill that we're passing now and the law that exists now are actually both the same and that it can be implemented in the exact same way in the same manner so there's no confusion. I ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L552? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L552. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The amendment is lost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Back to the bill. Representative Buckenfeld.
I'd like to move Amendment L551, and I ask for it to be displayed. Again, this is a request of the Arapahoe County Board of County Commissioners and Government.
Thank you, Representative Buckenfeld. That amendment is before us to Amendment L551. Representative Buckenfeld.
Again, this amendment is to referred by Arapahoe County, who has approximately 7 members representing them in this chamber. And they ask that when you define a bargaining unit in this bill, in that bargaining unit, it excludes certain folks, and one of those exclusion is an executive employee. And when you look at the definition of an executive employee, it's defining them as people who do hiring and firing and other activities within the organization. But they want to include it in that description of an executive employee that's excluded from the bargaining unit to also include those staff members who are involved in the performing performance evaluations, and those who also are involved in disciplining other employees, to be expanded into that definition. So I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L551.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L551? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L551. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say, thank you. All opposed say no. The amendment is lost. Back to the bill. Representative Buckenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Early on in this process, I asked the bill sponsor the question, for the purposes of protecting the integrity of this organization, if she could opine on a letter and an article that was in the Colorado Sun newspaper in July, or Colorado Sun in July of 21, in regards to a letter sent from the AFL-CIO to the labor leaders. She asked for a copy of that letter and a copy of that article that was provided to her early on. And I guess my question still stands, if she has, if she cares to comment on that article.
Thank you. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and respectfully, Representative Buckenfeld, thank you for handing it to me. There's been a number of amendments that have been brought forward on this bill tonight. I think this is a big bill that deserves attention and respect from the opposition as well. I think I've been doing my due diligence and paying attention to what's going on in the well and actually responding to the questions that you all have brought forward and amendments that you've brought forward. To answer your question, once again, I have no comment because I have it in my folder, but I have not sat down to read it because I've been paying attention to the debate on this bill right now.
Thank you. Back to the bill. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do have to agree with the majority leader. This is a big bill. It's a big deal. I think as the legislators here tackle a lot of big issues. Often we tackle certain issues that are, I think, to a certain level that it's good to bring it back to the voters. With that said, I move L562 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. That amendment is now before us to Amendment L562. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so what this amendment does, it just brings it to the voters. And what we all learned is different counties, different areas in the state think differently. Boulder thinks different than El Paso County. Rural areas think different than downtown Denver. People think differently and have different wants, different needs. I think when we have an issue that's this big, we should leave it to the voters within that county to decide what is best for them. And I know we're here to represent our constituents, but again, there are some issues that we need to push back on the voters and let them decide. Let them have a say of how they want certain things. Because I honestly believe that there would be a different mindset in my county compared to maybe a Boulder County or a Pueblo in that area. So let's let the voters decide. And also when you let the voters decide, that takes some of the pressure off us. We let them have a say. They can suffer the pros and cons associated with that decision. But again, I think this is one of those topics where different areas of the state think differently, and we should let each county decide how they want to pursue this bill. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'd ask for a no vote. This is simply allowing the right to the employees to decide for themselves if they would like to form these bargaining units. I'd ask for no vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L562 to House or Senate Bill 230. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The amendment is lost. Back to the bill. Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the question. Okay. Oh, we do have further discussion. Okay. Assistant Minority Leader Geithner. I was just playing.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, and Representative Soper.
I move L566 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, that amendment is before us to Amendment L566. Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
That's L538. I moved 566.
Okay, now we are to Amendment L566. Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, the purpose of this amendment that we have here has to do with voluntary deductions coming from one's paycheck to pay union dues. The concern here is that certainly that should be voluntary. We want to make sure that it is voluntary and that there is direct permission authorized from the employee before it goes specifically for membership dues for the exclusive representative.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, as Assistant Minority Leader Geithner just said, we definitely want to make sure that when you're paying union dues and you're having a deduction made from your payroll, that it is voluntary. So that's why what we drafted here was that the county shall not make a payroll deduction for membership dues and other payments for a county employee unless the county employee authorizes the deductions to be made to the exclusive representative. This really makes it very clear that the employee must make the authorization for the deduction to happen, and we would ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the conversation we've been able to have specifically around this issue and kind of put our heads together and see what it is that we're interpreting the bill to say versus what we intended the bill to say. We believe this is already in the bill, but I'm going to offer substitute amendment 560 to amendment 566 and ask that it be displayed.
Substitute Amendment L560 is before us to that amendment. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what this language simply does is clarify what we feel we've already put into the bill and intended, and adds the word voluntary before the word authorized. We think this is a cleaner way to express exactly what we intended in the bill, and we ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion on the substitute amendment L560. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of amendment L560. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is adopted. Now, do we go back to L566 or no? That was a substitute. Okay, we're back to the bill. Further discussion. Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L568 and I ask that it be displayed.
That amendment is now before us to amendment L568. Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, at the end of this, as I'm sure we're all well aware, there is a safety clause. I would argue that there is a effective date of July 1st, 2023. And so I don't know that this is necessarily for the direct safety of individuals before it goes into effect. What I would argue, what I would posit is that the very nature of what we're talking about, and we've seen amendment after amendment, whether it's excluding certain categories of employees, whether it's excluding certain counties by size, by name, you name it. The idea here that we're getting at, and that we also offered in amendments, was that there should be a vote of the people. So the purpose of this specific amendment is to say, okay, let's also let the public, the people of Colorado, weigh in directly on this. It doesn't go into effect until July 1st of 2023, so we've got plenty of time, and this will not necessarily interrupt anything. In fact, I would even question why the safety clause needs to be on there, knowing that it doesn't go into effect until July 1st, 2023. I think, if anything, this actually makes this policy a little bit better. It also allows the people of Colorado to weigh in directly, as it should be, on something of such gravity. If you'll recall, when I got up here for the very first time on 2:30, I spoke about the impact that counties have forecasted. CCI, Colorado Counties Incorporated, who is the association that the counties belong to, and there are 62 counties that belong to it. We have 64 counties here. 75% of our counties oppose 230. So let's ensure that the people across all the counties have the ability to weigh in to see if this is legislation that they want. I think this is a very necessary amendment that I'm offering. I think it's one that, quite frankly, I would argue that the counties are asking for. So I would urge your yes vote on L568.
Thank you. Minority Leader McKean? No? Majority Leader Escar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for no vote.
Seeing no further, okay. Now we're to Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we struggle with this safety clause, petition clause quite a bit in this building. And we struggle with it because it's sometimes the desire to do something and get it done, right? And just say, that's it. But the safety clause to me is very much like passing an emergency ordinance on a city council where I've sat in the past. And really that's restricted for times when it is to protect the immediate health, safety, and welfare of your community. And I would agree. I would posit that this is not an immediate concern. The implementation date is far out there. And that really what this does, it says, look, if this is a good idea, then the people are going to say it's a good idea. And you go right ahead, and nobody's going to file on this, and it'll just go into effect. But if, as you've seen, this is a long debate, and it involves very, very deeply held beliefs about what is the best way to run our state. And so if what you really want is the voice of the people to say, yeah, we're okay with it, or no, we think this is the wrong approach to take, then I would not only say that I would encourage a yes vote for this amendment, but I would suggest that it really is the duty of what we do as the representatives of the people of this state to say, let us hear your voice if you're opposed to this idea. We offer ideas here all the time. And sometimes those ideas are we need to make sure that kids this year can have the advantage of this program. Okay. Sometimes we say this is an immediate concern, so important we've got to do it. But most of the rest of the time, we probably ought to say, folks, here are our ideas. You've elected us, and you have a chance to tell us we're wrong. I not only encourage an aye vote on this, but I really feel like this is one of those breakwaters where we have a chance to engage our citizens and earn their trust. So I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it occurs to me that sometimes we use the petition clause for expedience because there's a date certain coming up, like a new budget year for education. So education runs on the annual cycle that ends and begins end of June, beginning of July. So sometimes we're in a hurry and we kind of misuse this petition clause for that reason. There is no urgency to implementing this Bill 230. So there's not a good date reason for it. It's something that has not existed in the history of the state so far. So it's something that would put in place something that would go forward forever in the future of the state. So having the opportunity for contemplation amongst the voters between now and January is just right and reasonable. So it makes a lot of sense to vote yes on this amendment. Very reasonable amendment. I think it's the proper motion. We shouldn't have had the petition clause in it in the first place, in my opinion. So this corrects that before we go too far. So let's please vote yes.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll read this for those that are listening in. Section 4, effective date. This act takes effect July 1st, 2023. That's over a year from now. Section 5, safety clause. The General Assembly hereby finds, determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. For the immediate need, but yet we're not doing it until July 1st, 2023. That just doesn't make sense to me. I think the idea here of what we're hearing in this amendment is that let's put it before the people. We've got time to do that. Let's give them a direct say in. Let's open this issue up and this debate up to the broader audience of the people across Colorado. Because failure to put this one on says that we know better. We know. This petition clause says, Coloradans, if you're good with it, there won't be a petition that's pulled. If you're not, well then pull one. Let's give Coloradans a voice in this discussion, and let's adopt this amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to my colleague from Fremont County. Let me know that I erred in my description. I used the term, I think I used petition when I should have said safety. We misuse the safety clause, which means just what it says, that this is for the sake of safety, physical safeness for the citizens, and so therefore we need to rush this into place. And that exists for things like a pandemic. We got to hurry up and take care of things because lives are at risk and so on. Lives are not at risk here. So we should not be using the safety clause. So my error, I used the wrong term. We should be using the petition clause as this amendment proposes to do. So yes on this amendment, please.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L568? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L568. I'm sorry? There was a division. Okay. Who called it? Okay. Division was called. Committee be in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L568. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L568, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed to Amendment L568, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L568 is lost. We are back to the bill. Representative Williams, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm going to keep it brief and just go ahead and offer this amendment. Madam Majority Leader is familiar with this amendment because I offered it on the last collective bargaining bill, I believe it was. So with that, I move L555 and ask to be displayed.
Thank you. That amendment is before us, Amendment L555. To the amendment, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like I said, I'll keep it brief. Members, I think that as long as we're going to have these collective bargaining agreements in place, they need to be administered in a lawful way. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I won't get as colorful as I did in the last bill when you brought this amendment. I do get a little offended, however, when I think of who I know that are a part of labor, and even the labor bosses that they get called. These are my friends, these are my family members, these are my constituents, these are my grandfathers, and to compare that to some implication that they're a part of organized crime is just offensive to me. So on behalf of the people of Colorado and the folks who are a part of labor, I'd ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion. Oh, yes. Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I am offended by this. I am offended by the connotation of union bosses. I'd like someone to come up and tell me what it is you think a union boss is. Go ahead and Google union bosses and union thugs. Find and look at all of those caricatures. Now, if you think a union boss is someone who is involved in a union, then that's me. You're calling me a member of organized crime because I did the LM3 every year for my union. You're calling me a member of organized crime because I sent our payments in. I paid people's deductions. I paid their LWOP. I did that each and every time. So I am, in fact, if that's your definition, I am a union boss, and I find this personally offensive to me and my family because I have been a union member for going on 50 years. Yeah, come on up here.
Union boss, it's your turn, right? No, it was. Hey, Representative Sullivan.
It was Representative Rich's.
Representative Sullivan, To
No,
the-
it was at 7:12.
Representative Sullivan, to the amendment.
Pull it up.
Just to the
At
amendment.
7:12, Representative Rich said you.
The committee will come back to order. Any further discussion on Amendment L555? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L555. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. We are back to the bill. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I defend every employee's right to associate themselves because it is their constitutional right of association, the First Amendment to the United States Constitution, to assemble along with others in a union. Of course, I also, on the other hand, defend the right, the First Amendment right of association, of assembly, for employees to associate not with the union that has organized within their employment. Every organization that operates functionally, primarily private industry companies, but certainly county communities, county governments, they all have excuse me, a core function, a primary purpose. A company could be selling hamburgers or selling cars or making medical devices, whatever that is, that's their core function. And when there is a professional association by their employees that helps advance that focus for that company, then everyone comes out ahead and they all pull in the same direction. The problem with the unions is that the unions will tend to displace human resources, but not within the company, but as this kind of outside organization that does not have the same focus of the core of that organization in the first place. It's just not a great fit. I really would call on unions to think about becoming that proud professional association that improves the skill set of the employee and holds them to account for getting their classes in, polishing their skills, doing incredible work for the employment, the company or the county that they work for, and to not be that organization that is in conflict in a cultural manner with the company. I just think that is the core of it all. And what ends up happening, and we see this with the teachers union every day, all day, and that is that the teachers are expected to pay dues that are about 10 times the cost of running that union. 10 times the cost. We've done a lot of calculations on that, and a teacher appropriately, as a union member, ought to be contributing about $5, $6 a month. But it comes out to about 10 times that. So what happens with all of that extra money? Well, it becomes a very political organization to the tune of about $20 million spent on politics in the state of Colorado every year from teachers' unions alone. If this is a political move, then it ought not to happen. If it's a professional association, then cool. You could help the counties to advance and to operate better. But, you know, we haven't seen that as history from unions, and I just challenge unions to respect your position that is the right of those employees to associate with you, their constitutional right that I defend, but step up and be that professional organization that contributes to the host organization, the host employer, and make them better. And don't bleed off of them, and don't bleed off of the employees. Don't take more money than you need. Don't get involved in the political side of it. Just make it better. It can be a good community if we all pull in that same direction. But because I don't see that as the intent of this bill, I will strongly encourage a no vote on Senate Bill 230.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, in case I didn't make it clear already, I think through the various amendments and the arguments I've made, I am a no on Senate Bill 230, and I would urge a no. I know, surprising, shocking, but it is true. I started this debate off with some of the stats and statistics that have been compiled from across the state as it pertains to our counties, and I want to make sure that those are just here as again as we you know what appears to be coming to a close here. Staffing and administrative costs. That's one lens through which the county is looked at. Mediation, fact-finding costs. That is another lens. Salary, benefit costs. And then finally, operation costs. Those costs combined together, just for the, let's look at the resource and benefits, the human resources and benefits, potentially $30 million, $781,500 for the counties. Mediation and fact finder costs. That's estimated to cost $3,400,000. Salary and benefit impacts of collective bargaining implementation. On the high side, $166,967,755. And then finally, operation costs, $200 million. Combined, this is an estimated cost of $400 million. Now, a point that I didn't make in the opening had to do with the number of counties that have attorneys on staff. And it's estimated through CCI, Colorado Counties Incorporated, that we only have about 27 counties that have attorneys on staff. So what does that mean? That means that the remainder, they would have to contract. That's where some of those costs come from. The Attorney General's office, when you look at the WINS legislation that was implemented, they've already invested 8,400 hours in implementation. 8,400 hours. You can imagine a year from now or a year from July 1st, 2023. Actually, no, I take that back because the implementation may go into effect in July 1st, 2023, but these counties need to start finding personnel that are specifically smart on collective bargaining. I don't know how many attorneys even specialize in that in Colorado. So there's certainly even going to be a challenge there. Last year, and I had forgotten this, someone brought this to my attention. I'm going to see if I can't pull it up here really quick. There was a bill that was adopted. It was House Bill 21-1047. Had to do with redistricting. It's going to affect 3 counties specifically. It'll impact Weld, El Paso, and Arapahoe. So they're going to have to go through a process as they look at redistricting. And then, oh, by the way, now they're going to have to deal with collective bargaining. Every one of these things that the counties have to respond to is going to cost taxpayers money. There is absolutely no way around it. I would argue that July 1st, 2023 is not enough time in order for the counties to position themselves so that they can be in compliance, especially when we know that there's other bills out there like 1047 from last year. These are unfunded mandates on our counties. Our taxpayers in each county will bear the cost. They will either bear the cost in additional taxes, or they will bear the cost through reduction in services or a combination thereof. Now is absolutely not the time for this. Put a petition clause on it. Let the people of Colorado weigh in and determine if they want it. That is the appropriate thing if we're going to continue to debate Senate Bill 230. Absent that petition clause, we're telling the counties that we know better. Approximately 15, maybe 13 counties are fine with this. 75%, folks, of CCI's membership, there are 62 counties, oppose. So we are doing something that only 13 counties support? This is a terrible idea. I urge a no vote. Let's protect the taxpayers. Let's ensure that services are still being able to be provided to our residents of each county in a timely manner. And at the very least, let's put this in front of the voters. Let's give them an option to determine whether or not they think this is something that they'd ask. Otherwise, I urge a no vote.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, thank you for the conversations tonight and for the debate and the back and forth. I truly appreciate being able to talk about this issue. I am going back to the root cause of why I even started having this conversation 2 years ago about running this bill. This is about the workers. This isn't about the county commissioners. This isn't about the counties. This is about the workers that do the day-to-day work in all of our communities every single day. All this bill does, I want to remind you all, is give those workers the right to collectively bargain if they so choose. They can do that now, but the county commissioners of that county can stop them and say, no. This is about power dynamics and making sure workers have the right to speak up. Workers have the right to talk about what's working and what's not working on the ground, in the field, without fear of retaliation or without possibly getting fired. It's a right that private sector workers have. Why wouldn't we want our county employees to be able to have those rights too? It's the rights that our state employees have because of a law we passed in this building. Why wouldn't we want our county workers who do the hardest work in our communities to have that right as well? I appreciate your time and attention to this matter. I'd ask for a yes vote tonight, and I'd ask for a yes vote to final passage when we get there for the workers that live in your community, the workers that take care of the folks that are the most vulnerable in our community every single day. Let's give them a voice.
If there's no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 230. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No! The bill is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 209 until later today.
It is laid over till later today. Madam Majority Leader.
I move to lay over, unless I see a bill sponsor pop up, Senate Bill 234 until, okay. We will try to find the other bill sponsor while we will hand it off to Representative Ortiz. But back to you, Madam Chair.
The committee will take a brief recess. What do you want to do? The committee will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 234.
Senate Bill 234 by Senators Hansen and Rankin, also Representatives Ortiz and Snyder, concerning unemployment compensation.
Representative Ortiz.
Madam Chair, it is an honor to serve with you.
Such an honor to serve with you, my friend.
I move Senate Bill 234 and the committee reports.
To the appropriations report.
We appropriated money.
If there's no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriation Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report. Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we made some technical changes within the bill. And really, it was my co-prime sponsor that brought forward those changes. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we have an amazing bill here, and the reason why I say that is because I think we've seen how critical a lot of things are, whether we're talking about our frontline workers and nurses during a time of COVID. We really saw how critical the unemployment insurance benefits were to carry our one of our most important and greatest resources here in the state of Colorado, which was our people through the pandemic. Really, it's about, for those that lost their employment through no fault of their own, making sure that we carry them through that time, especially during a once-in-a-century pandemic. We did do that. Now what's about to happen, though, is that our businesses are about to be on the hook to pay those increased premiums for carrying the workers through COVID-19. And so what this bill does is it invests $600 million of ARPA funds to be able to buy down that debt so we can prevent an increase in premiums. So that's the first part of this bill. It's around solvency. The additional part of this bill, in addition to the solvency, and putting an extra burden on our businesses, is to, one, expand partial UI benefits from 25 to 50% so people can work part-time without losing their benefits. Now, this is what's going to incentivize getting off of the benefits and getting back to work. By increasing a little bit of the benefits for part-time work instead of eliminating them altogether, we're going to ease workers into transitioning to part-time and then hopefully full-time work. What we found ourselves in a situation was people didn't even want to go to work part-time because they were afraid of losing the entirety of their benefits. Now, what is in the bill as well is when you go to that part-time employment, is your benefits will be reduced but not eliminated. So that's what I mean when I say it's going to incentivize and carry people through part-time work as they find their way into full-time employment. We're also looking to eliminate the 1 week waiting period. That's not going to happen until the UI becomes solvent, but that's something we're looking to do, which I think we understand, again, in the time of COVID, how important it is to be able to buy your prescriptions, pay your rent so you're not dealing with housing instability, and be able to put food on the table. The third part, we're looking to create a permanent benefit recovery fund to provide benefits to workers regardless of their immigration status. And this is a way of stabilizing economy again. That part is really focused on stabilizing the economy. If you think about it, these are workers that through their employers have paid into the system. And in order to stabilize an economy that might be going through recession, they still have to pay their rent. They still need to put food on the table. The lack of those workers being there when the economy recovers, or the fact that they're not now paying rents or paying their mortgage, will be more detrimental to an economy than helping carry them through. They paid in the system, so we're looking to include them in that. We're looking to conduct a study to explore boosting UI benefits for primary caregivers with dependents. Speaking as someone who, during the initial parts of my injury, needed a caregiver to help me transition, I can understand how important that is. This is just commissioning a study to look into it. Next, we're looking to require employers to provide notice of unemployment assistance eligibility upon separation. The next part this bill adds is to clarify what constitutes a financial hardship. when processing overpayment waivers. So people would find themselves, excuse me, in a situation when through no fault of their own, they received an overpayment from us. It was no fault of their own. And you're talking about people that are on TANF or on other benefits that might be custodial staff, barely making it as it is. And if it was through no fault of their own that they received an overpayment, we are looking at it compassionately and intelligently on not trying to put them in a worse situation. We're looking to clarify the authority of the Division of Insurance to issue bonds and levy bond assessments to solvency. This is just another means to give the UI benefit, another tool in its tool belt to stay solvent. That doesn't mean that's the intention. That doesn't mean that's what we're trying to do. We're just trying to provide more options to make sure that we keep such an important benefit solvent.
Rep. Ortiz, I'm sorry to stop you. We just have lost you on our screen in the chamber. Can you hear me?
I've got you loud and clear. How many?
Okay, will you pause for a moment? Okay. I'm going to move to Representative Snyder so we can figure out how to get the screen back up. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my esteemed co-prime sponsor in the House. He was doing an excellent job of explaining all the facets of this. So, folks, this is basically a well-stakeholdered, a come together with all the relevant players, the business community, workers, and what basically it does two things. One, put $600 million right back into the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund, and actually 3 days after this bill becomes law, that will happen. The second part of this bill really comes out of what we learned during the pandemic, and what we learned is we have gaps in our unemployment process. So, as Representative Ortiz was explaining, that's what the second part of this bill does. It addresses those gaps. It finds those part-time workers, other workers who were not able to get the recovery funds, get their unemployment insurance during the time they most needed it. So it's a complete package. It all kind of runs together, and it's going to forestall the surcharge through at least the end of 2023. There's still more to figure out. We've got some employment numbers coming in, I think, on May 15th. We're shooting to get that infusion in around end of May or early June. We've got some other dates down the road. Well, November 10th is a big date that we have to work with the Department of Labor on, but there's so many moving parts. So this bill, it makes a commitment to get that money in to address those shortcomings that were exposed during the pandemic, and don't think this is the end of it, because there's a commitment on the people in the legislature and the governor's office to eventually get this fully funded. It's going to take us a while. This will give us a short-term relief we need, so there'll be no additional surcharges on business, but there's a commitment to have a long-term strategy to fully fund our unemployment trust fund. And with that, I would ask for a yes vote.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, because we have lost connection, Rep. Ortiz actually can't even hear what's happening right now as a bill sponsor, not being able to really participate right now. I'm just going to pause this bill, lay it over one bill. Oh, is he back? Can you hear us? No, we can't hear you.
We cannot hear you, Rep. Ortiz.
I need Julie though.
Sorry, we have a plane to catch? Can we just figure this out? He's muted. He just needs to unmute.
He was unmuted.
Perhaps we can try to repair this ourselves and not.
I can hear you, Representative Harris.
I just say we put it to a vote of the people.
We can hear you, Representative Gray.
Oh,
What?
hi.
Let's go.
We can hear you.
All right.
Representative
We're back.
Ortiz,
Can you
we
hear
can hear
David
you.
now?
Representative Ortiz, if you would like to speak, please, everyone else, please mute yourselves. Representative Ortiz, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was pretty much at the end of the explanation on the 8 things that goes into the 2 parts. So again, as my co-prime said, there's 2 main things. One is the $600 million transfer to make it solvent. The other part is looking to make the UI benefits more efficient and more effective, whether that's through actual action or through a study. I went through the different individual parts. And really the bottom line is about showing love and appreciation to our business community that pays into the unemployment insurance benefit. We saw both the workers and employers go through a pretty difficult time together during the time of COVID. So really what this bill is about is making sure we're keeping the UI system solvent and making sure that they're not on the hook. They are the backbone of this economy. They've been doing the right thing throughout this pandemic. We want to make sure we support them coming on the other side of the pandemic. This is the right thing to do. Vote aye.
Sorry. Representative Snyder.
I don't think there could be a better summary and explanation of this bill, so I won't try.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to point out some things that we need to discuss. First of all, the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund is not the backbone of the economy. The backbone of the economy is small business. Small business has to pay the insurance, and this bill does try to help take the pressure off of business and their unemployment tax premiums that they're going to have to pay when the fund is not solvent. Now, I commend the bill sponsors for working on this and trying to get money into Colorado, into the trust fund, trying to make it whole so small business doesn't have to bear an additional burden of premium. But we have a couple problems we need to talk about. And this bill doesn't address directly those problems, but I'll allow the bill sponsors to explain how it can. First of all, when we had COVID, we had a great deal of fraud against the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund, and the Department of Labor was complicit in releasing funds to fraudulent persons because they released money without verification. Over $70 million rolled out, and it's not recovered. Oh, it's a fact. Now, so I believe what this bill's trying to do is now we're going to contract that out. But I'll ask the bill sponsors to let me know, because the government and the department couldn't handle the job. Now we're going to contract it out. And if that's necessary, that's necessary. That's going to come at a cost. But here's where I have the biggest problem, and I'm not trying to make difficult with my prime sponsors. Believe me, I understand they're trying to help solve a problem. At the highest level, this state has a problem. But here's where I have a problem, and it's a larger problem. And I'll try to explain it. I don't know if I can, but I'm going to try real hard. We're taking ARPA dollars in, federal dollars in. We're going to take those federal dollars now, and we've borrowed money from the federal government to give out the distributions, and we're in arrears, plus interest. So we're going to take federal dollars into the state, we're going to turn around, and we're going to pay the loans off to the federal government plus interest with the same federal dollars. Boy, who's getting the shaft here? Now, if I'm wrong, please explain it to me. But this is a circular thing that isn't even real. It isn't even real. If we're just taking printed money, bringing it into the state, and then paying it back to the federal government in this circular system to try to clear the debt, and then taking the same federal money and bringing it in and then paying, making our fund solvent, or at least near solvent, so we don't have the debt, so we don't have to burden the small business, which I agree with, because it's not small business's fault. In fact, we crippled small business during COVID. We harmed them Our state policies crush them. We debated it last year at length. And now we're having to figure out a scheme to fix that. But my issue is it's a scheme. Is it real? Or are we just cycling money around? Now, maybe I'm confused. Please, bill sponsors, clear it up in my mind.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, I really eschew the use of terms like complicit and scheme. I think maybe we have short memories sometimes, but I think if you think back to March of 2020 and the year after that, it was definitely a crisis, and there were hundreds of thousands of Coloradans unemployed. And in our zest and zeal and concern to try and get that money out the door to people who really needed it for things like food and medicine and rent, there were mistakes made. I brought this up in the SMART Act hearings in the Business Affairs and Labor Joint Committee this year, specifically that. And you're right, the best estimate I have is $73 to $78 million that we lost through fraudulent means. And they address that very specifically. There are new protocols, new places, millions of dollars of upgrades in our cybersecurity and computer systems. They didn't go into detail with me, and I applaud them for that, because that's not the kind of information you want to share out there in the public, okay? So I have great assurances from CDLE that that problem has been taken care of. Now, as far as it goes with the money, that's all states have the ability to borrow when their funds get underwater to keep the employment benefits going out to people who need them. This ARPA money that we're using is being very strategically used to forestall any type of a surcharge coming onto all our businesses, which is statutorily required when the fund is over $1 billion underwater. So to say that it's a circular scheme, I think expresses a significant lack of understanding, because that is not what's happening here. What we're doing is we are forestalling any further increases, which would come at the very worst time for business right now. We're also, as we mentioned, the other part of the bill is filling those gaps that were identified during the pandemic so that part-time workers and others can qualify for a significantly better benefit package than they were able to get during the pandemic. And I think the thing you're not realizing is that we are back to, I believe, exceeding pre-pandemic employment levels. And so that fund will begin rapidly to replenish and build back up. We don't have exact numbers yet. One of the things we did, we put an amendment on in the Finance Committee that allows for bonding authority and clarifies CDLE's ability to bond. Bonding is expensive. It's not something to be taken lightly, but we need all the tools we can have right now because we don't know exactly how the things are going to go over the next year, year and a half, 2 years. We're optimistic. We're planning for good things to happen. We're also preparing ourselves in case that doesn't come true, and we need to utilize those tools.
Madam Chair, if I may follow that.
Go ahead, Representative Ortiz. And
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to start off by saying I think we forget, and I mean, we may have our problems, but I think we forget how privileged we are to live when we live in one of the wealthiest and most powerful nations that the world has seen. Think about plagues in the past. We literally lived through once in a century pandemic. And we are lucky to live, we're privileged to live in a nation with such a strong economy of workers and employers. I believe my peer misheard me. That's what I said is the backbone of this nation, of this state, of this economy, are the workers and the employers. Let me Crayola it down. 1, the workers, 2, the employers. That we were able to create a vaccine in a year, that we were able to support workers when they lost employment through a once-in-a-century pandemic is a privilege. And we were only able to get through it because of our scientific prowess and because of our economic might. So let's start with that. The other thing I want to say is that this is not a scheme. I got to back up what my co-prime said. They're saying this is a scheme. Is this even real? Well, why don't you ask those families that were able to keep a roof over their head if they thought this was real when they lost their job through no fault of their own? Why don't we ask those kids that had food on the table if that was real, what they ate was real? Because I guarantee you it was real to them. There's nothing untoward here. There's not a scheme going on here. And compared to other states that dealt with fraud, Colorado actually did one of the best. And this is, again, in the face of, privileged face of, a once-in-a-century pandemic when our system was overloaded with the amount of claims that haven't been seen in over 100 years. And we got our citizens through that. We got our citizens through that. So no, it's not a scheme. Yes, it is real. You got to ask those families if they believed it was real. And now that the premiums are about to increase, our businesses realize how real it is too. Now that we've got their staff through the worst of it, now we have the lowest unemployment numbers that we haven't seen in a long time. They realize that the bill is going to come due. And just as they carried the workers because it was no fault of their own, we want to make sure we're carrying our businesses through this because it was no fault of their own either. That is our role as government, is to make sure that we are providing stability and safety. That's what this benefit is going to do. That's what this solvency part of the benefit is going to do. We want to support our small businesses and our large businesses. Our workers and our businesses are the backbone of the economy. That's what's going to bring us forward. That's what this bill is about.
Thank you, Representative Ortiz. I'm sure we'll all be sure to not overcharacterize particular actions. Mr. Minority Leader?
Let me go first, right?
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do thank my bill sponsors. I thank the bill sponsor from Manitou Springs, explaining details. Maybe there isn't full understanding of such a complex situation. I would imagine in this chamber, many of us don't understand it completely because it is so complex. I would like to point out, if I was the federal government, I'd feel a little concerned because I give money down here, I get the same money back plus interest payments on the same money. I just don't know how that works at the federal level. Now, I know they print the money, but that still causes inflation. And that's something we're facing right now. I don't want to go into the economics lesson, but I just made that little point that concerns me. And I think it should concern us at the state level as we interact with the federal level and our utilization of dollars and how many dollars we pull and draw into everything and anything. But I want to reject something that was said, and I'm sick and tired of hearing this thing about privilege. Privilege, privileged. We're privileged.
Representative Holtorf, I'll ask you to stick to the bill.
Okay, I will speak to the bill, but I'd like to remark about that.
The bill isn't about privilege. Stick to the bill, please.
Well, I sure heard the word a little bit ago. We are privileged. We're very privileged because this country is the greatest country in the world. This country has one of the strongest economies because of what we do and the way our business models are set up, because people are willing to invest in businesses, hire employees, and take a chance on the American dream and the American experiment. If you don't have that investment, if you don't support that model, then you don't have a great country. You don't have all that allows for the privilege of having that. So I have a real concern, and I push back on that kind of talk. Now, right here, the fact that we're able to get the unemployment compensation bill that allows for that, and the fact that we have a state that is, and we now have lower unemployment because we are working, we're getting our country back to work, means that we're going to take our American model and we're going to turn it back on. Hopefully, we're going to take away the guardrails, the barriers, the speed bumps, and let America be America. Turn up our economy so we can recover without government restrictions. But I have a real issue. I'm tired of this. We are not privileged. We are entrepreneurial. We are hardworking. We create our own future and our own success by our hard work. The government's not going to give us that. That's socialism, where the government provides everything.
I'm
Or
sorry,
wait, is that
Representative.
communism? I don't know.
I'm sorry, Representative. The bill title is concerning unemployment compensation. If you could speak to the bill.
Thank you, ma'am. I think I better just sit down. I'm getting a little heated. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And, I guess I can, well, I think any discussion of this bill starts a little bit before where we are right now. Anyone who studied the Unemployment Trust Fund in Colorado knew years ago that it was heading toward bankruptcy. And we knew it because we were not collecting enough money to pay all the claims, but also because we were paying claims that were not investigated as much as they ought to be. And we kind of all know that. We all have been down that road. And I guess part of the good of what came out of COVID and all the fraud that we saw was an absolute necessity to tighten all that up. As the sponsor here next to me mentioned, there was a huge investment made in not only technology, but just researching claims, making sure that the claims being paid were claims that needed and were rightfully applied for. That's the first step. That's a very important first step, because it means that if we're going to take ARPA dollars and we're going to invest them in the solvency of the Unemployment Trust Fund, we want to make sure that when we do that, that they are properly invested and that we effectively satisfy our fiduciary responsibility, that we do not invest those dollars into a system that will not treat them as carefully as we would have it. And so that's the background, right? Lots of claims were paid. There was not a lot of money in to pay all those claims, and so it was heading on that road. I remember talking to Senator Hansen about it and saying, we got to do something about this. That was 5 years ago. We knew 5 years ago we had to do something. Then we had COVID and all of these, not only fraudulent claims, but claims that were foisted upon the closure of businesses, sometimes by government intrusion in those businesses, and those unemployment claims were paid. And so we went from heading toward bankruptcy to deep bankruptcy very quickly. And so what part of this bill does is bring that fund back toward solvency. And we know that it's a $1.2 billion hole. Am I correct?
Just a little over $1 billion.
Just a little over $1 billion, okay. So it's about $1 billion hole that we need to fill. So we knew that, and we know that when we are borrowing money from the federal government to pay unemployment claims, we know that they also are worried about solvency, and so they charge a risk assessment. It's called a surcharge. And the concern is that without this investment in the Unemployment Trust Fund, that surcharge and the higher rates that would have to be charged would amount to about a 72% increase, with the surcharge and the higher rates to businesses for their unemployment tax. That is tough. That is something that I don't think we could conscionably ask any business to pay. And so for that, I think going back into the history of the Unemployment Trust Fund and where it's come from and where it is now, I think is really important. And so part of this bill is to use those ARPA dollars to make sure that we pay down that debt, and that we don't have to charge the high surcharge to businesses, and that we can keep that increase to a lower level. And I applaud that effort. The second part of this bill that I think we have to focus on is a real change in policy. And the change in policy is of concern because it may bankrupt it again. Because in this bill are plans to pay folks who are not legal to work here. It's also in there that we will pay dependents of people who are receiving unemployment. There are pieces of this that do give us pause and ought to give us pause, because what we want to do is create solvency. I think that's what we're all ready to do. And when this bill started being talked about, really it was just an infusion to pay that down and sort of then draw a line under it. And then, of course, as things go, things kind of got added and added. And I'll just say that, we're not going to belabor the point, but it is important to understand that if we're here to rescue something, then effectively we don't want to add on a lot of things that may not help that. I think that's fair. And so this bill is one that brings a very, very great good with some pretty large concerns. And so it's that balancing act between the two. And I appreciate your bringing it. I really appreciate your knowledge of the subject, and I hope we can expand everybody's knowledge a little bit to understand how we got where we are. And then I think we can make a better decision about where we go. So thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are several things in this bill that I absolutely would like to thank the sponsors for bringing. The chief one being that we are going to use ARPA dollars to pay back our debt in the unemployment trust fund. I have been actually ever since we had so many businesses close, and I kept hearing people say people lost their jobs through no fault of their own. I'll tell you whose fault it was. It was our fault. We closed the businesses, people lost their jobs. Yes, we needed to make sure that the unemployment that they had paid into was therefore available to them. And we immediately used up all of our the fund that we had, and then we started going into debt to the federal government. And yes, this is debt, just the same way you make your mortgage payments, your car payments, your credit card payments, any other debt that you have. Please pay those charges back. Please repay debt. That is something we can and should be doing. And the ARPA dollars is one of the accepted uses of the it's one of the accepted uses of the ARPA dollars to repay this fund. So like I said, starting 2 years ago, I was saying we need to take care of this fund. We need to repay it. We cannot charge businesses in Colorado the premium because we're the ones that closed the businesses down in the first place and put them into this untenable position. So for us to start charging them a premium because the fund had dropped to such scary low levels in the beginning and then clearly then into debt, charging the businesses and the business owners the higher premium I think would have been wrong. And we delayed it for a year, and then clearly now we're paying back more than half of what we owe. And again, thank you to the sponsors for making sure that that happened in this bill. As we have often said, though, when we've been talking about bills here at the well, the devil can be in the details. And sometimes there are problems within a bill. If the bill paid back the funds that we owe the federal government, that, and then stop there, I would not be standing here right now. However, you just heard some of the issues that we have with the bill. And let's see, since we did hear one comment that I do think I need to speak back to, we heard during the introduction, we heard that the government's role is to provide stability and safety. And I immediately pulled back on that statement. The government's role is not to provide stability and safety. I'm sure you all know from your government classes and from your constitutional reading that the government's role is to protect our right to life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and clearly as part of that we also need to protect the rights of the minorities, and we need to make sure that there are certain elements that are completely agreed on and that are written out in our charge from the people that sent us here. But to provide stability and safety to all, especially the stability part, is absolutely not something that is the proper role of government. All that being said, I do want to say that as I went through the bill, there were a couple points in this bill that I really want to make sure you all are familiar with. Now, you did hear the previous member of my caucus mention that these benefits will be paid going forward regardless of the individual's immigration status. We all know what that means. That's code for they can't even work here legally, yet we're going to pay them unemployment when they lose their job. That is money that they likely paid into the fund, maybe, but we don't even know that. They're not here illegally. They're not here legally, so they're not entitled legally to be employed here, yet we are going to pay them when they're no longer working. I do think that that is something that needs to be massaged at least somewhat through this bill. It needs to be looked at more carefully. Clearly, when people are here illegally, they are still allowed to get health care. We give them a SNAP. They can get food, go to food banks. They can get various vouchers. Here in Colorado, we treat people that are not here legally very, very well already. Now to add this payment on top of that, when you have people that have lived here for a long time, paying taxes for a long time, I think you're going to hear some kickback up from that piece of the bill that I do think is a problem. On page 6, there is a section 4 that's that adds a dependent allowance. Now, this is part of the study. It's not actually being implemented yet in the bill, but if we are going to study how to give an additional amount of unemployment to the dependents of individuals who are eligible to receive unemployment compensation benefits, where does it end? Dependents. At this point, dependents are kind of age 18 and below, kind of if they're college students, because I also hear age 21. But as far as medical insurance, they're still dependents until they're 26, because as you all know, our kids can be on our health insurance until they're 26. So would that be the age of dependence? Now, I'm sure that that's something that will be studied, since this is still part of a study, but I would say that unemployment insurance is meant to be temporary. And my goodness, if you look at the program, the way it's always been implemented in here, you get unemployment for certain periods of time, whether it's 13 weeks or 26 weeks. If you lose your job, if you are laid off, then you can go apply for unemployment benefits and to get it for a certain amount of time. But again, if we're starting to add that the dependents of someone that lost their job are now getting payments of their own, does that mean that when the person goes back to work that the dependents' payments are cut off? Well, what if they've started to depend on that? I think that we are really opening a Pandora's box that could be a huge problem. Again, that is part of the study, so hopefully whoever does the study will realize that that is not a good idea and not a wise use of government funds. But I did want to bring that to your attention as I'm asking you to, in its current form, vote no on Senate Bill 234. Another piece on page 10, towards the top of the page in section C dash Roman numeral 1, there is a section that says we will provide outreach to unemployed individuals who may be eligible for payments through the fund. That means we're going to be advertising. That means we are going to be sending out postcards or sending out cards saying you might be eligible. Well, maybe they're eligible, but maybe they're not. Yet we're going to be advertising for people. Trust me, when we saw the unemployment levels rise so hugely 2 years ago, I think people were applying for unemployment. As a matter of fact, they didn't need advertising and they didn't need anyone to tell them where to apply. They figured it out very quickly. And there was also a huge amount of fraud there. And that was one piece that I did want to address as I discussed this bill. I wish that there was some piece in this bill, and if there is, I hope the sponsor will point it out, that will address the fraud that happened 2 years ago. Do you realize how much money that we are repaying now that was obtained fraudulently by people throughout the entire world? Again, I was across the street in JBC. I was watching this fund. I was listening to the Department of Labor and Employment as they came in. The statute of limitations is not over, folks. There is a lot of our state money that we are now trying to replenish in this fund, that we are trying to, and now we're, figuring out how to keep this fund whole. But it was stolen. It was stolen. It was obtained fraudulently, but from people in other countries or with other bank accounts, or non-existent people that just used other people's ID. People had their ID stolen, and then they had unemployment paid in their name. And clearly, I'm sure you all heard from your constituents that went to go file a claim for unemployment partway into the pandemic and found that somebody else had already been claiming benefits in their name. Okay, we need to be going back and getting that money back. And I've heard over and over again that we've been trying to get the Attorney General, that people have been trying to turn it into law enforcement. But how much have you heard about money either being gotten back from fraudsters, or better yet, people going to prison or jail for stealing this money from the unemployment fund? And I'm almost done here, folks, as I went through the bill. These are really some serious issues, folks. We're not just talking about the Unemployment Trust Fund. We have 23 pages of policy, of changes. And again, I just don't think this has been thought through properly with where we are currently here in Colorado. The repayment part. There is a whole section on page 21, for those of you following along and taking notes, that it's about the middle of the page, and it goes into details. If someone is overpaid from their unemployment claim, there are actually provisions in here that they won't have to pay it back if the division has sufficient information to determine that repayment would be, here's the word, inequitable. So that means that if somebody is paid more than they should have been with their unemployment benefits, but it would be inequitable for them to return the overpayment, they get to keep it. Okay, folks, that is another problem. The Unemployment Trust Fund, when you claim unemployment, this is not Social Security or some of the other benefits. When we have people that are part of the IDD community that get various benefits, some of those are meant to be permanent or quasi-permanent. Unemployment is, you get unemployment because you lost your job. You're supposed to be looking for another job, and you're only supposed to collect unemployment for a very short period of time until you get another job. Right now in Colorado, there are a lot of jobs available. We've talked about this before. You can drive places. There are signs in windows. There are a lot of people looking for employees. And we want to make sure that people can find jobs if they want them. And we also want to make sure that they don't just sit at home on the government dole, especially if they've been overpaid, because they choose not to take another job. Honestly, folks, unemployment can be a really good benefit to people that have lost their job, especially when the government closed their businesses down. I certainly think that this bill, in its current form, and the place we are in session, definitely deserves a no vote. All that being said, many of these pieces, and I hope that you heard this as I spoke, are pieces that absolutely could be worked on, could be improved. I know the pieces that are part of the study will be addressed as time goes on. I do thank the sponsors for that, and I do hope that the study truly does study the issues and not just look at it as a way next year to come back with more legislation to then fund it. But once again, I do want to end my comments with, this is a good step in using these funds to pay back the unemployment trust fund. This is debt that we have, that we owe, that we should be replenishing, and I'm really glad that we are putting $600 million into our over $1 billion debt, and therefore helping businesses. So with that final comment, I really do want to thank the sponsors for making sure that that happened. And but for all the other reasons I mentioned and all the other 23 pages of policy that are absolutely lacking, I still urge a no vote on the bill.
Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I request the bill be read at length.
The bill will be read at length. What, before we do that, Representative.
Point of information, my understanding is debate can continue. That's for division only? Okay, thank you.
The bill will be read at length.
Second Regular Session 73rd General Assembly State of Colorado re-engrossed. This version includes all amendments adopted in the House of Introduction LLSNO. 22 to 1015.01 Yolanda Love X 2295 Senate Bill 22 to 234. Senate Committees House Committees Finance Appropriations. A Bill for an Act. 101 concerning unemployment compensation. Bill Summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. Sections 1, 7, and 9 of the bill amend the existing authority of the Division of Unemployment Insurance, Division, to issue bonds by clarifying that the Division may issue the bonds through the State Treasurer, and granting the Division the authority to levy bond assessments. Current law provides a temporary increase in partial unemployment benefits. Section 2 makes this temporary increase. Senate third reading unamended May 5, 2022. Senate amended second reading May 4, 2022. Senate sponsorship Hansen and Rankin, Bridges, Buckner, Donovan, Fenberg, Ginal, Gonzalez, Hinrichsen, Jaquez Lewis, Coker, Lee, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Rodriguez, Story, Zenzinger. House sponsorship Ortiz and Snyder. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. Permanent. Section 3 repeals the requirement that an individual wait at least 1 week before becoming eligible for unemployment compensation. This repeal will take effect when the Unemployment Compensation Fund reaches a balance of at least $1 billion. Section 4 requires the Division to study how to implement a dependent allowance for individuals receiving unemployment compensation. Sections 4 and 10 require the Department of Labor and Employment to award grants to one or more third-party administrators for the purpose of providing recovery benefits to eligible individuals. The grants to the third-party administrators and the recovery benefits are funded through .00035 of the premium each employer is required to submit to the Division. An individual is eligible to receive recovery benefits if the individual, regardless of the individual's immigration status, separated from employment through no fault of the individual, received income from employment during a qualified base period or alternative base period, attests that the individual is not currently receiving any state-administered wage replacement assistance, is not eligible for state-administered wage replacement assistance for reasons related to the individual's authorization to work, and has a pay stub or Form W-2 to verify the individual's employment and wage withholding. Section 5 requires an employer to provide an employee with certain information about unemployment compensation upon the employee's separation from employment. Section 6 extends the hold on an employer's solvency surcharge through calendar year 2023. Sections 8 and 12 require the state treasurer to transfer $600 million to a newly created fund. The transfer is from money received by the state through the Federal American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. The money in the fund may be used only to repay the outstanding balance of federal advances provided to the state through the unemployment insurance trust fund and interest owed on the advances. Current law requires an individual to repay the Division for overpaid unemployment compensation benefits unless the Division finds that repayment would be inequitable. Section 11 sets forth factors that the Division must consider in determining whether repayment would be inequitable. 234. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes 8-71-103, amend 3, 2, D, I, and 2, D, 2 as follows. 4. 8-71-103. Organization of Division Authority to issue bonds. 5. 2. D. I. Upon receiving the certifications specified in subparagraph 6, 3, and 4 of this paragraph, D, subsections 2, D, 3, and 7, 2, D, 4 of this section, the division may issue revenue bonds for the 8 same purposes and on the same terms, and levy and apply the proceeds of 9 bond assessments for the same purposes and in the same manner, as the 10 Colorado Housing and Finance Authority may issue bonds and may levy 11 and apply the proceeds of bond assessments under section 29-4-710.7, 12 CRS, substituting references to the division for references to the 13 authority under that section. The State Treasurer may advise the 14 Division in accordance with Section 2436-121. Bond assessments. 15. Levied by the Division may be used to pay revenue bonds issued by the 16 Division under this paragraph, D, subsection 2D, or revenue bonds 17 issued by the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority under Section 1829-4-710.7. CRS. 19. 2. Any bonds issued pursuant to this paragraph D, subsection 20, 2D, must be executed and delivered by the Director of the Division and may 21st be in the form, may be sold, and may have the same terms as 22 provided in Section 43-4-807, 1B, and 1C, CRS, may contain the 23 provisions permitted by Section 43-4-807, 1D, CRS, shall be legal 24 investments for the entities described in, and subject to the terms set 25 forth in, Section 43-4-807, 3, CRS, and shall be exempt from taxation 26 and assessments in the state as provided in Section 43-4-807, 4, CRS. 27. The Division may invest or deposit any proceeds and interest from the sale. 3. 234. One of such bonds as provided in Section 43-4-807, 2, CRS. The Division 2 shall has the power to enter into all other contracts or agreements, 3 which contracts and agreements are not subject to the Procurement 4 Code, Articles 101 to 112 of Title 24, CRS, that are necessary or 5 incidental to the exercise of its powers and duties under this paragraph, D, 6 subsection 2D, including the power to engage the services of 7 consultants, financial advisors, underwriters, bond insurers, letter of 8 credit banks, rating agencies, and agents and other persons whose services may 9th be required or deemed advantageous by the Division, and the power 10 to enter into interest rate exchange agreements for bonds that have been 11 issued in accordance with this paragraph, D, subsection 2D. The 12 amount of outstanding liability for bonds issued pursuant to this 13 paragraph, D, subsection 2D, or Section 29-4-710.7 CRS, is not 14 taken into account for purposes of rate setting under Article 76 of this title. 15 Title 8. The amount of outstanding liability for bonds issued 16 pursuant to this subsection, 2D, and financial obligations 17 under Section 2436-121 IS not taken into account for purposes of 18 rate setting under Article 76 of this Title 8. 19 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes 8-73-103, amend 1, 20 as follows, 21 8-73-103. Benefits for partial unemployment. 1. A. Each 22 eligible individual who is partially unemployed shall be paid a partial 23 benefit. Partial benefits shall be in an amount equal to the eligible 24 individual's weekly benefit amount for total unemployment, minus that 25 part of wages payable to the individual with respect to the week that is in 26 excess of 25-50% of the individual's weekly benefit 27 amount as computed in accordance with Section 8-73-102, and the benefit. 4. 234. One payment resulting shall be computed to the next lower multiple of $1 3B, I, notwithstanding subsection 1A of this section on and for after July 14, 2020, and for 2 calendar years thereafter, partial benefits 5 shall be in an amount equal to the eligible individual's weekly benefit 6 amount for total unemployment, minus that part of wages payable to the 7 individual with respect to the week that is in excess of 50% of the 8 individual's weekly benefit amount as computed in accordance with 9 Section 8-73-102, and the benefit payment resulting shall be computed to 10 the next lower multiple of $1. 11. 2. This subsection, 1b, is repealed, effective September 1, 2022. 13, Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes 8-73-107, amend 14-1D, as follows, 15-8-73-107. Eligibility conditions, penalty, repeal. 1. Any 16 unemployed individual shall be eligible to receive benefits with respect. 17 to any week only if the division finds that. 18D. I. The individual has been either totally or partially 19 unemployed for a waiting period of 1 week. No benefits are payable for 20 the waiting period. No week shall be counted as a week of unemployment. 21 for the purposes of this paragraph D, subsection 1, D22, I, A, unless it occurs within the benefit year, which includes the 23 week with respect to which the individual claims payment of 24 benefits. 25, 2, B, if benefits have been paid with respect thereto to the 26 week. 27, 3, C, unless the individual was eligible for benefits with -5, 234. 1 respect thereto to the week under the provisions of sections 8-73-1072 to 8-73-112, 3, 4, D, unless total wages earned for the week are less than the 4 weekly benefit amount. 5, 2, this subsection, 1D, will be repealed if the balance 6 of the Unemployment Compensation Fund reaches at least $17 billion. The Director of the Division shall notify the 8 Reviser of Statutes in writing of the date on which the condition 9 specified in this subsection, 1D2, has occurred by emailing 10 the notice to revisorofstatutes.ga@state.co.us. Subsection 11, 1D, is repealed, effective upon the date identified in the notice 12 on which the balance of the Unemployment Compensation Fund 13 reached at least $1 billion, or, if the notice does not 14 specify that date, upon the date of the notice to the Reviser of 15 statutes. 16, Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, at 8-73-115 and 17-8-73-116 as follows, 18-8-73-115. Dependent Allowance Study Repeal. 1. The 19 Department of Labor and Employment shall study how to create 20 an additional allowance, effective July 1, 2023, for the 21 dependents of individuals who are eligible to receive 22 unemployment compensation benefits. 23. 2. The study must include 24. A. The proposed benefit amounts and benefit adequacy, 25 standards, 26. B. Utilization estimates, 27. SE, and estimation of the costs of providing a dependent. -6, 234. 1 allowance. 2. D. The potential impact of the dependent allowance on 3 low-wage claimants, including the effect on sufficient job for searching and high-quality job matching. 5. E. A summary of the dependent allowances offered in 6 other states. And 7. F. Other challenges that unemployed, low-wage 8 individuals would face in securing new employment while 9 meeting basic needs with the amount of unemployment 10 compensation that the individual would receive without the 11 dependent allowance. 12. 3. No later than January 15, 2023, the Department of 13 Labor and Employment shall submit a report on the study to the 14 Senate Business, Labor, and Technology Committee and the House 15 Business Affairs and Labor Committee, or their successor 16 committees. 17. 4. This section is repealed, effective September 1, 2023. 18-8-73-116. Benefit Recovery Fund Recovery Benefits Eligible 19 Individuals Third-Party Administrator Definitions Rules. 1. As 20 used in this section. 21. A. Department means the Department of Labor and 22 Employment. 23. B. Eligible individual means an individual who, 24 regardless of immigration status. 25. I. Has separated from employment through no fault of 26 the individual due to one or more of the factors outlined in 27 Section 8-73-108, 4. -7, 234. 1. 2. Received income from employment during a qualified 2 base period or alternative base period as defined in Section 38-70-103. 4. 3. Attests that the individual is not currently receiving 5. Any state-administered wage replacement assistance. 6. 4. Is not eligible for state-administered wage 7 replacement assistance for reasons related to the individual's 8 authorization to work. And 9. V. Has a pay stub or Form W-2 to verify the individual's 10 employment and wage withholding. 11. C. Fund means the Benefit Recovery Fund created in 12 subsection 2 of this section. 13. D. Recovery benefits means benefits calculated 14 pursuant to subsection 5 of this section. 15. E. Third-party administrator means an entity with 16, which the division contracts to administer payments to eligible 17 individuals from the fund pursuant to subsection 5 of this 18 section. 19. 2. A. There is hereby created in the State Treasury the 20 Benefit Recovery Fund to provide grants to a third party. 21. Administrator to provide payments to eligible individuals. 22. B. The fund consists of 23. I. Money transferred to the fund pursuant to section 24.8-77-109, 2. A. And 25. 2. Gifts, grants, and donations received by the 26th Department from any other public or private organization or 27 entity or individual and any interest earned on such gifts. -8. 234. 1. Grants and donations. 2. C. The State Treasurer shall credit all interest and 3. Income derived from the deposit and investment of money in the 4 fund to the fund. 5D. Money in the fund is continuously appropriated to the 6th Department for the purposes of this section. 7EI. If the amount in the fund exceeds $30,008, as adjusted for the United States Department of Labor's 9 Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index for 10 Denver or Lakewood or ITS Successor Index, excluding 11 gifts, grants, or donations, the state treasurer shall transfer 12 the money in the fund in excess of $30 million to the 13 Unemployment Compensation Fund created in Section 8-77-101(1). 14.2. The department may continue to solicit and accept 15 gifts, grants, and donations regardless of the fund balance. 16.3a. Each quarter, to the extent allowed by the United 17 States Department of Labor Employment Training. 18. Administration. The department shall allocate the money in the 19 fund to one or more third-party administrators for the purpose 20 of providing recovery benefits to eligible individuals. At a 21 minimum, a third-party administrator must have experienced 22 building and operating financial benefit systems that are proven 23 to be accessible and responsive to the target population. 24b. The department shall develop a process for 25 contracting with third-party administrators to provide 26 recovery benefits to eligible individuals, and may develop 27 guidance as necessary, including rules specifying the grant. -9 to 34. 1 process for third-party administrators. The department shall select a third-party administrator within 90 days after the 3 effective date of this section. 4c. A third-party administrator selected pursuant to 5 subsection 2b of this section shall, within 100 days 6 after the effective date of this section, 7i, provide outreach to unemployed individuals who may 8th be eligible for payments through the fund. 9.2. Screen each applicant for recovery benefits to 10 determine if the applicant is an eligible individual. And 11.3. Pay recovery benefits to eligible individuals. 12.4. To receive recovery benefits, an eligible individual 13 must apply to a third-party administrator with which the 14 division has contracted. 15.5a. A third-party administrator shall pay each eligible 16 individual who is totally unemployed in any week, with respect 17 that week, recovery benefits at a rate of 55% of 18. The eligible individual's average weekly wage as determined. 19. From earnings data provided to the third-party administrator. 20. Except that the maximum weekly payment amount may not 21 exceed the maximum weekly benefit amount for benefits as 22 calculated pursuant to Section 8-73-102(2). 23b. If the recovery benefit amount is not an even $24 amount, the third-party administrator shall round the 25 recovery benefit amount to the next lower full dollar amount. 26c. An eligible individual may receive recovery benefits 27 for a maximum of 13 weeks during the eligible individuals. -10 to 34. 1 period of unemployment. 2.6. If the fund balance is below $500,003, as adjusted for the United States Department of Labor's for Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index for 5 Denver or Lakewood or its successor index, a third-party 6 administrator shall suspend payments until the balance of the 7 fund is equal to or greater than $500,000. 8.7a. All personal information and documents collected 9 are confidential, exempt from disclosure under the Colorado 10 Open Records ACT, Part 2 of Article 72 of Title 24, and may be 11 used or disclosed only for purposes of this section, except where 12 necessary to comply with a court order. 13b. In carrying out the requirements of this section. 14i. The department and any contracted third-party 15 administrator shall establish procedures and safeguards 16 against unauthorized access to and use of personal information. 17. Collected pursuant to this section by any person, other than for 18. The purpose of this section, and 19.2. A third-party administrator shall not disclose that 20 an individual has applied for or is a recipient of Recovery 21 benefits to any person that is not administering the program. 22. Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes 8-74-101, add 4, as 23 follows, 24.8-74-101. Claims for benefits, employer-provided information, 25 required. 4. At the time of separation from an employer, the 26 employer shall provide each employee, in a written format and 27 distribution method, to include electronic or hard copy, that is. -11-34. 1. Determined by the division information regarding the 2 availability of unemployment compensation benefits. The 3 information must include 4a. The employer's name and address, 5b. The employee's name and address, 6c. The employee's identification number or the last 4 7 numbers of the employee's social security number, 8d. The employee's start date, date of last day worked, 9-year TO date earnings, and wages for the last week the 10 employee worked, and 11e. The reason the employee separated from the employer. 12. Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes 8-76-102.5, amend 13.7ac, as follows, 14.8-76-102.5. Rates effective upon fund solvency, repeal of 15 prior rates, solvency surcharge definitions, repeal. 16.7 I, notwithstanding subsection 7a of this section, for the 17 calendar years 2021 and 2022 and 2023, the division shall not assess a 18 solvency surcharge on any employer. 19.2. This subsection 7ac is repealed effective January 1st, 2023. 2020-24. 21. Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 8-76-116 as 22 follows, 23.8-76-116. Power to levy bond assessments, definition. 1. As 24 used in this section, Fund means the Unemployment 25 Compensation Fund created in Section 8-77-101(1). 26.2. Upon receiving the certifications specified in Section 27.8-71-103, 2, the division, in addition to the other powers granted. 12-234. 1. By Articles 70 TO 82 of this Title 8, has power TO levy certain 2 bond assessments as follows. 3. A. All bonds and notes issued pursuant to this section are for limited obligations of the division, payable solely from revenues 5 generated through the levy by the authority of a bond 6 assessment against each employer, as defined in Section 8-70-113. 7. Subject to an experience rating under Articles 70 to 82 of this 8 Title 8, in an aggregate amount sufficient to satisfy subsection 9, 2, c. of this section or from revenues generated through the 10, levy by the division of a bond assessment under Section 8-71-10311, 2, d, from payments from the division or money applied by the 12 division under Section 8-77-101, 1, from proceeds derived from 13 the sale of bonds and notes issued under this section and from 14 the earnings on those proceeds, and from all money and 15 securities in all special accounts created by and under the 16. Control of the division under this section. The division shall 17. Collect and administer the bond assessment in substantially the 18 same manner as other employer premiums and surcharges 19 required under Articles 70 to 82 of this Title 8. Subject to 20 Articles 70 to 82 of this Title 8, the assessment does not apply to 21 the covered employers of the state and local governments, to 22 those non-profit organizations that are reimbursable employers, 23 or to political subdivisions electing the special rate. 24. B. The division may deposit all or any portion of money 25 collected from assessments for principal-related bond 26 repayment costs into the fund. The portion of these revenues 27 deposited into the fund constitutes part of each employer's. 13-234. 1. Unemployment insurance contributions, and the division shall 2 pay amounts from these revenues for the repayment of the 3 principal of bonds issued under this section or Section 8-71-1034, 2, d. 5. C. The levy must be at a rate or rates that, when applied 6 against the taxable wages of those employers subject to the 7 bond assessment, will produce an amount sufficient to pay all 8 costs associated with or otherwise relating to bonds and notes 9 issued pursuant to this subsection, 2, including the principal of 10 and interest and premium, if any, on the bonds and notes, the 11 costs of bond issuance and administration, other related fees 12 and costs of the division, and reserves therefore. 13. D. Employers shall submit bond assessments described in 14 this subsection, 2, associated with non-principal related bond 15 repayment costs in the same manner as the employer's normal 16 premiums and surcharges paid under Article 70 to 82 of this. 17 Title 8, and the assessments are a lien upon the real and 18 personal property of an employer in the manner and to the 19 extent set forth in Section 8-79-103. The division shall deposit 20 the assessments into the unemployment bond repayment account 21 created in Section 8-77-103.5, and shall, after offsetting the 22 division's costs for collecting and administering the bond 23 assessments, use this money only for payment from time to time 24 to 1 or more special accounts created by and under the 25 control of the issuer of the bonds. The issuer of the bonds shall 26 use all money accruing in a special account only to pay 27 non-principal related bond repayment costs described in -14-234. 1 subsection 2c of this section, and the issuer of the bonds shall 2 pay any money remaining in such an account and not be required 3 to pay non-principal related bond repayment costs to the 4 division for deposit in the fund. 5. E. Employers shall submit bond assessments described in 6 this subsection, 2, associated with principal-related bond 7 repayment costs in the same manner as the employer's normal 8 premiums and surcharges paid under Articles 70 to 82 of this 9 Title 8, and the assessments are a lien upon the real and 10 personal property of an employer in the manner and to the 11 extent set forth in Section 8-79-103. The division may deposit all 12 or any portion of the assessments into the fund. The portion of 13 the assessments deposited into the fund constitute part of each 14 employer's unemployment insurance contributions. Bond 15 assessments described in this subsection, 2, associated with 16 principal-related bond repayment costs are available for 17 payment from time to 1 or more special accounts. 18 created by and under the control of the issuer of the bonds. All 19 money accruing in a special account for principal-related bond 20 repayment costs can be used by the issuer of the bonds only to 21 pay the principal costs of the bonds. 22. 3. The division shall not issue its bonds and notes until 23 the monthly balance in the fund is equal to or less than 24.9% of the total wages reported by 25 rateable employers for the calendar year, or the most recent 26 available for consecutive quarters prior to the last 27 computation date, and the governor, the state treasurer, and -15-234. 1. The executive director of the Department of Labor and 2. Employment have each certified in writing to the division. 3. A. That other funding alternatives to the issuance of 4 bonds and notes have been considered and that the issuance of 5 such bonds and notes is the most cost-effective means for the 6th Division to maintain adequate balances in the fund or to repay 7 money advanced to the state pursuant to 42 U.S.C. SEC 1321. 8. B. The amount of money required to maintain adequate 9. Balances in the fund or TO repay money advanced to the state 10 pursuant to 42 U.S.C. SEC 1321, or both. 11 SC, the amount of bonds and notes required for the 12 purposes described in subsection 2 of this section, and 13 D, the bond assessment rate or rates, or a formula or 14 other procedure for determining such rate or rates, that will 15 produce an amount sufficient, together with any other money 16 available or expected TO be available, TO pay all costs. 17 associated with or otherwise relating to bonds and notes issued. 18 pursuant to subsection 2 of this section, including the principal 19 of, and interest and premium, if any, on, the bonds and notes, the 20 costs of bond issuance and administration, and any other 21 related fees and costs of the division, and reserves therefor. 22 Section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes 8-77-103, add 3, as 23 follows, 24 8-77-103. Advances from Federal Unemployment Trust Fund, 25 Title 12 Repayment Fund. 3A, the Title 12 Repayment Fund, 26 referred to in this subsection. 3AS, the fund, IS hereby created. 27 IN, the State Treasury. The fund consists of money transferred by -16-234. 1. The State Treasurer pursuant to Section 24-75-227, 3.5, and any 2 other money that the General Assembly may appropriate, or 3 transfer to the fund. 4B, the State Treasurer shall credit all interest and 5 income derived from the deposit and investment of money in the 6 fund to the fund. 7C, money in the fund is continuously appropriated to the 8 Division TO repay federal advances received pursuant to this 9 section and any interest owing on such advances. 10D, the repayment of federal advances and interest on 11 such advances, IS, and allowable use of the money received by the 12th state under the Federal American Rescue Plan ACT of 2021, 13 PUB.L. 117-2, AS specified IN 31 CFR 35.6, B, 3, 2, A, 10, I, and 3114 CFR 35.6, B, 3, 2, A, 10, 2. 15E, the division shall comply with the compliance, 16 reporting, record keeping, and program evaluation 17 requirements established by the Office of State Planning and 18 budgeting and the State Controller in accordance with Section 1924-75-226, 5. 20 Section 9. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 8-77-103.521 as follows. 22 8-77-103.5. Issuance of unemployment revenue bonds and 23 notes unemployment bond repayment account creation. 1. The 24 Executive Director of the Department of Labor and Employment is 25 authorized to request the State Treasurer TO Act AS advisor to the 26th Division. The Division may also request the Colorado Housing and 27 Finance Authority ACT AS issuing manager to issue such bonds and notes. 17-234. 1 is are necessary to maintain adequate balances in the Unemployment 2 Compensation Fund or to repay money advanced to the state from 3 the Federal Unemployment Trust Fund, or both. Such requests shall be made for in accordance with the provisions of Section 2436-121 or 29-4-710.7. 5 CRS. 6.2. There is hereby created the Unemployment Bond Repayment 7 account, which shall be credited with bond assessments for 8 non-principal related bond costs collected on behalf of the Division 9 under Section 2436-121 or the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority 10 under Section 29-4-710.7 CRS, or by the Division under Section 11-8-71-103. After the Division's costs have been deducted from the Bond 12 repayment account, money in the fund shall be paid to the 13 account or accounts maintained by the State Treasurer under Section 142436-121 or the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority under Section 1529-4-710.7 CRS, or by the Division with respect to bonds issued under 16 Section 8-71-103. 17 Section 10. In Colorado Revised Statutes 8-77-109, amend 18-1B and 2A, introductory portion as follows. 19-8-77-109. Employment Support Fund Employment and 20 Training Technology Fund created uses repeal. 1B, there is 21 hereby established the Employment Support Fund. This fund consists of 22 the first 0.0011 assessed as part of each employer's premium 23 under Section 8-76-102.5, 3A. 24, 2A, the State Treasurer shall credit the money collected 25 pursuant to this section to the Employment Support Fund created in 26 subsection 1 of this section, except that, to the extent allowed by 27 the United States Department of Labor Employment Training. 18-234. 1. Administration. The State Treasurer shall credit .00035 of each 2 employers' premium under Section 8-76-102.5, 3A, to the Benefit 3 Recovery Fund created in Section 8-73-116, up to a maximum of $415 million each year. At the end of the state fiscal 5 year, any money in the Employment Support Fund that exceeds 6 the total of a .0011 assessed as part of each employer's premium 7 plus $17 million shall be transferred by the State 8 Treasurer to the Unemployment Compensation Fund created in 9 Section 8-77-101-1. The General Assembly shall appropriate the money's 10 money in the Employment Support Fund annually to the Department of 11 Labor and Employment, 12 Section 11. In Colorado Revised Statutes 8-81-101, amend 13, 4A, I, and 4A, 2, and add 4A, I.5, and 4E, as follows, 14.8-81-101. Penalties. 4A, I. Any person who has received any 15 sum as benefits under Articles 70 to 82 of this title to which he Title 8.2. 16 which the person was not entitled shall may be required to repay such. 17. Amount to the division for the fund. Such sum shall be collected in the 18 manner provided in Section 8-79-102, except that the division may waive 19 the repayment of an overpayment if the division determines such 20 repayment to be inequitable. Repayment is inequitable when 21. A. The person who received the overpayment is receiving 22 or has received any of the following public assistance benefits 23 in the 12 months prior to the division providing notice to the 24 person of the overpayment. Federal Supplemental Nutrition 25 Assistance Program benefits, Temporary Assistance to Needy 26 Families benefits, Federal Supplemental Security Income, Social 27 Security Disability benefits received after any unemployment. 19-234. 1. Insurance benefits were paid, means-tested legal aid services. 2. Benefits from the Low-Income Energy Assistance Program 3 created in Section 26-2-122.5, federal or state earned income tax 4 credits, free or reduced price school lunch benefits, public or 5 subsidized housing benefits, Medicaid benefits under the Medical 6 Assistance Program, Articles 4 to 6 of Title 25.5, or Medicare 7 benefits. 8b. The person's household income, exclusive of public 9 assistance benefits, during the 3 months prior to the 10 overpayment determination, was at or below 4 times the 11 federal poverty guidelines determined by the United States 12 Department of Health and Human Services under the Authority 13 of 42 U.S.C. SEC 9902, 2, 14, c. The person needs much of the person's current income 15 to meet ordinary and necessary living expenses and liabilities, 16 including housing, food, school loans, childcare, outstanding. 17 loan and credit card balances, transportation, and medical. 18 expenses, 19d. Due to the notice that the benefit payment would be 20 made or because of the incorrect payment the person either 21 relinquished a valuable right or changed positions for the 22 worse, including if the person incurred a financial obligation, 23 such as a lease, based on benefit payments that the person 24 received. The person relied on the benefit payment and took out 25 a loan, in which the person has already invested the benefit 26 payment received and repayment of the overpayment will cause 27 the person to default on the loan, resulting in criminal or civil. 2234. 1. Actions, or the person declined other financial assistance 2 because the person received benefits under Articles 70 to 82 of 3 this Title 8 and thought the person would not need additional for financial assistance from other sources. 5. E. The overpayment was caused, at least in part, by and 6. Error by the division or by the person's reliance on the division's 7 publicized information or guidance that was later determined 8 to be erroneous, or 9. F. Any other reason the division finds sufficient to 10 establish that repayment would be inequitable. 11. I.5. The division shall, to the extent possible, review and 12 waive the repayment of an overpayment at the time the 13 overpayment is determined if the division has sufficient 14 information to determine that the repayment would be 15 inequitable. The division does not have sufficient information 16 in its possession to make such a determination, the division shall. 17. Notify the person of the right to request a waiver of the 18 overpayment and the process for such a request. The division 19 shall accept copies of relevant bills, receipts, award letters, 20 bank statements, and all other reasonable forms of proof that 21 repayment would be inequitable. If a person cannot provide 22 documentation, the division may accept as sufficient proof a 23 written statement signed by the person seeking to waive the 24 overpayment attesting to the facts at issue. 25. 2a. If any person receives an overpayment because of his or 26 or the person's false representation or willful failure to disclose a 27 material fact, inequitability must not be a consideration in any civil. 21-234. 1. Administrative or criminal action, and the person shall pay to the division 2 the total amount of the overpayment plus a 65% monetary 3 penalty. Of the monetary penalty, the division shall pay 23.4% into the Unemployment Compensation Fund, created in Section 58-77-101, and the remainder into the Unemployment Revenue Fund, 6 created in Section 8-77-106. In addition, the person may be denied 7 benefits, when otherwise eligible, for a 4-week period for each 8 1-week period in which the person filed claims for or received benefits 9 to which he or she the person was not entitled. The provisions of Section 1013-80-108-9 CRS shall be used for determining when an offense is 11 committed for the purposes of this subparagraph 2, subsection 12, 4A2. For purposes of this subsection 4A2, a person has 13 not received an overpayment because of the person's false 14 representation or willful failure to disclose a material fact if 15. The person provided all information requested by the division 16 correctly, but the division failed to take appropriate action 17 with that information or took delayed action when determining 18 or redetermining eligibility. The person provided incorrect 19 information due to conflicting, changing, or confusing 20 information or instructions from the division. The person was 21 unable to reach the division despite the person's best efforts to 22 inquire or clarify what information the person needed to 23 provide, or experienced other similar barriers, including that IT-24 was the person's first time applying for or receiving 25 unemployment benefits, or the person experienced language, 26 education, or literacy barriers, or the person's employer. 27 provided the person with incorrect or untimely information, or dash 22-234. 1 did not timely report facts. 2e. The division shall not attempt to recover, and 3 overpayment until there is a final determination that the debt for is in fact owed and all appeals are exhausted. The division shall 5 not attempt to recover an overpayment when there is a pending 6 waiver application until there is a final determination that the 7 person is not eligible for a waiver and all appeals are 8 exhausted. 9 Section 12. In Colorado Revised Statutes 24-75-227, add 10, 3.5, as follows: 1124-75-227. Revenue Loss Restoration Cash Fund, creation, 12 allowable uses, definitions, repeal. 3.5. Notwithstanding any 13 provision of this section to the contrary, no later than 314 days after the effective date of this subsection. 3.5. The State 15 Treasurer shall transfer $600 million from the 16 Revenue Loss Restoration Cash Fund created in subsection 2 of 17 this section to the Title 12 Repayment Fund created in section 18.8-77-103, 3a. 19 Section 13. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds 20 determines and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 21 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. Dash 23-234.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 234? Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just really wanted to express my sincere admiration and appreciation for Representative Ransom. She has been a loyal and hardworking member of the JBC my time here in the Capitol, and I think that was very apparent because she brought up a lot of good points and brought up a very, very important points in the bill at hand here today, Senate Bill 234. So I just want to thank you for that. Say that you were heard, believe me, and I share a lot of your points that you made, and I would love to sit down with you, maybe go point by point through a lot of the things that you brought up. And I really, from an overall picture, I just want to say that, you know, obviously we were caught somewhat unawares for a pandemic. I'm not sure you can ever really be prepared for something like that. I don't think we were the only one. I think practically the entire world was caught unawares, and mistakes were made. Obviously there were. So we lost money through fraud and other things. But I think the only real sin is to not learn from your mistakes and do better in the future. That's what this bill does. We learned a lot of lessons, some painful lessons during the pandemic. So while I still think the $600 million, and I will tell you that I was in the camp of putting more money in, frankly. But this is a very well stakeholder. It's a big compromise bill. There are some policy changes that my co-prime sponsor outlined, I think, expertly. And with that, I just would thank and ask you for a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Larson. And Representative Carver. Representative Larson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the sponsor bringing this. I am, in a way, very glad that we're finally addressing an issue that both Representative Carver and I have been speaking about for the last 2 years, about the importance of repaying the UI Trust Fund. Obviously, it has been an enormous burden on our business community. As many of you know, there is a mechanism built into statute that triggers a surcharge when the UI Trust Fund falls below a certain amount. And our businesses have sort of been operating with that sort of Damocles over their head for the last 2 years. And given the current economic situation, it didn't seem appropriate. However, with this bill, and obviously there's a lot going on here, but I do have an amendment to the bill that I think will get a little bit more focus to what we're trying to accomplish here. The way that I read this bill is there's frankly 2 separate issues. Both I think are worthy of separate policy discussions. However, I don't think that they should be married together, and hopefully this amendment will get to that point. So I'd like to move Amendment L022 and ask that it be displayed.
L022 has been moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is an amendment brought by myself and Representative Carver. Simply removes all of the language in the bill other than the straight repayment of the $600 million to ARPA. And again, the remainder of the bill is a separate policy issue that I think deserves a debate. in a separate bill. However, the issue that we are dealing with right here, the acute need for our business community to get a repayment to the trust fund, I think deserves a clean up and down vote. I think it deserves a clean up and down bill. Indeed, the day that this bill was introduced, there was a bill that would have done just that, up to $1.2 billion, that was killed in the Senate. Then this bill was introduced immediately when that bill was struck down. And I get that there are differing opinions on this particular issue, and there are debates to be had. But I think that this particular point is so important, the repayment of the UI Trust Fund. Again, getting to what the sponsor talked about, this was a very chaotic time, but the fact of the matter is that hundreds of millions of dollars of fraud were paid out from the UI Trust Fund because of decisions that we made as a state to relax some of those requirements and to force our business community to, coming out of a pandemic, shoulder that burden and have to pay that back and to, frankly, marry it to other issues, I think is inappropriate and does a disservice. And I think this will give us an opportunity for a clean vote, and I ask that you support this amendment.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, when the federal money started flowing to the states in response to COVID and to help us out with COVID-related impacts starting in 2020, all of those federal monies authorized the states to utilize part of those federal funds to backfill the unemployment insurance trust fund. And yet, despite the efforts of some of us who pulled requests for late bills to do exactly that, the decision in 2020 and 2021 for the most part, was to do very little to put some of those federal funds in our UI trust fund. And at the same time, we had the massive fraud. We had decisions made in the management of paying out unemployment claims that exacerbated the huge hole we had in our UI fund, that then resulted in us having to go to the federal government for loans to be able to keep paying, all of which, what were we doing with all of those decisions? As we went over $1 billion owed to the federal government, we were piling on debt that under current Colorado law would have to be paid back by Colorado businesses. That's what we were doing. So we are glad to see a bill finally in 2022, 2 years after the fact, where we're finally putting some significant amount of money in our UI trust fund and extending out when this insolvency surcharge would fall on our businesses. But members, that is the only part of this bill that makes any sense at this point in time. When we are this far in the hole with our UI trust fund, when our businesses are struggling to recover from COVID, when we are dealing with sky-high inflation and worker shortage, why in the world would we load up this bill with policy issues where we are looking at expanding the eligibility of folks who can get payout from our UI trust fund? What sense does that make? Doesn't make any sense to me, with all due respect. And so this amendment would right-size this bill to simply do the $600 million to the UI trust fund, to continue to suspend the payment that our businesses would have to make for the insolvency surcharge, and strip out these policy discussions of expanded eligibility to other groups to get payment, dependents of those unemployed, which is a study, and others. Those should not be policy issues in 2022 with everything else our business community is struggling with right now. Let our economy recover. Then take a fresh look at whether or not expanding those who get payout from the UI Trust Fund makes any sense at all. And with that, members, we ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we heard this bill in finance, and there are many sections to this bill, and it was, as we were told, was heavily negotiated. I had first heard about this last summer. I wasn't in the group that was negotiating this. I've heard many or read many articles about this, and what this bill relies on is the $600 million coming in to pay, and that's what this amendment does. It doesn't take into account the amount for interest that's put in, $20 million. Only $580 million was going to pay that down, our insolvency. Another $20 million went over to interest. The other part that if we pass this amendment, it does not suspend the solvency surcharge for 2023, which is in the bill. So that would be applied to employers, and they would have to pay that amount. It doesn't provide bonding authority to clarify the bonding authority in order to get more funds. As this was explained to us in finance, they needed the $600 million that this amendment represents. Then there was, through existing payments under that fund, they're expecting another $300 million that would go to offset the $1.1 billion debt. And then with bonding authority and some other measures, some of our Congress people are working, have submitted a bill to forgive interest on this amount. So this is all taken together. The concerns about people receiving funds to dependents, that's a study. There's no money going to that, so out of any of this bill. So I don't see the problem with doing a study on that. With regard to the recovery benefits that was set aside, we passed a bill last year, Senate Bill 21233, that we directed CDLE and the Treasurer's Office to study how we would pay those recovery benefits, because these individuals have paid into the monies were there, paid into that for them to be eligible, but they aren't eligible. And the monies that are coming to this are not part of that 600. It's a separate amount of money that would come from the Treasurer's Office to cover that. So those are not issues. And while we're on this, I would just also raise, we passed a bill this year, 22-1119, the false claims bills that would allow QTOM type of actions brought by anybody to recover fraud. And I don't see Representative Ransom, who raised this on page 21. There you are, sorry. That all of those, the rationale for inequitable measures if we tried to collect overpayment. Because you can imagine if you lose your job and you're receiving unemployment, you know, you're thinking you're owed that. And so if you're overpaid and you've been living on it, paying your mortgage, doing your rent, whatever you've been doing, and some of the rationale for non-recovery based on it being inequitable is if they also were receiving other state funds or federal funds, so that clearly they have shown a need for it, and they've been relying on those benefits that somebody told them they were eligible for. So those are real reasons, because we probably wouldn't be able to collect it to begin with. So I think the bill, as it stands now, it is important to have all components of it. This by itself will not get us where we need to do to become completely solvent again, to repay the other half of this debt and put us in the position that we will not have those increased experience rates on employers. That's what this is about. If we aren't able to do this, then employers are going to have to pay more, not through the fault of their own. People were laid off. We closed for almost a month, and they couldn't work, and they had to lay people off. And so that rate that they pay is based on the number of people that were laid off or terminated in their business. So those rates will be extremely high. We need to get this done in the whole package in order to ensure that those employers will not face that. That's what this is about. It's helping employers, it's helping the state, and so I urge a no vote on the amendment.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate my colleague here. There's some things I agree with, some things I disagree with on the amendment. But one thing that was just said up here is that it only pays half of what we owe to be able to become solvent again, to avoid the triggering that's going to take place this summer, to where our businesses are now going to have to pay the insolvency surcharge that will take them from a maximum of $42 an employee to $63 an employee. And to be able to avoid this without bonding, which, by the way, we shouldn't be borrowing to try to move it from $600 million to $1.2 billion. This is what we owe back. This is what was caused by state policy. This is what was caused by the pandemic. This is something that the state has an obligation to take care of first. And in my mind, that's one of the reasons why we had ARPA funding coming in, was to take care of individuals who were unemployed from the pandemic, and that those funds should have gone directly back into the fund to repay it and be made whole. So I believe actually this amendment does not go far enough, which is why I move amendment L023 to the current amendment and ask that it be displayed.
You move it to the current amendment, or is this?
No, amend the amendment. Amending the amendment. Okay. I move amendment L023 to amend amendment
Okay.
L22.
L23 has been moved to amend the amendment of L22. It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this does say exactly what I just mentioned. It strikes out the word 6 and replaces with 1,200,000,000. So it's will now read 1,200,000,000. It's a really big number, I know, but that's how much we fully owe, and that's what we should actually be paying back. Not borrowing money, not kicking the can down the road, but we need to make this fund whole. We need to make it whole today. We need to ensure that our businesses are not paying this insolvency surcharge at a time when inflation is at a 40-year high, at a time when we're going into a recession. And if you don't believe me about going into a recession, have any of you looked at what the stock market did this week? That's right. This was the worst performing week since the pandemic began. The markets are now reacting. We are now starting to go into an unprecedented recession. Gas prices on the Western Slope hit an average of $4.15 a gallon for unleaded gas, over $5 a gallon for diesel on the Western Slope. We have unprecedented high prices for groceries across Colorado. Amazon, which is our largest online retailer here in the United States, had their first quarter in which they lost money. And this is at a time when they had historic profits. And that's because consumers don't have the confidence in the future, so they're now scaling back. They're choosing not to buy things online. They're choosing not to buy as much in our grocery stores. Unilever, for example, a major brand holder of famous brands that we all love and enjoy, things like Lipton's tea and other commodities. They have also taken major hits as far as their sales this week as well, and it looks like the losses are going to continue. All of these are signs. These are warning signs that we are going into a recession. And by going into a recession, we need to make this fund whole, not be borrowing into the future, because I predict we're going to actually be digging a deeper hole. We cannot continue to borrow money to be able to pay this off, because just borrowing enough to hit $1.2 billion is not going to be enough, because as we are entering a recession, that's when we're going to need the ability to bond and borrow, because this is only going to grow. Individuals are going to be laid off. The economy is not going to stay where it's been at, because all the warning signs have happened. This amendment is needed, but it's needed to be amended with Amendment 23. And I ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the Soper amendment to the underlying amendment. Rep. Soper is exactly right. Members, think back to all the federal money that has come to Colorado. Over $6 billion, correct? Over $6 billion just to the state of Colorado. And I'm not talking about the huge amount of money that got directly distributed to our large cities and counties. That's over and above the $6 billion. And yet, even though every tranche of federal money that came to Colorado authorized use of that money for the UI Trust Fund, we failed. We have grossly mismanaged that money and the UI fund. There was no reason in the world why we should not have used that money in 2020 and 2021 to keep our UI trust fund solvent. So we would have never been in the position of having to borrow this massive amount of money from the federal government that now must be repaid on the backs of our business under current law. Total mismanagement. $6 billion plus. And we couldn't utilize that. Unlike other states actually had the good sense to use significant amount of their federal money to keep their UI funds solvent, or at least not go into the hole the extent that Colorado did. And here we are. Now, members, I will tell you, I am grateful that out of the billions of dollars that we're at least using $600 million, but I absolutely agree with Rep. Soper. It should be 1.2 at least, and it should have been that sooner than 2022. But we are where we are. And now, because of this mismanagement, because of these ill-advised decisions, we are finding ourselves on the cusp of a recession, perhaps a very deep recession. We are at a time when our businesses are struggling. And we find ourselves in this difficult situation. So I support the Soper amendment under the saying of better late than never. We still have considerable money sitting around. What is a higher priority than to get this UI trust fund solvent, not put additional burdens on our struggling business community, those that managed to survive the COVID government shutdowns, and get ready, get us positioned to help steer our state through the upcoming recession. ask for a yes vote on the Soper amendment.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too ask for a yes vote on this amendment. Madam Speaker Pro Tem raised some good points. I apologize. I am constrained by the limits of what can fit on a single page on a Cal amendment, which is why some of the things that she brought up. However, the brilliance of the Soper amendment is that if we put $1.2 billion into the trust fund, the need for a solvency surcharge delay disappears because we will no longer be triggering it. I think this is excellent policy. Frankly, I think this should have been House Bill 1001 this year to repay this trust fund. But I ask for a yes vote, and we can very neatly address the concerns that Madam Speaker Pro Tem brought up as well.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues. We contacted Department of Labor, and we were told we were a little off on the numbers. The amount that's outstanding is 1.01, 1 billion. 0.01, whatever that is. Yeah. And but the 580 million that's in the bill to go towards that, because the 20 million is still for interest that's calculated we may owe. And then their estimation is we would receive 467 million in the second quarter. That's coming in through regular premiums, and that we would be 33 million to the good in the positive. So that will put us solvent by, if all of those projections, mostly the 467 million was positive, by June. But what this bill does, so I would say that would be wrong, and the 580 million that the bill does is the correct amount. And again, adopting either of these, it again gets rid of the suspension of the surcharge, and we need to keep that in there. The bill clarifies bonding authority, so if we need that going forward, so we're not in that position again, and we can get those funds in to cover it. Because, we might be there now, but we may not be there 6 months from now. So we have to have those parts in the bill. So I would urge a no vote on this amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So third grade, the first time pretty decent. Second time was a little easier. But what I will tell you is that if the hole we're trying to fill is $1 billion, and we're going to put $580 million in it, then by June we will not be $30 million to the good. Third grade told me that you can't fill the hole with less than half and assume that you're tamping down gravel on the top of it. That means you got to fill the hole. This is the hole. And when you fill the hole, then you're not paying interest. You know why? Because you're not borrowing anything. That's the amazing thing about interest, is you pay it when you borrow something. When you don't borrow anything, they say, well, gosh, you don't need to pay me interest. That's right, because it's a zero balance. There's no reason to do that. But if we put in $580 million into a $1 billion hole, yes, you're paying interest. That's the way math works. When we get down to where we're talking about basic math and a misunderstanding of what we do, I think maybe we ought to just fill the hole so we can start at zero.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And one thing I just want to talk about is mathematics. I think our minority leader kicked that off well. So think of it as a trust fund. That's why it's called the Unemployment Trust Fund. We've overdrawn by the $1.001 billion. However, pre-pandemic, it's our understanding, from what I heard in committee from the department, that there was about $2 billion in the trust fund, which actually means that the hole is a $3 billion hole to go back to our pre-pandemic level. So this only repays what we've overdrawn. So if you've overdrawn your bank account, that's just what you've gone below zero. We actually had a true trust fund before that, and yes, the businesses are paying into that, so it is still fluctuating, but it's still being placed on the backs of businesses. There actually existed a trust fund pre-pandemic before the trust fund was wiped out. Then we created this overdrawn amount, and that's where we are today. So really, we actually have a much deeper hole if we want to get back to what the trust fund was pre-pandemic, which means we ought to be putting even more money into the trust fund, not ask for a yes vote.
Is there Representative Snyder?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem for Speaker Pro Tem for that wonderful explanation. Folks, I think this is a great plan. I would ask for a no vote on the amendment to the amendment L023.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L023. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The amendment fails. Back to Amendment L22. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of amendment, or the passage of Amendment L22. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The amendment fails. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 234. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. No. The bill passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. Seeing no objections, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shee will please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 7 as amended, 43 as amended, 187, 191, 201 as amended, 215 as amended, 226 as amended, 229 as amended, 230 as amended, 234 as amended, 237 passed on second reading in order to revise and place on the counter for third and final passage, 172, 209 laid over until May 6, 2022.
Representative Bacon. Members, you have heard the motion. There's no amendments. Oh, wait. There's a few amendments at the desk. We will go in alphabetical order. All the amendments to the report of the Committee of the Whole are to Senate Bill 230. We will start with the Bockenfeld amendments. So, Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Bockenfeld amendment, which everyone should enjoy this, L552, to Senate Bill 230.
Representative Bockenfeld moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Bockenfeld Amendment L552 to Senate Bill 230 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 230 as amended passed.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move the Bockenfeld Amendment L552.
It has been properly moved and displayed to the amendment. Representative Bockenfeld.
Members, as I mentioned previously, I represent two counties in my district. There's Adams County and there's Arapahoe County. Adams County already has a collective bargain agreement, so it's basically a non-issue to them, but Arapahoe County does not have one at this time, and Arapahoe County has not taken a opposed position to this bill, but they have taken an amend position. And they asked me to run two amendments. We have basically 7 members in this chamber who are members of, or serve part of, or the whole of Arapahoe County. So that first amendment is in regards to the activity of an employee of the county, which is called the concerted activity. And it basically defines what the employees can and they can't do. And what Arapahoe County's asked is in the definition of the concerted activity that when there's 2 or more employees who are acting together to improve the terms and conditions of employment, except that the concerted activity does not include that they can strike, have work stoppages, work slowdowns, group sick outs, or any other action that disrupts the day-to-day functioning of the county government or a subdivision of the county government. That has been requested by the Arapahoe County government and the Arapahoe County Board of County Commissioners. I ask for your support and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Bockenfeld. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for no vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the first Bockenfeld Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. For those participating online, we'll start from the bottom of my screen and move our way up. Representative Harrod, how do you vote? Oh, Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Assistant Majority Leader votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote? Representative Harrod and Representative Judah are excused. Representative Duran, how do you vote? Please close the machine. With 26 aye votes, 36 no votes, and 3 excused, the first Bockenfeld Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Bockenfeld Amendment, which is L551 to Senate Bill 230 to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Bockenfeld moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Bockenfeld Amendment L551 to Senate Bill 230 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 230 as amended passed.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move the second Bachenfeld Amendment, which is L-551.
It has been properly moved and displayed to the amendment. Representative Bachenfeld.
Again, members, this is a request by the Arapahoe County government and the Board of County Commissioners from Arapahoe County. And they asked for an amendment to this bill. It involves the bargaining unit. And then in the bargaining unit, there's some exclusions. And one of those exclusions is an executive employee and the definition thereof. And the current definition talks about an employee who does the hiring and firing and several other managerial type functions within their duties at the county to be excluded from the bargaining unit. And the Arapahoe County government and the Board of County Commissioners of Arapahoe County asked that a couple expansions of that definition to include a person who performs performance evaluations and a person who is empowered to utilize disciplining of other employees as part of their function to be added to the executive employee and be excluded from the bargaining unit. And I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Bachenfeld. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Bachenfeld Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Assistant Majority Leader votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Sandridge. Shane. Please close the machine. With 26 aye votes, 37 no votes, and 2 excused, the second Bachenfeld Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. We will move to the Bradfield amendments to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Bradfield Amendment, which is L542 to House Bill 230, the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Bradfield moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Bradfield Amendment L542 to Senate Bill 230 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 230 as amended passed.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move L542 amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Representative Bradfield. That's been properly moved and displayed to the amendment.
This amendment states that a county employee can have the option to refuse to participate in collective bargaining. And then the second part of this amendment is the things that the county shall not do, such as discipline or discharge a county employee for refusing to participate. I request an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Bradfield. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote. This amendment's not needed. Employees can opt in to this.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Bradfield Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Assistant Majority Leader votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 2 excused, the first Bradfield Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Bradfield Amendment, which is L537, to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Bradfield moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Geithner Amendment L537 to Senate Bill 230 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 230 as amended passed.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move Amendment 537 to the Committee of the Whole.
It's been properly moved to the amendment.
This amendment states that an employee of the Clerk and Recorder's Office, any employee, be exempted from the collective bargaining. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Bradfield. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for no vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the second Bradfield amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Assistant Majority Leader votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Representative Mollica. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 2 excuses, the second Bradfield amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. We'll move to the Carver amendment. 2 amendments to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please read the first Carver amendment, which is L543, to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Carver moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Geithner Amendment L543 to Senate Bill 230 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 230 as amended passed.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Carver Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
It has been properly moved to the amendment. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the amendment, again, requested by CCI and numerous counties to clarify and make real the no strike provision, to make it clear that that is not limited to the exclusive representative of the union, but in fact applies to county employees who also engage in the work stoppage, strike, group sick out, etc. Ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Carver. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for no vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the first Carver amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Assistant Majority Leader votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. With 28 aye votes, 35 no votes, and 2 excuse, the first Carver amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Carver amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Carver moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Geithner Amendment L567 to Senate Bill 230 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 230 as amended passed.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Carver Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Representative Carver. It's been properly moved and displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment indicates that the provisions of this bill would only apply to a county if the Board of County Commissioners voted to opt in and have it apply. Ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Carver. Majority Leader Escar.
I ask for no vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the second Carver amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Assistant Majority Leader votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 2 excused, the second Carver amendment to the report of the committee of the whole is lost. We'll move to the Geithner amendments to the report of the committee of the whole. Mr. Shebel, please read the first Geithner amendment to the report of the committee of the whole, which is L411 to Senate Bill 230.
Representative Geithner moved to amend the report of the committee of the whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Geithner amendment, L411 to Senate Bill 230, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 230 as amended passed.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the first Geithner amendment to the committee of the whole.
It's been properly moved and displayed to the amendment. Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, if you'll recall, this one specifically had to do with the coroner's office. I attempted to speak about the necessary specific skill set that our coroner's office and those that work within the coroner's office have. This is one that cannot be delayed. When we have victims and those families are trying to get answers, it's important that we get them to them in a very timely manner. The concern still exists that this bill, Senate Bill 230, would interfere or further delay if there was a strike. This helps remedy that. I would urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Majority Leader Oskar.
Ask for no vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the first Geithner amendment to the committee of the whole. Mr. Shebel, the first Geithner amendment to the report of the committee of the whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Assistant Majority Leader votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. With 22 aye votes, 41 no votes, and 2 excused, the first Geithner amendment to the report of the committee of the whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Geithner amendment to the report of the committee of the whole, which is L449.
Representative Geithner moved to amend the report of the committee of the whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Geithner amendment, L449 to Senate Bill 230, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 230 as amended passed.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the second Geithner amendment to the committee of the whole.
It has been properly moved and displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this one has to do with the Department of Human Services. We heard it suggested that, while our employees are certainly proud of the work that they do, and I have no doubt that they are, that no one would sit there and think of, potentially, putting a child at risk or something of that nature. But yet we have seen evidence where the teachers union has, I would argue, strike. And so I don't know that we have evidence of one of those. I would argue that this could potentially be another one. This is the most vulnerable population. Department of Human Services deals with our elderly. They deal with our children that may find themselves where there is a suspicion of abuse or neglect. Think of the SNAP benefits. Think of the various things the Department of Human Services does for each citizen in their respective counties. This is one that we can't afford, certainly, to risk being interfered with. I would urge a yes vote on this and make sure that we are ensuring that we are working to protect the most vulnerable in each and every one of our counties. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader Oskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask for a no vote again during the conversations we had with numerous county employees throughout the stakeholder process. These were the ones that utmost said that they would not ever want to move forward with a strike because they know their work is vitally important to their communities. I ask for no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Geithner amendment to the report of the committee of the whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Assistant Majority Leader votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. With 22 aye votes, 41 no votes, and 2 excused, the second Geithner amendment to the report of the committee of the whole is lost. We have a Geithner and Soper amendment to the report of the committee of the whole, which is L568 Mr. Shebel, do you mind reading that, please?
Representatives Geithner and Soper move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Geithner Amendment L568 to Senate Bill 230 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 230 as amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the first Geithner-Soper amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
It has been properly moved and displayed to the amendment. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what this amendment does, members, is it changes the clause at the end to a petition clause, the safety clause to a petition clause. And just to remind you, Article 5, Section 1(3) of the Colorado Constitution reserves to the people the power to, put something on the ballot for voter approval. There are two exceptions to this power. One, law is necessary for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, or safety. And two, appropriations for the support and maintenance of the state departments and state institutions. To invoke the first exception, the General Assembly, departments, and state institutions must include the language either safety clause, which is derived from the first exception. Case law concerning the use of the safety clause in legislation clearly states that the General Assembly may preserve for the people the ability to petition and rescind the act. Further, the General Assembly is certainly vested with the power to add a petition clause, and historically this was done. It's only been in recent years that we've seen the safety clause added to a lot of bills. What we have here is not for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, or safety. There would be several steps that would have to take effect first before a union could come into being, in which case a petition would be most appropriate. As a matter of fact, even if there was a rescission referendum run, the earliest in which it would take effect would be January 1st, 2023. I would argue that no one would be able to organize an act prior to that date anyway, so there's actually a practical element for having a petition clause as well. We have seen this in recent years in the General Assembly. I believe as recent as 2019 was the last time a rescission referendum was actually acted upon, certainly in this body. It is definitely different than initiative or referendum. I definitely want to make that clear, that the rescission referendum that could be invoked by the petition clause is not to be confused with this other power that also exists in the Colorado Constitution. Therefore, since it doesn't apply to an appropriate budget, it's not for the health, safety, or preservation of peace for the state of Colorado, I would ask for a yes vote on the first Geithner and Soper amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would just add to this, the bill as written doesn't take effect until July 1st, 2023. So I think that really drives the point. A petition clause would be appropriate anyways. The fact that we have a safety clause doesn't really make sense to me as you look at policy, and if you want to draft good policy, then the petition clause is the only appropriate clause. So I would urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, members. Ask for no vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the first Geithner-Soper amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Assistant Majority Leader votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. With 29 aye votes, 34 no votes, and 2 excused, the first Soper Geithner amendment to the report, or Geithner-Soper amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Soper Geithner amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L560, it's actually a little bit out of order because there's only one Geithner-Soper amendment, because there's only one Soper-Geithner amendment. But regardless, since you guys were up there together, we'll go out of order to make sure that we move forward with the second Soper-Geithner amendment. Mr. Shebel, please read the title, or read the amendment.
Representatives Soper and Geithner move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting the following taken by the committee in adopting the following ESGAR Amendment L560 to Senate Bill 230 to show that said amendment lost, that the following Geithner and Soper Amendment L566 to Senate Bill 230 passed, and that Senate Bill 230 as amended
Because
passed.
it can't be the first if it's the only one.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Actually, we have a quick question.
Okay. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the second Soper-Geithner amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
I don't know if that's a proper motion because the first one was Geithner-Soper.
That was actually the question I was going to ask.
Yeah.
That legally, I just wanted to make sure that we had the record straight because the first one was Geithner-Soper and this is Soper-Geithner. There can only be one because there's not actually an additional one. So the first one really should have been the only Geithner-Soper amendment, and this is the only Soper-Geithner amendment.
All right. The body is, you're starting to lose the body. Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Attorneys. Just to reiterate, I move the Soper-Geithner amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
It's been properly...
Or the Soper. So, members, if you'll recall correctly, we moved one of our amendments, and then there was a substitute amendment. We moved 566, and then there was a substitute of 560. The concern here that we're trying to address is to ensure that employees of counties understand that it is completely voluntary. I think that there is better language that is stronger. It's more straightforward, and that's why 566 is, I believe, the far stronger, better amendment. I would urge a yes vote on this amendment. Let's make sure that our employees understand that it is voluntary, that there is no ambiguity, that it is certainly their call and their call alone.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, absolutely. The word voluntary in the amendment that was adopted certainly still has some ambiguity placed there. So the amendment we ran that we're wanting to reverse course here would have said the county shall not make a payroll deduction for membership dues and other payments for a county employee unless the county employee authorizes the deductions to be made to the exclusive representative. That's incredibly clear. That's what we've all agreed should be here. What actually ended up in the bill still has a lot of gray areas. We just wanted to make sure this was explicitly clear and would ask for a yes vote.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just to be clear, I'm asking for a no vote. The substitute amendment we ran was to make it absolutely simple and clarify the language. This was already in the bill, but we were asked to make sure that we could make it explicit. This was what we did. I ask for a no vote.
Question before us is the adoption of the first Soper-Geithner amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Assistant Majority Leader votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. With 26 aye votes, 37 no votes, and 2 excused, the first Soper-Geithner amendment to report of Committee of the Whole is lost. We'll move to the Pelton amendments to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Don't worry, we'll come back to you. No worries. We're going to stick in. I went out of alphabetical order to accommodate you guys. Mr. Shebel, please read the first Geithner amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L. Pelton. What did I say? Sorry. First Pelton. L544.
Representative Pelton moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Pelton Amendment L544 to Senate Bill 230 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 230 as amended passed.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the first Pelton amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
It's been properly moved and displayed to the amendment. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment does, where we are changing county government so drastically and putting a large unfunded mandate on them, I think before we do that, we ought to convert this into a study. So that's what this amendment does.
Thank you, Representative Pelton. And before we go on, hey, members, can we cut down on the conversations and direct our attention to the will? Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ask for no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Assistant Majority Leader votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 2 excused, the first Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Please keep it down. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Pelton moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Pelton Amendment L 540 to Senate Bill 230 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 230 as amended passed.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the second Pelton Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
That is a proper motion. It's been properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment does, in my understanding of the bill, counties are automatically opted in. This would make it go to a vote of the county commissioners to opt out. Ask for a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Pelton. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ask for no vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the second Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Assistant Majority Leader votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz, how do you vote? Or Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. With 25 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 2 excused, the second Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. If I catch anyone shushing, it's a $15 fine. Mr. Pelton, or Mr. Shebel, please read the third Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Pelton moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Pelton Amendment L 564 to Senate Bill 230 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 230 as amended passed.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the third Pelton Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
It's been properly moved and displayed to the amendment. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier in debate, there was an amendment put on to exclude counties of 5,000 or less. This amendment would also exempt counties 35,000 population down to 5,000. Ask for a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Pelton. Majority Leader Escar.
I ask for no vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the third Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Assistant Majority Leader votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. With 26 aye votes, 37 no votes, and 2 excused, the third Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. I'm just going to start guessing who's shushing. I never get to look up because all I do up here is hustle, and everyone's just... Molka, I caught you, $10 fine. Mr. Shebel, please read the fourth Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Pelton moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Pelton Amendment L 565 to Senate Bill 230 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 230 as amended passed.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the fourth Pelton Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
It's been properly moved and displayed to the amendment. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment does, with that earlier amendment that was put on during the debate of 5,000, that includes several frontier counties. This amendment would also exempt counties 7,500 to 5,000, which would include all of the frontier counties. I'd ask for a yes vote.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the fourth Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Oh, gosh, that I caught you, $10 fine. Assistant Majority Leader votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes. Sorry, Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. With 27 aye votes, 36 no votes, and 2 excuse, the fourth Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. We'll move to the Sandridge amendments. Mr. Shebel, please read the first Sandridge Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L291.
Representative Sandridge moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following McKean Amendment L 291 to Senate Bill 230 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 230 as amended passed.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw 291.
That deserves an applause. That's wonderful. That has been properly withdrawn. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Sandridge Amendment, which is L562.
Representative Sandridge moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Carver Amendment L 562 to Senate Bill 230 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 230 as amended passed.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move L562 to the Committee of the Whole.
It's been properly moved and displayed. Representative Sandridge.
This is a really simple amendment. What it does is it brings a vote to the people. Each county in our state, they think a little bit differently. So what this amendment does is it says, bring it to the vote of the people, see if this is something they want to do within their county. So it gives the people a say within each county how they want to, if they want to participate in this or not. So I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Sandridge Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Assistant Majority Leader votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. With 25 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 2 excused, the Sandridge Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. We will go to the Soper Amendment. Mr. Shebel, please read the Soper Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken on the committee in adopting the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 230 dated May 6, 2022 to show that the committee report lost and that Senate Bill 230 as amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the first Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
That's a $20 fine. It's the only one, Soper. I guess that's not necessarily true. All right, to the amendment, Representative Soper.
Thank you.
Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe we should save the state some money, strike the appropriations report. We can move that elsewhere, and actually maybe make the unemployment trust fund whole with the cost savings that we have here, or other essential elements in government we could fund certainly by the funds that would be used here. It's really just being fiscally prudent in a time when we really should be austere in our spending, especially if we're going into a recession. So I would ask for a yes vote. Or a yes vote.
No, that wasn't creative.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That didn't really make much. Anyway, I would ask for a no vote on this. The appropriations actually is for CDLE, who will actually be the ones to coordinate the elections. Shall a bargaining unit want to form? We did this working with counties to make sure that that cost wouldn't be absorbed by the counties. I ask for a no vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the Soper amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Oh, booed. Golly. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Assistant Majority Leader votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. Well, 23 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 2 excused. The Soper amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second one's on Senate Bill 234, so we'll stay on 230 and we'll come back to that. The Williams amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Williams Amendment L555 to Senate Bill 230 to show that Senate Amendment passed and that Senate Bill 230 as amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Williams Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
It's been properly moved and displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just asked for a yes vote on this. I don't think union dues should be going to organized crime, and we should codify that in law. So please vote yes.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my family, my friends, my neighbors, and my coworkers, I would ask for a no vote on this.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Assistant Majority Leader votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. Well, 23 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 2 excused. The Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. We will move to Senate Bill 234. Mr. Shebel, please read the Soper Amendment, which is L022 to Senate Bill 234.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Larson and Carver Amendment L22 as amended by the Soper Amendment L23 to Senate Bill 234 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 234 as amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move I guess this would be the second Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
It has been properly moved and displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before diving too deep into the amendment, I do want to say I want to take care of my debts the same way that the state ought to take care of their debts. And since it's National Nurses Day, I'm also going to cover Representative Molika's debt as well.
I don't know if, his debt's like $75.
I meant... Mr. Speaker, I'm just like what we're doing with the Unemployment Trust Fund, I'm going to draw down how much he actually owes.
Okay, very good.
And that's exactly what our amendment does here.
Yeah, and that was to the amendment. Very good.
Is we're actually trying to make the Unemployment Trust Fund, or at least what we've overdrawn, whole. We've actually overdrawn but before the pandemic, there's about $3 billion. $2 billion of that was what was actually in the fund. Then we went past zero, down $1 billion. This would restore that billion. And of course, what's coming in from businesses, of course, is going to still make up the rest of the fund, and it will rebuild slowly. But we ought to take care of our part because it was a pandemic. We received ARPA funds. This will help our businesses avoid having to pay the insolvency surcharge, and we should do it so that we're not borrowing on the future. I believe we're on the cusp of a pandemic, and that we shouldn't be borrowing on our future because we may need to be borrowing and bonding to still be paying to avoid the same situation in the very near future. Because if everything is playing out the way the warning signs are starting to play out, we may be looking at more people being unemployed in the future and needing these resources that we've created. So please vote yes. Thank you.
Representative Ortiz.
Members asked for a no vote. This was extremely stakeholdered and put together, so I'm asking for a no.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the certain number of SOPR amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
No.
Assistant Majority Leader votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 2 excused, the SOPR amendment to report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. That brings us to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Assistant Majority Leader votes yes. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Burnett votes yes. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Harrod votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 2 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted.
Huh? Did you check with him? They want personal privilege? Have they checked with you? They need a moment of personal privilege? Have they checked with you? Or should I go into thirds? Should I go into thirds?
Minority Leader McKean and Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
But you get half and I get half. You want to start?
We can speak.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd request a moment of personal privilege.
Okay.
Half for him, half for me.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was waiting for it to be moved to announcements and introductions, but I'm just gonna go with this anyways. There's a lot of moms in the chamber, and it being Mother's Day on Sunday, Minority Leader McKean and myself wanted to take a moment and just extend to each and every mom in the chamber a very happy Mother's Day. You deserve the recognition that is worthy of all that you do, and we just wanted to take a moment and recognize the role that you play in families, for kids across Colorado, and just the burdens that you bear, the sacrifices that you make. It certainly does not go unrecognized.
Simply amazing. Y'all are amazing moms.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And then for all the moms across Colorado, for all those that are certainly tuned in right now, especially to the most important mother that I know, Carrie Geithner, thank you. God bless you. I think you are the world's best mom, and I'm just so happy for everything you do for us.
Aw.
Here, here. And Representative Lynch, I heard that shush, and that's a $10 fine. Majority Leader Esker. Majority Leader Esker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have 3 choices in front of me. We have a very lengthy 30-reading calendar we can still get through. We have special orders that we didn't get through. We have Saturday in front of us. We can power through, we can come in Saturday, or I can say, have an amazing Mother's Day weekend. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, do not make any plans but to be in this room with each other. Because we will get through all of the work, but we are going to go ahead and lay over the balance of the calendar. Until Monday, May 9th? May 9th. May 9th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Monday, May 9th. That does bring us to announcements and introductions. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it is Friday, still for a little bit, and so as you guys head out the door, just a reminder that you all are adored. In fact, a friend of mine wanted you all to have these keychains, so he specially made them for you in celebration of the 100th anniversary of the Lincoln Memorial. And so hopefully you will find good use for them. If you don't want them, feel free to leave them back on my desk. But they were specially made with you all in mind. And so just as a token of the love out of my district and out of my constituency, may you all have a blessed weekend. You are adored, amazing, worthy, and loved, and I can't wait to see you all again soon.
Majority Leader Esker.
Members, I know, 1 second before you all pack up, you've seen these red notices on your desk. Please read these. Please make sure that you are cleaning out your files and don't take the actual file folders, folks. But if you want bills, take those bills out and start to clean out your desks. But please, I will remind you again on Monday, these have been on your seats and on your desk for a reason. Thank you.
We put this in recess for, oh no, let's do printing report.
The Chief Clerk reports following bills have been printed correctly. House Bill
Report will be printed in
1418.
the Journal. Sign of bills, resolutions, and memorials.
The Speaker has signed Senate Bill.
Bills, resolutions, and memorials will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has...
Message from the Senate will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without
Message from
comment
the
as...
Reviser will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Governor.
Honorable members of the Colorado House of Representatives...
Message from the Governor will be printed in the Journal. We have
Yeah.
So
Introduction of bills. Or
Senate.
bill.
Senate Bill 205 by Senators Fenberg and Holbert, also Representatives Valdez and Van Winkle, concerning the regulation of cannabis-related products that may potentially cause a person to become intoxicated when used.
Senate Bill 205 will be assigned to the Committee on Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House to enter an adjournment until Monday, May 9th at 10 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in adjournment until 10 a.m. on Monday, May 9th.